Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media, and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable: ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass, from Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea. Responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. Domestic equities kick off today's trading section on a bullish footing. The all-share index closed higher yesterday at 247,984.55 points, lifting total market capitalization to 159.99 trillion naira. All eyes today are on the deadline for Nigeria Exchange Group's 1 naira 30 kobo interim dividend qualification, alongside sustained half-year earnings across Tier 1 banks. Meanwhile, in commodity market, Brent crude has staged a sharp rebound overnight, soaring past $87 a barrel on fresh geopolitical supply concerns. We have the complete breakdown of numbers, currency rates, and expert outlooks lined up for you. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Nigeria equities markets. It was another bullish section on the Custom Streets Exchange yesterday as green shoes dominated trading floors. Strong buying pressure across financial services, insurance, and market infrastructural equities pushed the Nigerian exchange back into positive territory to wrap up today's session. The all-share index surged by 745.81 points, or possibly a 0.30%, to close yesterday's trading at 247,984.55 points. That uptick injected roughly 480 billion naira into overall equity value, taking total market capitalization to 159.99 trillion naira. Activity was equally robust on the liquidity front. Total volume executed crossed 676.88 million shares at 10% jump over Monday's figures, while overall turnover climbed 12% to touch 36.40 billion naira across 55,348 deals. Market breadth settled firmly in favor of the bulls, recording 34 gainers against 24 decliners. And the insurance stocks led yesterday's performance tables, where Lasaco Assurance and NEM Insurance both hit maximum daily price ceiling, locking in gains of 10% to close at 2 naira 20 kobo and 31 naira 90 kobo respectively. Transnationwide Express and Linkage Assurance were close behind, each climbing 9.9 bullish adjustment. On the flip side, profit-taking hit select mid-cap names. Maya shared 9.97% to lead the decliners at 16 naira 70 kobo, while Mikio Industries, another pharmaceutical stocks, and ABC Transport dropped just under 10% each. On execution, Access Holdings, Chams, and Universal Insurance led total transaction volumes. However, turnover value was concentrated in heavyweights, MTN Nigeria, Zenith Bank, and Nigeria Exchange Group. Speaking of Nigeria Exchange Group, stock demand hit multi-month highs as of yesterday as investors positioned aggressively ahead of the company's 1 naira 30 kobo interim dividend qualified date. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. One of the factors that will shape the market is dividend qualification window. Today represents the final qualification deadline for Nigeria Exchange Group's 1 naira 30 kobo dividend. Expect heightened volatility and less stage volume in the stock before it trades its dividends tomorrow. And then another factor here is the Q2 earnings pipeline. As second quarter corporate results continue to trickle into the exchange, positive balance sheet printout across tier 1 banks are expected to sustain investor appetite. Another factor that will determine the flow of the market is selective rebalancing. Why high-flying insurance stocks may experience brief profit taking today. Liquidity is projected to rotate into underpriced high-yield dividend plays. And quickly moving to the foreign exchange market, where the Nigerian market delivered a mixed picture as of yesterday, being Tuesday, July the 28th. While the Naira experienced slight pressure in the total official window, parallel market rates held firm, keeping the arbitrage gap near record narrow lows. In the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira dipped 3 naira 32 kobo to close at 1,365 naira 53 kobo to the US dollars. During the intradays, we saw trading, quotes range between a highs of 1,368 naira and a low of 1,363 naira. Crucially, official liquidity surged. Daily turnover surged by 160% to hit 102.95 million US dollars, up from Monday's sub 40 million US dollar floor. Meanwhile, over the Straits or the parallel markets, rates remained flat at 1,410 naira against the US dollar. That maintains the forex spread at a tight 44 naira to 48 naira premium, pointing to a sustained structural convergence across both trading channels. Quickly, here is the market outlook for today. Looking ahead to today's section, 3 key drivers will dictate local currency dynamics. One is liquidity inflow test. Following yesterday's liquidity spike above the 100 million US dollar threshold, today's trading will test whether commercial banks can maintain supply without heavy interventions from the Apex Bank. The second factor here is the buffer support. Gross foreign reserves remain robust at 51.96 billion US dollars. Although showing a minor day-on-day dip, this healthy buffer provides strong central bank leverage to smooth out short-term volatility. Another factor here is the narrow spread stability. With the official to parallel market premium staying under 15 naira, speculative pressure remains subdued, pointing towards range-bound trading around the 1,360 naira to 1,370 naira band for the rest of today's section. And quickly moving to the global energy market, where the market this morning is turbulent on global energy desk as international benchmark Brent crude abruptly snapped a 3-day losing streak, surging past the $87 mark in early morning tradings as at today. During yesterday's session, Brent crude dipped 2.77% to settle at $83.49 a barrel, driven down by temporary optimism surrounding diplomatic talks over shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. However, that pullback was aggressively reversed overnight. This morning, Brent crude spiked over 4.4% to trade at $87.82 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate jumped to $82.76 a barrel. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. We're looking at three major catalysts that are driving today's sharp market reversal. One is re-escalation of geopolitical risk. We understand that fresh military activity and drone strikes targeting energy infrastructure in the Middle East, combined with stalled talks on transit rights through the Strait of Hormuz, have abruptly priced a heavy geopolitical risk premium back into crude contracts. The second factor here is tightening U.S. inventories. Data from the American Petroleum Institute released overnight revealed a larger than expected drawdown of 3.3 million barrels in U.S. crude stocks, signaling resilient demand and tighter fiscal supplies. Expect Brent to trace key resistance level around $88 to $90 per barrel ceiling. Traders will be closely monitoring the official U.S. EIA inventory report due to will be out today later for confirmation of supply tightness. And then moving on to the Nigeria commodities market, why financial markets react to dividend news, exchange rates, the real measures of economic sentiment remains on the dinner table. Yesterday's trading across Nigeria's major physical commodity exchanges and urban retail markets showed continued price rigidity in key grains alongside distinct regional price spreads between commercial hubs in the west, north, and east. And on the structured commodity exchanges like AFES and the NCS, spot market trades reflected elevated prices in response to input costs and lean season stock drawdowns. And taking a look at white maize, which traded higher, averaging 302,000 to 305,000 per metric ton. And paddy rice held firm at 357,000 to 506,000 per metric ton, depending on origin and moisture grade. Soybeans remained elevated at 687,000 to 697,000 per metric ton on feed meal demand. Cocoa beans led export commodities, hovering near 3.5 million per metric ton as regional supply dynamics continue to support strong pricing. And quickly taking a look at the retail staple food prices across major hubs. We are moving from wholesale exchanges to retail food markets. Significant transportation logistics and regional supply imbalances created sharp price differentials across key urban centers yesterday. Starting with local rice, the 50 kg bag of it in Lagos sold for 60,000 naira. And in Abuja, it went for 54,000 naira. Enugu paid higher than Abuja at 58,000 naira. Freight premium into coastal hubs was part of the drivers for the prices yesterday. And quickly taking a look at Gare, the yellow or white paint bucket of it in Lagos sold between 1,300 to 1,500 naira. And in Abuja, it went for between 1,100 naira to 1,200 naira. And in Enugu, it sold between 950 to 1,100 naira, indicating strong cassava inflow across eastern hubs. And quickly taking a look at the brown beans, 100 kg bag of it in Lagos went for 115,000 naira. And in Enugu, it sold for 108,000, whereas Abuja paid, had a bargain at 92,000 naira. And this indicates that Northern Farm Gate proximity favors Abuja the most. And quickly taking a look at yam, the medium tubers in Lagos went for 2,800 naira. In Abuja, it sold for 2,100 naira. And in Enugu, it went for 2,400 naira. This indicates that middle belt haulage costs impact Lagos rates. And taking a look at 1 kg basket of tomatoes in Enugu, it sold for 1,150 naira, whereas Lagos paid 1,200 naira for it, and in Abuja it went for 900 naira. Indicating that interstate transport fuel, surcharges manifesting in the price varieties. And in Lagos, taking a look at the reasons here, registered, the highest price floor for imported grains and northern sourced produce like tomatoes and yam, heavily driven by diesel haulage premiums. And Abuja benefiting from proximity to north central grain and tuber belts, posting lower averages for beans, maize, and root crops. And Enugu maintaining the lowest, retail prices for cassava derivatives like gari due to strong local processing plants closer to the hubs. But, it saw higher landed costs on imported rice and beans, shipped from northern farming clusters. And quickly moving to the international market, where global financial markets delivered a sharp regional dividend yesterday, while a severe semiconductor sell-off triggered steep losses across major Asian pulses. Western equity markets shrugged off tech jitters to close largely in positive territory, supported by falling oil prices and strong corporate earnings. Now, starting from the Wall Street, industrial and healthcare, drove gains, where we saw the Dow Jones rose 1.0% to close at 52,747.32 points, and the S&P 500 edged up 0.2% to close at 7,428.78 points. However, a 4.5% slide in the semiconductor index pulled the tech-heavy Nasdaq composite down by 0.2% to close at 24,876.91 points. And in Europe, lower yields and solid earnings lifted sentiments, seeing the UK FTSE 100 gaining 0.8%. France CAC 40 added a 0.6%, and Germany's DAX rose to a 0.4%. And quickly moving to Asia Pacific, where markets suffered heavy losses, led by a memory chip rout. South Korea's Kospi plummeted 11.0%. Japan's Nikkei 225 dropped 4.0%, and in mainland China, Shanghai Composite fell by 1.0%, and in Hong Kong, Hang Seng slipped a 0.3%. Looking ahead to today's section, all eyes are on the U.S. Federal Reserve's monetary policy announcement and mega cap earnings, which investors are waiting for the reports from Microsoft and Meta to determine the direction of next move. And quickly, before we call it a day on this segment, here is your quick, actionable market breakdown and strategy, especially for our Nigerian investors. We are urging you to capture dividend qualifications, especially on the Nigerian Exchange Group. Today being July the 29th is the final qualification date for the Nigerian Exchange Group 1 naira 30 kobo interim dividend. If you own or buy the stock today, you are qualified for the August 5th payout. So therefore, you expect heightened price volatility and liquidity before it goes as dividend tomorrow. So we are urging you also to position ahead of the Q2 and half-year earning releases. Look past daily noise and accumulate fundamentally strong Tier 1 banks and consumer goods. The reason being that half-year earnings reports are rolling in. Companies with strong cash reserves and high dividend yields offer the best cushion against short-term pullbacks. And we are equally urging you to take partial profit on high-flying insurance stocks. You can lock in short-term gains on insurance equities that hit about above 10% daily limits. That's as yesterday, talking about Lasaco and NEM Insurance. The reason being that if you're able to rotate the capital back into undervalued industrial or blue chip banking stocks that are consolidating, you stand, to either cash out the profit or consolidate your holdings. But the bottom line here is that we are urging you to focus on dividend yield and half-year earnings. Don't chase speculative rallies in low-cap stocks. Stick to liquid Tier 1 banking, heavy consumer names and dividend plays, with clear cash flows and catalyst that would drive the market, speaking to the Nigerian exchange with the dividend payouts, close, and other strong blue chip companies and tier one banks. You take a look at Zenith, Access Corporation, and First Holding companies, GT as well. These are strong tier one banks where one can move into. And that's where we'll draw the curtains on this edition of the Aneke TV Business Outlook. But however, here is a quick reminder. Before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before you make any investment decision. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your entry through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV Market Update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Good morning, Enugu, good morning 042. Yes, it's a beautiful day for us to bring your way what is happening in the world of sports. Today promises to be interesting. While it's Wednesday, I'm already ahead thinking it's already the weekend. And today is the day that sports has made. I am Goodluck Chukwuma, the sports oracle. I live sports, I dream sports, and I breathe sports. Yes, it is also important for you to understand the scale of things. While Nigeria is participating in the Commonwealth Games, we're also trying to see how much we could do, how much of the medals we could take. And this and more will bring your way while we move and while we live and while we do everything we have to do, even in the Formula One, where we're bringing you latest updates and those who has won the Formula One race this year. And also, you know that this is going to be one of the times they go for summer break. It is very important. And I told you, I am Goodluck Chukwuma, the sports oracle.
Yeah, good morning, worldwide viewers. I don't want to say only in the Enugu because it's not only
You
Enugu
greeted worldwide.
It's worldwide. Good morning. There are many people viewing us, not just from Enugu. It's from around the globe. So I cannot say just good morning to Enugu people. I hope Enugu people are not upset. Good morning to Enugu people as well. How you guys doing? It's your one and only worldwide, the humble worldwide, bringing you all the sports updates that we are going to see, or that we have seen yesterday, especially yesterday. I can tell you because of the WAFCON that is ongoing and the Super Falcons, had to let the country down yesterday. But of course, it's not.
Why did you say they let the country down?
Because they are one of the favorites. In fact, they are the favorite to win.
And the people that won them,
they are just the debutants, just coming into the competition for the first time and having to beat you, the current, you are defending the title against someone that is just coming in. So it was not a good result.
Seeing Chiamaka Nnadozie,
it was a very poor performance.
Yeah, seeing Chiamaka Nnadozie at the goal, and I was kind of asking myself, what's really happening? Why? What's going on? Is it like they had to hold her legs, so if they want to score, they would just come and score? It was not a smooth transition for me. But really, it was not a good game, as you could see that they had to lose that game yesterday, of course. And a lot also has happened while we're talking about that. We are looking around as though there will not be anything that you will, understand from the game. But for me, the game was not as bad as it was meant to be, because I was expecting the Super Falcons to concede more. I was expecting more. Yes. No. Because when you look at the game, I'm the sports oracle. So when I watch a game, I know that if these people later win, there will be a miracle. Of course, there will be a miracle. But the way they were playing, in fact, it looks like there's a promise that was not fulfilled.
Are you talking about the Super Falcons?
Yes, Super Falcons. There was a promise that was not fulfilled, and most times we will not even talk about this or be obvious, shout about it or talk about it in the loudest corner. Rather, we can only just be encouraged and move on to the next game. The next game is on Saturday, so where you will see them face their opponents. But I'm telling you that it was not actually bad, because of course they are the defending champions. They really have been in this kind of scenario a lot of times. So we're going to see what happens if we could be able to see them carry it to the next level. And it's very important.
I just don't want to hope that there was a promise that was not fulfilled according to what you said. I just don't want to hope.
I'm not saying there's a promise that was not fulfilled.
I was not expecting them to lose this game.
Yes, I was not expecting them to lose the game. But people that debuted, they also were not expecting themselves to lose the game.
Compared to the experience, this is their first time, and compared to the squad that we have, we cannot. This is just not supposed to be. Anyway, in terms of football, anything can happen. But the Nigerian side that possesses a lot of great squad, great names in their play, and they have that quality coming down. The first half was goalless, quite alright. We thought, okay, second half Nigeria will come in and get the win. Only for me to surprisingly see that at the 73rd minute, Malawi are up 1-0. Then at the 79th minute again, another goal from the same person, from the same lady, was Chawinga. Had to score 2 goals. Chawinga. Giving us from the wing, giving us something that we are not praying for. And it was like coming back. We know Nigerians we are good at coming back, especially the Super Falcons. Even in the last World Cup, they proved that against the Morocco team, who are leading them 2-0, and they had to come back from that 2-0 and win the match 3-2. So probably I was still basking in that euphoria. Maybe we will get that win at the dying minute, 3-2. I was still going to see that. I never knew that it's still going to come around, to turn the other way for we to see. We came back 2-1. Then later they made it 3-1 again. That same person, Chawinga, I don't know if we really offended Chawinga from that yesterday match, because this lady dealt with us. She was the one that scored hat-trick. She scored all the goals. She gave us what we were not expecting. And of course, Uche Kanu had to come back, and score the second goal for Nigeria
and save our head.
And save at least let the loss
let us
be that too.
Let the poor breath.
She had to help us, but at the end of the day, we could not. If it was a draw, maybe we came back 3-3. Maybe it would have been a fair result. But at the end of the day, it's just a motivation for me. I see it as despite the loss, we still have 2 more matches in the group stage. So, but don't forget that this is not even the strongest person in the team, in the group. Nigeria should be the strongest. Then the other country that played 6 goals to nothing yesterday. They won somebody 6 goals to nothing.
Yeah.
Nigeria are going to face those people on Saturday. Now, how are we going to win that other country, having, beating somebody 6 goals to nothing? Now we need to win our 2 games that remain, because if we get a draw from any other one and, probably win the last one, we'll start doing that mathematics again that we used to do for the, the male team, where you start calculating, where you will now start looking at the other people, if they are going to get a win from their own, or somebody is going to get a draw. So that's the line we are now pushing to. So if we don't get a win in our second match, if we should get a draw, I can tell you that the chances of qualifying is very slim. Especially we are now going to be depending on best losers, like they did in the World Cup, where the third place, some of the teams in the top place. So this is supposed to be a match that we should have won very comfortably, at least very comfortably. This is like, will I say, one of the, the people that are easier to beat in this group that I'm seeing, that we are in this group C. These are the debutants of the competition. So you are expected to, at least, they are coming in for the first time. They are not used to this competition. This is their first time. And you that have been experienced 10-time WAFCON winner, you should just deliver the message to them. Let them know, just like Anthony Joshua delivered to Prenga, letting you know that I have been here, I'm the world best. So it should have been, in fact, it was a disappointing one for me.
Ask you.
I'm not saying that.
No, I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Delivering the message to them, let them know what?
They should know that these people you are playing, we are not your mates. It's a very simple statement.
Okay, so
we are not your mates.
Do you mean they don't used to win champions again?
Of course, they used to win champions now. That one is not inevitable. I'm not saying they cannot be, but in this scenario right now, as of yesterday, we should have won that match, against a side. Imagine Paris Saint-Germain playing against, will I say, Osasuna in a competition. This is not a friendly match, or this is the WAFCON. In a competition, a proper Champions League match, will you come and tell me that Osasuna will not beat Paris Saint-Germain in their first match? It will almost unlikely. So, and these people beat us, will I say, they beat us 3 goals to 2. If not that we scored dying goals, it will have a 3 goals to 1. They were comfortable beating us. So for me, it's not a good result, but there's always an avenue for a better result. We still have our match coming up on Saturday. We still have the last match that we are still going to play. So we still have the opportunity to still get 6 points from that group. So I hope the Super Falcons have, learned something and see, or will I say, maybe they underrated those other teams. That's what I'm just saying. Maybe they just underrated. I can't say maybe the racial abuse.
Maybe they want
what happened in the hotel were part of it.
No, that's not. That's not. That's what
I say. I don't want to say that their morale was, that already before the match.
For me, I think they actually overrated or
underrated
those
things. Yeah,
they were. What happens in football? You're looking at them like they are the junior side.
You are going to beat them.
You're going to beat them, but at the end of the day, you don't beat them and they beat you. And that's what happens in football. So we are still not seeing Ashley Plumte, one of the Super Falcons, defender who, out of the games that was played last season, Super Falcons, the last time that we went on WAFCON, she only was the one who, held Nigeria's defense. Talking about Ashley Plumte, she actually had to hold down the defense, and Nigeria only conceded 3 goals.
Okay, so she was not featured in this competition.
Yeah, this one she's not.
I think
here.
Maybe probably that would be due to injury or something.
Well, there's a lot of controversy around that, because when you look at the conversations around why she would, in fact, this thing started way back last 2 months from the conversations and not calling her up for the qualifiers. So it's getting weird. It's just like something we cannot talk about for now until we are sure and we get the information from the right sources. But for me, I will only say that having her in the defense would have added a lot, would have made a difference. You would have seen how she would bring the quality. Yeah. Just having her, should be like having someone like Upamecano, and also having someone like someone of Paul Kubasi. Yeah, Kubasi. Yes, that's actually the name I wanted to mention, Paul Kubasi. So having her should be like having these 2 names at the same time. So imagine that you played the whole of WAFCON outing. You only considered 3 goals. We just plumped it at the back. So it makes a lot of sense for me, and I would say it's just something that we have to take a look at.
Well, I hope they bounce back from this, because the other team I was trying to remember was Zambia beating Egypt 6-0. Imagine going to face someone that just defeated someone 6-0 and still having to play. I just hope we bounce back. I believe in our Super Falcons very much. I have so much high beliefs on them, and I know they can always turn things around for their good. So anyway, it was not just only the women that were playing football yesterday. There were a lot of friendly matches talking about the preseason. Chelsea had to play a match yesterday that was filled with goals. I can tell you, it was go galore. If you close your eye and open it, you just see that there's a ball inside the net. They were just scoring. Both sides were enjoying their match, and it was what we were expecting.
Yeah, it was what we were expecting.
For me, it was more of entertainment. It goes to 4.
It was more of entertainment. Match. But when we delve right into this issue, I'm going to show you why João Pedro was a better striker. But this guy was the reason why Brazil left the World Cup
against ndlea. João Pedro, of course, will be a better striker.
This guy was the reason. This guy was the reason why Brazil. I can argue and give you the
that
facts.
They did not go far. We talked about it then, and when we were talking about
this guy, you see, Pedro was actually the reason why Brazil as a nation did not progress in the
if they had him in their squad.
If they had someone like Pedro, like, what are the chances that Vinicius Junior? What are the assists? What are the games? What can't they not bring to assist him to score? It's just sometimes when you look at this, you're seeing it from the place of politics. You're seeing that thing we're talking about, where politics is trying to take over sportsmanship, take over the right decision, and that's what destroys football. That's what makes football to not have weight that they should have. For instance, it also influences the coaches. Why are you intervening on who the coach wants to select for the World Cup? Are you the one that we play? In fact, you would have said, I want to play to select me, because I don't see the need of bringing them out.
They had to force him to bring them.
You know why? We know why. It was not necessary. There was no contribution. There was nothing.
I'm not sure Neymar played up to 60 minutes.
The only time Neymar played, of course, he was subbed the other day.
Yeah,
and
it was 2 subs.
Yes. Neymar was nowhere near the Neymar we used to know. Of course, this guy is no longer in action. Can you just leave him so that he can watch from his TV in the house? But you said no.
They wanted to do that befitting retirement where he would just come play a little bit and retire.
Well, I would still tell you that history has a way it repeats itself. Because the MetLife Stadium, where Neymar started his,
career.
He started headlined his, debuted for the national team, was the same place he retired. I mean, it just how life comes together, and it makes a lot of sense. But Brazil had no need, or they were not in that position to have exited the World Cup earlier if they had someone like João Pedro.
And they used Igor Thiago, in replacement. Igor Thiago was the number 9 they carried, which at the end of the day they were now using more of Cunha to even play. In fact, Ancelotti's lineup, I don't know. Anyway, we saw the politics inside, we saw the pressure. I can tell you that this were not, or some names there were not the people he wanted, but he had to succumb. He had to succumb to the pressure, and of course, let the Brazilian fans and federation have their way. I believe they have learned their lesson. This time around, coaches are no more telling either the club or the country that they want to be coaches alone. They are not telling you that they want to be the manager. If I'm going to be your manager, I'm going to be in charge of selecting my lineup, selecting people that you can see Alonso now giving the green light for Welbeck, not the club, not Chelsea telling him that they want to bring Welbeck. Anybody that they want to sign now, he has to give the green light. Same as Mourinho giving you the green light that, okay, yes, bring in this player, or no, I don't want it. So I believe that's what's coming on board now in football. So it's very important that the coaches are in charge of who they are going to select, either for the World Cup, for the Euros, for the tournament, or for the leagues. They should be the one in charge. They are the one that is going to feed the players. That when something bad is happening, they are the one that the blames are going to fall on. So let them do their selection. Look at someone like Pedro not featuring the World Cup. It's now everybody is talking about it. Coming in, in the second half of the game, where ndlea was playing for more than 60 minutes. He came in, got hat-trick, not even just a goal, not even a brace, got hat-trick within 9 minutes. Of course, it's a friendly match, but you could see his presence. If it was that easy, like we say it's a friendly match, the lad should have gotten a goal, at least in the first half. But he did not get the goal, and João Pedro came in. So this striker was really left out for no good reason for me out of this World Cup. And I hope the Brazilian, Ancelotti, of course, will still be there till 2030. If he still be, we don't know, he might be sacked. You know, these days, coaches have been sacked, you know, anyhow from left to right. They will just sack you for no reason. So if he's still going to be there, he has learned his lesson. So he should know what to do next time. And of course, talking about coaches, don't forget Zidane is now the new French side coach. And of course, the man that we thought he was going to take Italian job did not. He said no to the job. That's talking about Pep Guardiola.
We're going to, yes, we're really going to see what happens at the end of the day, even while we are, you know, analyzing and putting this together. Yeah. We take a short break. When we return, we're going to, you know, organize and bring you updates, other updates in the world of other sports in the Formula One. As I told you earlier, this is the summer holiday. I mean, they have to go on a break just to refresh and come back so that they could do well and do best what they have to do. For now, let's take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now, we showed you yesterday that the Commonwealth Games just started in Glasgow, and Nigeria yesterday, as of yesterday, was fourth on the group. I mean, on those who have racked in the awards, talking about the gold, silver, and the bronze. Right now, the story has changed, and it did not change for good. It actually changed for what we will not say evil, but but it changed for, you know, there's this shift that we are seeing, and Nigeria had to go down to the 5th position, which was not what we expected. Wizzy, you know, yesterday we were celebrating. No. Now I'm very serious.
There was a change.
We're celebrating.
No, funny enough,
we're celebrating.
We're celebrating first four. First four. Where you said actually, I said first 5, top 5. You said no, top 4. But the good thing, I'm seeing good in this thing. I'm not actually seeing bad, because at the end of the day, we had 6 gold medals yesterday. We had 4 silver medals. We did not have any bronze. Now we have 2 bronze. Despite we are only changing position from 4th to 5th, but we attained more medals. So it's not really a bad thing per se. It's just that another team had to earn more medal, maybe more gold medal. Talking about the Scottish side who now moved ahead of us. But we have already attained 2 bronze medals, making our medal more from the 10 we had yesterday to 12 as of today. So it's actually a good thing, just that another people behind us gained more medals. So we gained actually, but we now had to move
if you
from
want
4th
if you
to
want to
5th.
see it, we still have Australia leading.
Yeah, Australia
35 gold now. 35 gold. We have Canada following them with 13 gold, and then we have
England
10 gold. Now we have Scotland. Scotland just had to climb to the 4th position with 7 gold. Then you have Nigeria with 6 gold.
So that's just a little bit alteration where they now moved ahead of us. But the good side I'm still seeing here is that we have attained 2 bronze medals. So we had none yesterday, now we have 2. So it's still good. We still have a long way to go in the competition, and I believe with time we will still we should go back to this 4th position. That's, we should get more gold medal, because the gold medal has more points than the bronze. So if we should get maybe 5 to 10 more gold, of course we'll overtake Scotland. We'll be chasing English side. So the Commonwealth game is still on. Our athletes are doing very well. Don't forget that the para athletics are also doing very well in this competition. They are the one even bringing more of this medal. So we are hoping that we get, or we attain more in this competition, where we are having our own people doing great. Then the medal table, of course, as at Tuesday, we should also look at the bottom half. While we are also looking at the top half, we should look at the bottom half. The last 4 people on the table, we are having Nauru, who are currently just with 2 bronze medals. We have Isle the one they call Isle of Man. I don't know if it's only men that in that country. Isle of Man, they just have only one bronze medal. Then we have Papua New Guinea. These people just
I like
have
the name, say
just
Papua New Guinea.
Like
Papua
Papa
New Guinea.
give it to me, and of course Papa is just giving them just one bronze medal. Just you guys should use this one to just hold yourself. Papua New Guinea and one bronze medal, just one bronze medal, not one gold medal, one bronze medal. Then of course Rwanda. I don't know why Rwanda should still be on one bronze medal. Rwanda should at least have a gold medal because of course these people are still doing well.
Tuesday, the 5, for Tuesday, the list of the
this
gold,
was
silver, and the bronze. Yes, but looking at it, we would see how many African countries.
There are a lot here. Apart from Nigeria at the top, there we have South Africa, we have Jamaica, we have Kenya, we have Cameroon, we have Ghana. Uganda is still there. So anyway, okay, Uganda just have the rest people down there have just one silver medal. Cameroon has one. Okay, a few of them just have gold medal. The rest are more like silver medal. Then these ones I read that are all bronze medalists. So the African continent, we are doing well. We are doing, apart from the Australian side, who I don't know, they are too dominant in this competition, winning almost everything. Then coming close to them is the Canadian side. I believe at the end of the day, looking at what we are seeing here, the English side might overtake the Canadian side because English side are having 43 medals in total, but because the Canadian side are having more gold medals, they are still above them in the group. So at the end of the day, we will see what happens with this ranking. So the Commonwealth is still on. But looking at the the netball, what we call netball, where South Africa had to dominate, they won on Northern Ireland 78-30. That's quite a margin. Having to beat someone 78-30. I can tell you that South Africa has really dealt with the Northern Ireland side. Beating them. More than, well, I say this is more than even half. 30 times 2 is 60. So getting to 78, you are beating them with more than half of the results. So it's really a good one for the South African side.
Yeah, it's really a good one for South Africa. When I saw this, I was excited, even though we could not be able to ascertain how much it would be for them. But we are seeing it as something that has, quality, something that the quality comes on. I must tell you that it doesn't really take anything away from still having the victory or still, meeting up with the demands of what is demanded, what is being demanded of to win in the Glasgow Commonwealth Games. And I'm telling you that this Commonwealth Games is gonna open up a lot, because right now, one thing I'm really excited, even though I don't know how much it would be, but one thing I'm really excited about is that in the Commonwealth Games now, you will see that there's much more broadcast. People are updated on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, on the social media platforms. People are updated. People are shown what is happening, and that makes a lot of sense. If you can't watch it, you have YouTube to go and see the games, and it's really making a lot of sense. I would tell you. Remember, some time ago we talked about the visibility of our games, visibility of sports in Nigeria, that we lack the viewership, we lack the sponsorship because we lack the viewership. So right now, from what is happening in Commonwealth Games, we are now seeing that it's possible to really bring these games down to the grassroots. I mean, someone can see their family member and decide to support them with 1,000 naira. Say, I don't know how that could happen, but I feel like, when you are doing well and someone sees you, like someone is seeing me right now, that I'm doing well. Someone is seeing you right now, you are doing well. The person could say, oh, these guys, okay, let's do something for them there. Let's give a shout out. That's
because they are seeing you.
Yeah, that's because they're seeing you. If they don't see you,
if there's no way to see you, then how are they supposed to?
Yes, if they don't see you, so how are they supposed to do what they may wanted to do for you? So it's just about visibility, and I've been this champion of visibility, championing the cause for things to be shown, especially sports,
especially for our own
Nigerian sport.
Don't talk about our league.
Yeah, don't forget the fight that is coming up this weekend. Portable with Charles Okocha is coming up this weekend. Even though it's in Lagos, it's just going to be in Lagos, and the fight is going to, it's going to come. And if we don't have that visibility to know that this fight is coming, nobody would watch it. And now we're having what we call sportainment. Okay, we're having sportainment, entertainment, and sports fused together.
Yeah.
Where you will laugh, and then you will see the seriousness. You know, the side, the mean side of what we are doing, and it makes a lot of sense for me. I will tell you, this is what we needed. Even though that we are still coming up, I'm talking about the visibility side of sports.
No, at least we are getting there. This is just like a starting point where people are getting to watch the Commonwealth game. So I believe after the Commonwealth game, if the leagues are kicking off, there will still be visibility, just like we are seeing in the Commonwealth. So it's a good start for me, and I hope it continues. It does not just stop after the Commonwealth game. Let's keep up the good work and, you know, continue showing people this visibility. Now let's move into the world of boxing straight away, and we are having our welterweight rankings. We just want to give you an update concerning the welterweight rankings, talking about from number 1 to number 10. We are having Devin Haney as the number 1 welterweight boxer. Then in number 2, we are having Brian Norman Jr. as number 2 for the welterweight rankings. Don't forget, it's the welterweight, not the heavyweight. Then number 3, we are having Jack Catterall. Then of course in number 4, we are having Edmantas Stanionis. Then of course number 5, we are having Ryan Garcia. You would think this is a footballer, but of course this is a boxer. Ryan Garcia on number 5. Then number 6, we are having Rohan Polanco. Then number 7, we are having Raul Courier. Then number 8, we are having Alexis Rocha. Then number 9, we are having Richardson Hitchens. That's the person you are seeing, the boxer you are seeing right there is on number 9. Then number 10, we are having Liam Paro. That's for number 10. This guy is really in a paro mood. So we have him amongst the ranking. Then looking at the undefeated titles, you know, there are people that are undefeated, talking about the world of boxing. And from what we are seeing, we are having some, even having as much as 24 knockouts. You know, they have fought for 24 times. They have not lost. Some have fought 33 times. They have not lost. So what is the probability? In fact, there will be a stage where 1 or 2 of these people are going to meet, and there must be a, you know, someone has to go down. In boxing, I don't think there's anything like that. If you cannot knock out your opponent, there will be an the officiating team will have to bring out a winner. So I'm just going to read out some names for you to tell you the people that are currently undefeated, still sitting undefeated. We are having Alexander Usyk, who have 24 wins and has lost nothing yet. Then we are having Naoya Inoue, the man from Japan. He has also not lost a fight. Then we are having Gervonta Davis. This man has fought 30 times, you know, and he has won all. Then we are having a man, David Benavidez, who is from Mexico. He has 32 wins. Then we go by down there, we are having Devin Haney, who I earlier mentioned. He also have 33 wins. Then we're having Terence Crawford, who have 42. These guys are from the United States. Then, of course, another person we are having here is Jerome Boots Ennis, who have 135. Then, of course, down there, all these guys are from USA. We are having Shakur Stevenson, who also have won for 25 times. So imagine, you know, pairing any of these 2 people to me. Somebody has to go down. Somebody has to take a defeat. So we are probably going to, we are expecting any of them to, you know, get a defeat at the end, because at the end of the day, they will still have to meet. They are not going to go, or probably maybe you are going to retire at this moment. Then you can keep your undefeated title and say, okay, you are not defeated. Then talking about the world of boxing, still we still have the female Sky Nicholson, who has signed a multi-fight deal with Jake Paul's most valuable promotions. This lady has signed, you know, talking about Jake Paul's promotion, she has signed a multi-million fight deal. That's talking about this time around. This is a lady, not for the men. Sky Nicholson, she joins most valuable promotion, talking about the World Boxing Confederation Super Bantamweight champion. This is just a signing, you know, she is doing well in the world of boxing. Then moving forward, straight forward to, you know, talk about a Commonwealth champion that we are having to see, Emmanuel SMA, who broke the major ground to a massive 9.83 seconds win, you know, in the Commonwealth Games title. That's talking about the men's 100-meter. Emmanuel SMA, he has broken the record. He got, you know, out of the race with 9.83 seconds. Mr. Goodov, do you think you'll be faster than this man?
You do think you'll be faster than this man, because when you're talking about being fast, we are talking about this as a sport, not when they are chasing you with gun?
No, if you are chasing me with gun, I believe I will be faster than this.
When they are chasing you with gun, I believe
I'll be faster.
You will not even know that you are fast.
This 9.83 seconds, I might beat it within. If you have to put me in a 100-meter and you are chasing me,
beat it under
3 seconds. I believe I'm running for my life. This man is running, to win a medal. Me, I'm running for my life. So
you're running the race of life.
The race of life. This time around, there is much at stake. My life is at stake, not medal. My life. You are chasing me with an instrument of destruction. So I might be running faster than what I should be running if I'm gunning for a medal. So probably I'll be under 3 seconds. I should be done with the 100-meter, race. If it's under 10 seconds, I should be done with the 400-meter race. So I'm running really fast. But this man, it's common in the Commonwealth game. It's good that we recognize him, though he's not from Nigeria. This man has won, or he has broken the record that was set previously. So the record now is for 9.83 seconds. It's a good thing that we are having our African brothers doing this. And of course, this is where we are going to take another quick short break. When we come back, we'll give you every other update concerned. We are going to go back straight into football. Of course, don't forget, Real Madrid also played a friendly match yesterday against the Leganés side. We are still having so much update talking about transfers, in the world of football. Let's quickly take a short break, and when we'll be right back, we'll dive into the world of football proper to give you all the updates. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV. Just before we move into the world of football, I said we're going to move into the world of football. But let's quickly look at the Formula One table. What we are having, these 2026 winners so far. Let's just give you the names of those that have won in 2026 alone. Don't forget, this season started from 2025, so we are in 2026. So we just want to give you a quick pictures of the winners, who have done, who have won the Grand Prix so far of what we are having to see in 2026. And of course, we have the man himself talking about Kimi. You are going to see Kimi in this picture. You are going to see Sir Lewis Hamilton. You cannot take away that Sir Lewis Hamilton from his name. And you are seeing Lando Norris in this picture, and of course you are seeing Leclerc in this picture. These are the current winners so far. What you are talking about?
Yeah, you're seeing George Russell started.
Yeah,
and then Kimi has won it 5 times in a row.
In a row consecutively. That
5 times.
The young man is really doing
5 times in a row. Then you have Lewis Hamilton winning again, and then you now have George Russell. You have. It just looks like it's only Mercedes and Ferrari.
Apart from this last McLaren had to win.
Yeah,
that's
Norris,
really
the
one
world
time.
champion had to win. But it looks like it's only Mercedes that they had to arrange this victory for.
So they arranged it for it.
Because I know they are working on a lot of things. They are trying to get better. But it looks like it's only them that has this monopoly of victory, and it makes it makes a lot of sense, because anywhere you see Ferrari, you will see Mercedes just beside. Anywhere you see Mercedes, you will see the complementary red. That's the Ferrari red. So it's kind of making it come together, I would say. So for me, Mercedes is really that team that everyone wants to drive for.
Yeah,
they may not have. They may not have the contract just like Ferrari, or maybe just like other teams, but they really have what it takes to have the victory. For instance, it's easier to drive for those who are winning than to steer someone to win. It's easier to be in the winning side, to be on the winning team, than to form a winning team, I would say, because it's all about mentality. Maybe you could also want to start something, but you are discouraged. But when you go to a winning team, it's a different ball game. Even though Kimi Antonelli started from the lowest cadre of of driving. He started from the academy and he had to grow into this Formula One champion. I'm sure that his contract would be having some clause that could determine where he is going next in case he actually wants to leave Mercedes. And I would say for a fact that the young man has made all of us proud. You know, being young does not mean or does not take away anything from you. It actually does reshape and, you know, make you to see things from a different ball game.
For me, where is he going to apart from SDS? This one is one of the best thing for
basically, it may not be what you are thinking that he's thinking, because he's not going there for money, mind you. He's not going there for comfort or whatever he doesn't have. I mean, they're living the simple life. Maybe that's really why I really love them. They live the simple life, just having their thousands of euros, thousands of dollars, depending on the competition. But something clicks every time. They want to have a taste of what it means to represent another team. That's all.
For me, I don't think.
For instance,
what I'm going to say is that maybe the highest I can see here is that Mercedes would rather offer him a more lucrative offer than to let him go now.
Yes, Mercedes would definitely offer him a better contract. I'm saying that it is not about contract. It is actually about the motivation to also represent another team. For instance, I tipped Kimi to drive for McLaren sometime in the future. So
that will be sometime later in the future. Just like someone that plays for Real Madrid now will now want to go to Chelsea and say that, you know, he wants to try somewhere else where, you know, you are in one of the most successful club in the world, and a club that is likely to win trophies ahead of. So anyway, but there is no ruling out of the possibility of, you know, moving to another.
Yeah, there's no ruling out of the possibility. The only thing is that we really would want to see it from,
to see him just drive for someone else.
To do that for someone else, you know, just like the GOATs in football. Like Messi played for Barcelona all his life and spent some time over there in
Paris Saint-Germain,
PSG. Yes, and now he has moved to MLS. Where he is trying to, you know, organize and play well. Of course, you would see Cristiano Ronaldo doing the same thing, not just the same thing, but when it comes to competitions, he loves to play for most people. And if Cristiano Ronaldo if let's say he's 23 years old now, he would have wanted to play for another team. Maybe he would have gone to Bayern Munich, or maybe he would have gone to, you know, any
French
team.
league. No,
French.
He didn't try
He didn't try because of time. Because life is all about time. So that's what I'm saying. So if it may not be about contract now. It may now be about performance. It may now be about, you know, representation. I want to represent this team. I want to represent that team. I want to know what they are bringing. I want to know how it feels to win. Because you basically, they have everything. They have the money. They have the life assurance. They have the insurance. They have what are they lacking?
They have achieved almost everything. So for me, it's just matter of they are just trying to explore this time around. They are not doing it to go and look for, let's say, the titles or the personal. Or they have achieved almost everything in football. So Kimi, probably that will be later in his career when, of course, he has been achieving so much with Mercedes and he will just want to explore. Now, moving forward straight, we are looking at the Egyptian women's side who, you know, are currently representing their country, but, you know, they are having a 7-star. If you look at their jersey, you will see a 7-star there. That is not indicating that they themselves have won the, you know, title for 7 times. It's just indicating that Egyptian men's side also who have won the AFCON for 7 times. You know, that's why you're having to see that 7-star on their jersey. So it's a good thing. You know, they are representing. They are not into whether it's the men that won it or it's the women. They are all Egyptians at the end of the day. So that's why you're having to see that 7-star on their jersey, representing the number of times the Egyptian side, talking about the men, have won the competition. Now, also moving forward, we want to talk about the coach, you know, talking about Rainelli, who has been appointed, you know, the technical
director of the
Italian side.
Yes.
This news came as a surprise to me, where, you know, we are seeing Pello, that's talking about Andre Pello, who was almost after, what's his name, Pep Guardiola had to say no to the Italian side. Pello was now the next person online, you know, having Maldini as the technical director. These people were all pushing for Andre Pirlo to become the head coach, but at the end of the day, the Italian Federation said no, that they wanted somebody more experienced. Talking about Pirlo, who just finished football.
Well, that Pirlo case, I had to go into extensive consultation and conversation about that with my devices. It was obvious that they had to turn down that deal because he has a connection with a Russian betting company. So they have actually seen it that he may not be, they have they're rivals and they may not have that relationship. So that's why they turned him down. Of course, he would have been the best option, seeing that he's a legend in this game.
The legend, but the Italian side are trying to rebuild. Now, you will not say he's been a legend when he was playing, but that coaching experience, you cannot say Pirlo has the coaching experience. So this is an Italian football team that has been out of the World Cup for at least twice now. They did not play this last one, they did not feature in the other one that was played in 2020. So the Italian squad, they are trying to build, will I say build from the scratch, not really from the scratch. Of course, they have the players, but they needed someone with experience who is going to bring this squad together, and impact that coaching experience to the team that we will have to see them in the next 2030 World Cup. But Pirlo, on the other side, we cannot say he's more experienced than this Roberto Mancini that we are seeing now. This Mancini that's coached a lot of clubs in the Italian league, even in the Premier League. So having Mancini on their side, I believe this man will bring much more experience than Pirlo would have brought to the team who are trying to start up again, where they left themselves. The Italian team that we used to know, this is a World Cup champion. They have won the World Cup, previously, and trying to rebuild their team would be, if not that Pep Guardiola turned that team down, I would have said he would have been the best option, coming to see a man like Pep Guardiola with all his tactical knowledge that he will bring in. He will infuse that, get the players back, to their right level. And for me, of course, they had to go with
Pep Guardiola is a smart man, really. For me, he's a very smart man.
He just saw that the team were not, he has a way of selecting where he coach.
Two things he said. First, the salary. Second, family time.
And we know that family is just
yes, we know it's actually just by the side. But for someone who has been in a team, who has done a job for straight 10 years in Manchester City and had to go away with 20 trophies, it tells you that he has seen it all. What he needs now is what this money cannot even get. Sometimes we just start thinking, it's all about the money. No, it's just also about his own priorities, because in contracts, negotiations are considered. Family time. What time? This is in the national side, not the club side, where you don't even have chance for yourself. So and then even if you have chance, maybe you have chance on the wrong day. You lost, you won, something, you just be busy doing something. But looking at this national side, I would tell you that Pep Guardiola is someone everyone should emulate. If the contract is not just working, people can walk away. Not just walking away. If the agreement is not being kept, people can walk away. Now, looking at family time, it tells you what is important to him.
He has the money already.
Yes, you can't
entice a man with like Pep Guardiola with money that
someone at his level of professionalism. We could see some people going after money and leaving their families. And this is to tell you the kind of man he is. He wants to succeed in both worlds. Succeed as a father and also succeed as a manager. I mean, he's going to be back. I'm sure that in next 5 years, before next 2 years, 3 years.
Within next 1 or 2 years. Jurgen Klopp left for just about 2 years.
Yes, they really need to fix few things. Remember, it was when he was Manchester City's coach that he had that crisis. That family crisis that nearly destabilized him, that he had to pay a huge amount of money to the wife. Looking at the situation, the problem there was family time. So I'm telling you right now that sometimes it's just the peace of mind that they are considering, and it's to tell you how other climes consider who takes up positions for them. What is your track record? what have you been doing? Where have you been? You know, what are the things you've been doing as a coach, as a player? What are your affiliations?
Yeah.
What are your market capitalization, your market value, and then who are your close associates? Yeah. Who do you do business with? These are the things that they check. I'm not sure it happens. That same thing happens in our climb. I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure it's something we consider when we want to appoint or put people in such a careful position. See, it's just a football, case. A national team, even national team, there's no much. In fact, how will you bet? Is it not just once in a time, once in a blue moon, you play a match? But seeing the brilliance that these guys apply to invite and employ someone that will take care of their national team, it tells you a lot about other factors. That if someone is not properly guided, what will happen to that person? That person will be misled. So it's important to see how they choose, even in the less. I would not say it's less, but I'm saying in the place that it does not really concern them, is a national team, so they can do anything they like. But you see the quality. They want to be sure that he has nothing to do with the wrong people, and not the wrong people, I would say, but with the people who could be deemed or could be seen as the unfriendly friends of the state. That's just the submission here. So I think it's just a consideration of what it is.
Well, it's a good consideration, to look out for these things, not just appoint somebody. Him being affiliated with the Russian, betting company, it's also something they need. Having to be an Italian coach and having affiliation with a Russian betting, it does not go together. So I believe it will have, stained the Italian Federation's name. So at the end of the day, of course, Pello was not given the job. Now, moving forward, we are going to see, or let's just take a quick one on Brady, Bakola, who is being, he has been linked, over time with the club they called Liverpool. Arsenal, of course, wanted Bakola, but he said he wants to join Liverpool. And of course, we are expecting an official bid later this week. If we are not going to see it today, I'm promising you that we might see it within this week. And Liverpool are rumored to, be offering this guy 150 million euros as a start bid. And Paris Saint-Germain came out the other day to say they are expecting to sell Bakola from the range of 140 to 180. So Liverpool are preparing a bid of about 150 million euros for Brady Bakola. And I don't know if Mr. Godobi, if this is too excessive, let's say if it's too excessive, or if it's within the normal or within the appropriate range for Brady Bakola, to have this bid starting from 150, not even the the bids that we have been seeing so far, 110, 117 for Morgan Rogers, 116. Now we are coming to see 150 as the starting, which we probably might see PSG turning down. Then maybe later Liverpool will have to go and increase maybe to 160. But is this fee, is it not too, for me, it's too much for Bakola?
It's just because we're almost at the neck of the show. I would have given an analysis on the same thing I've been saying over the days. I would have given you a breakdown of what this contract will be. I could say that I'm getting interested in the contract side of football right now. I'm trying to see how contracts work, and it's helping me to see how I can contract you for something.
I know that we have just 2 minutes, but what we are having is 110 actually. Then 40 million add on. That's what's going to be. That package is 110.
The thing is that Bakola, to me, he worth it. If Liverpool sees that he worth it, but he's still from PSG. And it's still from Liverpool. It's both of them that will decide. Bakola himself wants to play for Liverpool. So it's his choice. And I will tell you, he is going to be the next big signing for Liverpool. I've seen how he plays the French national team. He is doing so well. And he will bring the quality that we need in the Premier League. Also, talking about, the guy who came from Brighton to Chelsea, Danny Welbeck. You see that Danny Welbeck is now a Chelsea player, and it's making a lot of sense. So we're going to see a clash of great guys coming together. Rio Ferdinand was telling him, leave Chelsea and come to where you belong. Of course, this morning it was confirmed that he is the next Chelsea player, and Chelsea has been making great moves in the transfer market, in the transfer window, and it's wonderful to see this happening over time.
All right, this is where we have to draw the curtain here on Aneke Sport. I hope you guys had a good time with the updates that we brought to you. Don't forget to leave your comments on all our social handles, talking about Facebook, talking about Twitter, talking about YouTube. You just leave your comments on how you watch this show and what you are expecting, or other things that you want us to talk about. We'll also bring that to you. Don't forget, we are going to come back same time, same station tomorrow by 8 p.m. We are already here. Have a beautiful Wednesday. Have a lovely Wednesday morning. Have a great day. I remain your humble host, Worldwide, saying bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Have a wonderful day. Move with the world. The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, President Tinubu says the sustained peace in public universities shows his administration's reforms are delivering stability and improving lives. The federal government has begun documenting property losses suffered by Nigerians in recent violent attacks across South Africa to back opening upcoming compensation claims. On the foreign scene, in Japan, the death toll from yesterday's magnitude 7.1 earthquake has risen to 13 as rescue teams race against time to locate survivors trapped in a collapsed shopping mall. On business news, Education Minister has urged state government to fast-track administrative requirements to unlock a $552 million World Bank grant aimed at improving classroom instruction. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu yesterday declared that the sustained industrial peace across Nigerian public tertiary institutions represents an answer to his prayers and concrete evidence that ongoing national reforms are yielding positive societal outcomes. Speaking at the State House in Abuja, during a consultative session with the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, the President stressed that stabilizing the academic calendar remains central to his administration's social contract. Addressing the delegation led by Archbishop Matthew Manoso Ndagoso, President Tinubu highlighted how the resolution of disputes with the Academic Staff Union of Universities now allows students to complete their studies without disruptive multi-month interruptions. He linked this institutional stability directly to newly established educational safety nets, particularly the National Student Loan Scheme, describing both measures as vital pillars designed to relieve economic burdens and families. While acknowledging the severe economic challenges facing Nigerian households, the President assured the religious leaders that key macroeconomic policies are beginning to stabilize the economy. The Catholic Bishops' Conference praised the dialogue, noting that its expansive network of educational and developmental bodies relies heavily on national stability. The delegation urged the federal government to sustain its engagement with civil society stakeholders while remaining responsive to the pressing welfare needs of citizens across the Federation. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, has issued a comprehensive nationwide directive instructing all state commands and tactical formations to transfer cases involving terrorism financing, banditry, and cross-border financial crimes directly to specialized intelligence units. Speaking during a high-level strategic conference with the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit in Abuja, the police chief emphasized that modern criminal networks rely on rapid digital transactions that must be disrupted at the source. To institutionalize financial tracing, the Nigerian Police Force has established a dedicated Proceeds of Crime section under the command of a Deputy Commissioner of Police specializing in financial forensics. The newly formed unit is tasked with dismantling illicit financial pipelines, supporting kidnapping syndicates, crude oil theft, and violent extremism by ensuring suspects are systematically stripped of operational capital and assets. The Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit Chief Executive Officer, Hafsat Bakari, endorsed the initiative, noting that financial footprints provide crucial leads that often precede physical evidence in complex criminal investigations. She emphasized that joint interagency tracking will enhance evidence gathered and significantly raise conviction rates during prosecution. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopito, has appealed to traditional institutions in Osun State to intervene and de-escalate political tensions ahead of the upcoming August 15th governorship election. Leading a senior commission delegation to the palace of the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the INEC chairman stressed that maintaining public trust requires an atmosphere free from violence and voter intimidation. Highlighting the importance of the election, Professor Amupita framed the Osun ballot as a critical off-cycle poll that will set procedural and security benchmarks for future national elections. He reassured traditional rulers and voters that the bimodal voter accreditation system will be fully deployed across all polling units to guarantee voter verification and eliminate ballot manipulation. Welcoming the electoral delegation alongside prominent traditional rulers, the Oni of Ife expressed deep concern over the escalating political rhetoric across the state. The monarch urged political parties and their candidates to exhibit restraint, prioritize public safety, and allow the electoral process to proceed without interference. Oba Ogunwusi further called on INEC to maintain absolute neutrality throughout the electoral cycle to preserve its integrity as an impartial umpire. The federal government has commenced the issuance of official claim documentation forms to register property losses suffered by Nigerian citizens during recent violent attacks in South Africa. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Aneke, announced the measure in Abuja following a high-level diplomatic briefing with President Bola Tinubu and visiting South African envoys, stating that Nigeria intends to support its formal compensation claims with verified data. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs characterized the recurring violence against Nigerian citizens as targeted Afrophobia rather than generalized xenophobia, stressing that black African migrants have been systematically targeted regardless of their legal resident status, while acknowledging that approximately 1,490 Nigerians have been safely repatriated through private sector partnerships. The government reiterated that all citizens retain their fundamental rights to life, safety, and property protection under international law. During bilateral discussions, South African authorities agreed to reactivate the Joint Early Warning Mechanism and the Nigeria-South Africa Bi-National Commission to address underlying security concerns. President Bola Tinubu has addressed political opponents eyeing the presidency in the 2027 general elections, declaring that his administration remains fully prepared for a rigorous democratic contest based on performance and policy delivery. Speaking at the presidential villa during an audience with the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, the president rejected allegations of systemic bias within the electoral system, describing opposition criticism of electoral institutions as unfounded. Addressing the delegation led by Archbishop Matthew Man-Oso Ndagoso, the president also responded to long-standing representations regarding the return of mission schools to religious institutions. He clarified that constitutional authority over primary and secondary education rests with state governments, advising church leaders to engage state governors directly to resolve ownership and administrative issues. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia has strongly condemned the attack on a Feyi community in Otukpo local government area, which resulted in the death of at least 15 residents and left several others injured. Armed assailants invaded the village, firing indiscriminately into residential structures and displacing hundreds of community members. Governor Alia expressed deep sorrow over the casualties, while commending the Benue State Police Command and local security tactical units for their swift response. Security forces intercepted the fleeing attackers, neutralizing 2 suspects during an exchange of gunfire while recovering operational weapons from the scene. Local government authorities confirmed that search and rescue teams are working with emergency responders to locate missing persons scattered during the assault. Community leaders indicated that the invasion represents a sharp escalation in localized violence, linking the attack to reprisal tensions stemming from the unresolved killing of a regional livestock association leader. The Governor Alia pledged enhanced logistical and operational support to state security agencies to secure vulnerable rural communities. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has approved new appointments to leadership positions within several key state agencies and parastatals. The administrative realignments are designed to accelerate public sector service delivery and strengthen governance frameworks across primary healthcare, housing, youth development, and public communications. According to an official statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Mr. Christian Aburime, the new appointments include Dr. Nelson Omenora as Special Advisor on Youth Reformation and Dr. Chizoba Ezaso as Executive Secretary of the Anambra State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Furthermore, Mr. Chike Anyono has been appointed Managing Director of the Anambra State Housing Development Corporation, while Mr. Chris Meloku has been reappointed as the Managing Director of the Anambra Broadcasting Service. Governor Soludo directed the newly appointed officials to deploy their professional expertise to advance the administration's strategic goals. 2 members of the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria have been killed following an attack on the pastoral settlement in the Oheha community within the Zago local government area of Enugu State. The victims were identified as Amadu and Umaru, sons of the Southeast Zonal Chairman of the association, Alhaji Haruna Sal. Reports indicate that unidentified gunmen invaded the cattle camp, shooting the 2 brothers, while slaughtering approximately 40 head of cattle. The assailants subsequently fled into surrounding forest reserves, leaving community residents and local pastoralists in state of shock. Leadership from the Cattle Breeders Association commended the Enugu State government and responding security agencies for swift intervention in securing the area and recovering the victims' remains for traditional burial rites. The association stressed that its members operating in the region are conducting legitimate business activities in compliance with state regulations. The association called on the Nigeria Police Force to execute a thorough investigation to identify and prosecute the perpetrators. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. President Tinubu says the end of university strikes is clear proof his administration's reforms are delivering social stability. Federal government begins registering property losses of Nigerians affected by recent violence in South Africa. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. In Japan, the death toll from yesterday's magnitude 7.1 earthquake rises to 13 as rescuers search for survivors trapped under a collapsed shopping mall. And on business, Education Minister urges state government to speed up administrative processes to assess a $552 million World Bank grant. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
You're welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned the attack that resulted in the deaths of approximately 30 residents, including women and children, in Narindon village, Kamaru ward of Kauru local government area in Kaduna State. The president directed security agencies to intensify joint military and police operations to apprehend the perpetrators and restore order to the affected communities. A statement issued by the State House and signed by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, confirmed that the assault occurred in the early hours of Monday. In addition to the fatalities, several residential structures were set ablaze, while an unconfirmed number of villagers were abducted by the retreating assailants. Describing the assault as a barbaric act of terror against the defenseless citizens, President Tinubu warned that criminal elements attempting to destabilize recent security gains in Kaduna State will face the full weight of the law. He reiterated that security forces have been mandated to track down all networks supporting rural banditry across the northwest region. Search and rescue teams in southwestern Japan are continuing emergency operations following a powerful magnitude 7.1 earthquake that struck Kumamoto Prefecture, resulting in at least 13 confirmed deaths and widespread structural damage. Emergency personnel are sifting through heavy debris in a race against time, focusing rescue efforts on a collapsed structure in Kashima Town, an industrial site in Yatsushiro. Prime Minister Sanai Takaishi addressed the nation during an emergency disaster management briefing, declaring that government agencies, police units, and the Japan Self-Defense Forces have been fully deployed to clear blocked transport routes and reach trapped individuals. Rescue operations are currently concentrated on the heavily damaged Iron Mall complex and a major paper processing facility. In affected communities across the prefecture, thousands of residents spent the night in evacuation centers as strong aftershocks continue to rattle the region. Survivors described the initial shaking as the most violent in recent memory, with structural fires, power outages, and broken utility mains compounding rescue difficulties. The United States military reported that Iran launched a series of ballistic missiles targeting American coalition forces in the Middle East, ending a brief diplomatic lull in regional hostilities. United States Central Command confirmed that all incoming projectiles were successfully intercepted by air defense systems, with Iranian authorities confirming the targeting of facilities in Jordan. In immediate response to the missile strike, combined United States and Saudi Arabian military forces executed coordinated retaliatory strikes against Iran-allied militia targets in eastern Iraq. Central Command stated that the joint operation targeted multiple logistics hubs, weapons storage facilities, and command installations linked to groups responsible for recent regional offensive operations. United States defense officials characterized the joint strikes as a necessary response to more than 30 aerial drone attacks launched by regional proxies over a 72-hour period. Central Command issued a stern warning that continued proxy operations by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps would trigger further defensive military actions across the operational theater. China has engaged in direct diplomatic negotiations with Yemen's Houthi movement to secure safe navigation guarantees for Chinese-flagged commercial vessels and oil tankers transiting the strategic Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The diplomatic initiative follows maritime security restrictions enforced by the armed group, which targeted commercial shipping channels servicing regional trade routes. Beijing is coordinating vessel clearances directly with Houthi maritime officials on a ship-by-ship basis, with regional diplomatic sources confirming that Iranian authorities were briefed on the bilateral arrangement. The agreement aims to maintain unimpeded crude oil shipments from the Red Sea export terminals to compensate for supply chain disruptions affecting alternative maritime routes. Despite Chinese diplomatic progress, global maritime operators remain cautious, with several international shipping lines maintaining diversions around the Cape of Good Hope. The captain and two crew members of the Guyanese passenger ferry that capsized last week have been charged with murder in connection with a maritime disaster that claimed 72 lives, with 30 individuals remaining missing. Captain Kevin Price, alongside crewmen Rondell Dwayne Roberts and Dillon Granderson, appeared before a Georgetown magistrates court and were remanded into custody without plea entry. The 87-year-old vessel, the MV Barima, sank on July 18th during a scheduled transit from the capital city of Georgetown to a northwestern settlement of Port Kaituma. Now to business news. The federal government has urged state government to expedite administrative compliance requirements to access the $552 million World Bank-assisted Hope Education Program. Speaking at an executive retreat for State Commissioners of Education in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, warned that eligible states risk forfeiting performance-based grants if operational deadlines are missed. Dr. Alausa highlighted that while all 36 states qualify for funding, several sub-national administrations have yet to finalize mandatory subsidiary loan agreements, open dedicated program accounts, or submit baseline educational data sets. He emphasized that unlocking the financial resources is essential for modernizing school infrastructure, improving teacher development, and elevating basic education learning standards nationwide. The Education Minister urged leadership to transition to digitalized governance frameworks by executing the annual school census through the Nigerian Education Management Information System. The Abia State government has announced plans to implement a comprehensive policy framework designed to mitigate climate change risks and attract international environmental development funds. Speaking at a news briefing in Umuahia following the State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Alex Oti, the Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kano, outlined the strategic objectives of the initiative. Prince Kanu stated that the incoming policy will deploy multifaceted measures to address severe ecological challenges across the state, including urban flooding, soil erosion, heat stress, and agricultural disruptions. The framework aims to leverage international climate financing to fund sustainable infrastructure, safeguard public health, and bolster rural food security. The Commissioner announced that engineering assessments have been completed at the major ecological hazard zones, including the Amamba Ozoakole erosion site in Bende local government area and the Ipupe Ubakala flood basin in Umuahia South, noting that technical interventions are being structured to halt land degradation and protect surrounding civil infrastructure from environmental decay. On public health and environmental sanitation, the state government confirmed the continuation of structured house-to-house sanitary inspections across all 17 local government areas. The Ministry of Environment reaffirmed its commitment to maintaining rigorous enforcement of environmental sanitation codes to prevent urban pollution and disease outbreaks. A coalition of major aviation labor unions has issued a fresh 7-day ultimatum to domestic airline operators, threatening industrial picketing action over the non-remittance of the statutory 5% ticket sales charge to the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority. The joint notice was issued by the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria and the National Union of Air Transport Employees. Labor leaders expressed frustration over the expiration of an earlier 14-day notice served on the airlines operators of Nigeria, warning that withholding statutory collection deprives aviation regulatory bodies of necessary operational funds. The union stressed that financial shortfall jeopardizes airspace oversight, safety inspections, and essential infrastructure maintenance across national airports. Union executives emphasized that persistent financial strain directly compromises workers' welfare and professional working conditions, creating systemic risks that could undermine overall civil aviation safety standards. Now to sports news. Tournament debutants Malawi produced a major surprise in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, defeating 10-time champion Nigeria 3-2 in their Group C opening fixture. The Malawian team, known as the Scotchers, delivered a disciplined performance, breaking open a tight contest in the second half through clinical finishing. Malawi established control of the match through a quick second-half double, with star striker Tamwa Shawinga opening the scoring before team captain Tabitha Shawinga doubled the lead. The Malawian forward repeatedly exposed defensive gaps, putting the defending champions under sustained pressure through the second period. Despite a late tactical push from the Super Falcons that yielded stoppage time goal from captain Rashidet Ajibade and substitute Uchenna Kano, Tamwa Shawinga's second match goal proved decisive in securing the victory for Malawi. And on to entertainment news. Abia State's Governor Alex Oti has approved financial intervention to cover the initial phase of medical treatment for veteran Nollywood actress Ngozi Nwosu. The state assistance was confirmed by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Tourism and Entertainment, Dr. Justice O.K. Martins, who praised the administration's prompt response to the health needs of the veteran performer. Dr. Martins highlighted that the government's intervention reflects its commitment to supporting cultural icons who have contributed significantly to the nation's creative economy. The funding will cover immediate diagnostic, therapeutic, and clinical procedures required during the primary stage of a medical management plan. While the state government has secured resources for immediate care, officials appeal to corporate entities, public figures, and well-meaning Nigerians to assist the financial support. The announcement has generated positive responses across the Nigerian creative industry, with Performing Arts Association praising the state executive for supporting creative veterans. And now to end the news, the main points again. President Bola Tinubu says the uninterrupted academic calendar in public tertiary institutions is clear proof that his administration's socio-economic reforms are restoring stability. The federal government has begun issuing official registration forms to document property losses suffered by Nigerians in recent violent attacks in South Africa. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola, confirmed in Abuja that the data will support formal compensation demands, reiterating that all compensations will be done based on a collective data. And that's it on the news this morning. For more breaking stories and news updates, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content, capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning here in the city of Enugu, and we welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV from the studios, our studios here in vibrant Enugu. Welcome, and I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, welcoming you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with love, purpose, and delightfulness, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. We are here live in our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right, it's another day to appear radiant in our custom-made shirt.
Yeah.
And it's always a delight to see Mr. Uche, because each time I see him in the t-shirt, I feel like he's going to wrestle someone because he looks so.
Yeah,
he looks so muscular.
He's so ready for the next.
Is that a cover-up for me not to tell you what I already said? You come out this morning looking white, and I asked what happened.
Wouldn't you see wouldn't it be an anomaly if I'm seated amongst men and I don't look at least
we should brighten you, sorry.
No, I should be the light. I should be I should be able to compliment.
Anyway, I understand you. We are rubbing off on you already. So
wow.
That's why you're looking whitish and all that. So it's good to see you, men, this morning.
It's good to
How
see
is
you.
It?
It's
Good Hope.
Cold.
Rural rugged.
Rural rugged has been going on. I mean, it's been a wonderful time just being in my community, seeing what's happening, trying to help and do what I know best how to do. Of course, at the end of the day, Mr. Uche told me something while I was going yesterday, and I will always keep to that. I will not say it here, but he knows what I said.
Whatever it is, I can't remember. But whatever it is, I know that people who come from the, who are rural rugged and who come out from the rural and the hinterlands, they come out with green stuffs because it's already harvest season.
Everything is not up for Mr. Uche. Everything you know about the process. Sometimes you just come to these communities and you just give and you go without expecting anything.
So what you're saying is that he's not giving the community?
No, he's giving.
No, because I've been in such communities. Whenever you are giving, you are burdened with loads of harvests. They want to show appreciation in maybe with corn, pear, and
what if the appreciation are impressed?
Basically, the kind of scenario where
we are talking about Southeast Nigeria, people who are very appreciative of the little or the commonest good done to them. And I know they are quite appreciative. Yeah,
but the scenario where I find myself every time I engage in a rural rugged,
you don't need to explain.
Would not be that opportunity to do that, but it's fine. It's really fine.
Anyway, it's good to have you join us.
But it's good that you learn how to do some farm work while you're there as well.
Yes, of course, because we are in Nigeria and we are having the structures coming in. So it's not going to be only from the oil and gas. We're still trying to move into the agricultural side. And I'm learning to farm. Of course, it's not going to be with the machete and the hoe. It's going to be with tractor.
Unfortunately, urban development is depriving all of that, and I saw the first lady sometime, trying to let us that we can have little garden, and I was excited when she has harvested from her garden, some of this is there. But when you go to Canada, you see a lot of people in their backyard, they cultivate most of the vegetables they eat.
Yes,
wow, it's very nice. Yeah.
So, and it's a culture I think we should imbibe here as well.
I mean, if you have the space where you can cultivate, even if it's not the full on guard farm, but you could have their makeshift now. You could have them in bags, you have them in containers. Just grow a little bit of those things.
There are a lot of improvements and development that you can take that, because this time people need to be very cautious of what they eat. When people want to eat healthy, you understand, and then avoid a lot of these organic products and all that. So it's good people begin to cultivate at their backyard.
Once again, welcome
it's a pleasure to see you.
And we're starting off with our quotes for the day. Our quote this morning is from Eleanor Roosevelt. Do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you'll be criticized anyway. Honestly, I don't know where Mr. Uche gets this quote from sometimes. It just stirs up, and then when your mind just goes
and keep quiet about some things and expose some things.
Well,
honestly, this quote this morning, because yesterday we learned that what you should maintain is the principle about yourself. And this morning, you're telling us
you should give the credit to Mr. Good Hope, not Mr.
Okay, Mr. Good Hope. Well, thank you for this quote as they come. And Lord this morning is reminding us that it is important to do what you feel is right, you know, in your heart, because you will be criticized anyway. Whatever it is, Igbo people will say, Modema Modoma, or Waganegu. Whether it's good or bad, people will talk. So the most important thing is, you know, staying true with what you know, saying what you believe is right, because you'll be criticized anyway. And most importantly, I might add, it's important to know what is right, not what you think is the right thing to do. What is the right thing that is acceptable by society, acceptable by on all moral standards. It's important to do them, because eventually you'll be criticized. So it's rather you stay on the right track and be criticized than to be on the bad part and still get criticisms.
It's important, like you said, to do what is in your heart. Not just like you said, and we are seeing Eleanor Roosevelt coming out to, you know, inspire us this morning. Of course, many people wanted to do what is in their hearts, but they have not been able to do that. They have tried to do what people have told them to do, but they have not been able to do that. So right now, the motivation for this morning is that you do what is in your heart. What is that you have in your heart? I'm sure that you know what the one thing you should always have in your heart is to, you know, ensure you participate in the next election. Do what you know is right. People would always talk, people would always criticize, people would always, you know, try to, you know, talk about things they may not know the history, but you know what you did. I'm not saying I'm not supporting any side of the wrongs, but I'm just saying that doing what is right in your heart could mean being part of the next election. It could mean being part of the people who would come out en masse to vote and be voted for. You know, just like the INEC chairman has come out to say that every you know, eligible vote will be counted. It is important to know that yours too will be counted, and it's not going to, if there's a need for change, it's not going to come from heaven. It's going to come from the men, because the men are those who need change. There's no election in heaven. I would say there's no election over there in hell. I don't really know, but I'm just saying there's no election in heaven, and there's no election in the world beyond here. So where you participate, doing what is right and do what is in your heart should also mean that you are going to, you know, be criticized, but at the end of the day, you did something. That's what matters.
All right. The point is that we shouldn't be afraid of criticism. You know, it depends on the vantage point you see it. Criticism, you know, though come in different folds. You know, critiquing, there are moments of criticism that strengthens you. But for me, what matters here is that one should, you know, watch his or her integrity. If you're a man of integrity, then doing what you feel to be right, you should do that without being perturbed about the criticism that will come your way. You understand? And for me, that is far more important. That whatever you do, you feel is right, should be from the vantage position of integrity. And this should be, you know, a cue to our leaders, those who are the helm of affairs. Always try to be fair and right to all manner of men. Do the right thing, do the needful, and then ensure that at the end of the day, you've, you know, satisfied your conscience and your integrity, you know, will not be put to question. And the word coming from Eleanor Roosevelt is indeed a very, you know, good morning tonic for us today.
Truly is. All right, that's our quote for today from Eleanor Roosevelt. Do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you'll be criticized anyway. We took a short break, and when we get back, we're bringing you the weather update for today, Wednesday. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle, but when you leave it and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Soras here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise. Now let's take a look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from The Nation, Vanguard, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, and The Punch.
And joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum, with deeper insight and deep dive on these issues. He will x-ray the issues beyond the headlines. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning.
And how are you feeling this morning? The lights are restored. The president is fulfilling his promise.
Oh, well, yes, I did my ironing this morning. No, there's not two ways about it. But I am talking about sustainability this time. So it will be sustained. It will be there. It will always be there. Not epileptic.
Not epileptic. Anyway, by the way, you look so good on Aneke branded t-shirts and all that.
This is not the first outing I'm coming on it. So,
yeah, but it's good to highlight the fact that you still look good on it.
But you didn't compliment on that.
I am doing that right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you as always. Ochoma can't wait to go.
All right, let's take a look at the front page headlines. We have on the Vanguard headline, the registration of ADC orders was judicial rascality. That's the headline on the Vanguard. On the Daily Trust, we have relief for ADC as appeal court slams judge. On Guardian, gubernatorial candidates, parties unsettled by running mate hurdles. The Punch, federal government overshoots borrowing limit as new debt reaches 12.62 trillion naira. Now on The Nation, we have xenophobia. Federal government demands justice from South Africa. On the Daily Sun, we have Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings. On the Daily Sun, we have Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings. let's take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says the registration of ADC. Others was judicial rascality, appeal court. The registration of ADC and others was a rascality, which was said by the appeal court in Abuja. And the Court of Appeal in Abuja has actually vacated a lower court judgment that ordered INEC to register the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties. The appellate court described Justice Peter Lifu's earlier during as judicial rascality and overturned it.
All right, Mr. Harris, we are still on this very issue. The appellate court, in its wisdom, has come out to, say the obvious, that this judgment earlier on May by Justice Peter Lifu is a judicial rascality of the highest order. In fact, an insult to the Nigerian Constitution and a greater assault to the sensibility of the Nigerian people who, in this very instance, did, for want of a better word, seem to know the dictum and the dictates of the law of the Nigerian Constitution and what the law says better than the distinguished Honorable Justice Peter Lifu.
Yeah, it is an obvious thing. Earlier, when the judgment was given by Peter Lifu, we had done some analysis on in the studio here, and where our submissions were, of course, corroborated by the appellate court by saying that it was serious judicial rascality. Of course, when I give an insight on that action, it is not as if I'm a judge. I am not one, but with my little knowledge of the law, I do know that it is not done. It is not obtained. More so, when an appellate court had earlier ordered there should be a stay, and you went ahead to give judgment. So it is not done. That is, the use of the word judicial rascality is just to make the least statement about it, because there should have been even stronger adjectives to qualify the action of the judge of the High Court. But all the same, we can see that there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. We had, in Nigeria, a lot of people had criticized the judiciary for getting involved in all the politicking in Nigeria. You see, elections should not be won in court. Elections should be given, the mandate should be given by the people to whoever they need to represent them. And that is exactly what it ought to be. So, but the courts have also made a good statement of themselves by the appellate court standing firm to give a judgment showing no biases, because that is exactly what is supposed to be. And when you described, while you were asking this question, you gave a description of the High Court judge who should be knowledgeable enough to know the rules. And the rule says that whenever you are given such order by an appellate court, a court that is higher than yourself, the onus is upon you to obey them. But somehow, when you say rascality, he disobeyed the court. For us, the commoners, and it is a contempt of court. You see, now the judiciary may call it judicial rascality because a bencher, is involved. But if it is an ordinary man that has to do things that's like what the bencher did, he should have been content, and he will show reasons why he should not be jailed, given a jail time. But in this circumstance, the NJC knows how to deal with such situation. That is where they will call that judge to order for actually going or going beyond his role, because he went beyond what powers he has to start ruling on a matter that's been put on hold, put on hold in order by the appellate court.
For me, I would just say I hope these 5 parties can now fully concentrate and work towards the elections, because for some of these parties, they've had conversations, dialogue, and some stipulations. So with these verdicts now, and then with these cases being thrown out, they can finally face. But my concern is with Justice Lifu. What are the? Is there some sort of punishment that will be issued to someone who has flouted an order as as grave as this? A Supreme Court, the Appeal Court asks you to suspend, and then you go ahead and pass effect. I just hope there's something that needs to be done to put such activities and actions in check in case of next time.
Yes, there's a way of reprimand, because what he did is uncalled for. What he did is not tenable. It is not accepted by anybody, anywhere, in every sane society. It is not done. It is flouting the rule of law. It is and more so when he is knowledgeable about the law, when he should know the position that order, in his position that order takes precedence, and as such should not. So I mentioned about Nigerian Judicial Council, NJC. NJC is a body that is vested with the responsibility of calling erring judges to order. So I think something like that should be. But remember that the courts do not give you what you did not ask for. So it is upon somebody somewhere must ask the NJC to intervene, and that's when they will certainly give a reprimand.
But Mr. S, must the NJC wait for somebody to appeal or write to them for them to do the right thing? Things have come so bad that the NJC, Nigerian Judicial Council, seems to be a toothless bulldog. I remember earlier.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Some judges have been given the marching orders, ruled, some suspended, and some even, sacked from the bench.
We should be seeing more of that, especially with political judgments that we're seeing in decline this period.
No, sometimes there are certain political judgments. It may not actually be acceptable, but in the eyes of the law, it could hold waters.
No, but
that is why. Remember, Charles Dickens says the law is an ass, and an ass is a donkey, and wherever you beat it to go, and that's where it goes. A judge could hinge on a particular precedence and give a judgment on an issue. Another judge could hinge on another precedence and give a judgment on it. So sometimes these things can be reconciled. That's why we have courts, high court, appeal court, and of course the Supreme Court, that's the apex court, that has all the rights. So it's only when there are errings in law in various ways that you appeal for, and when you get to the apex, whatever they say rules it, and that becomes the precedence, and it's set, and it's a law for everybody. So we will not just come and say because this judge erred in law, then you reprimand him. They are bound to err. These are judges, they are humans. They are bound to err. It's only when a panel of judges sits and begin to see from the way the judgment is being given that they now find out that it should have been this way instead of the other way.
All right, I quite agree with you, to an extent, and to the extent that the National Judicial Council is no longer seen as to be doing what needs to be ought to be done. I remember earlier in 1998, 99, moving forward earlier in this democratic experiment from 1999, the National Judicial Council was such that even judges were so careful not to err, and I was close to a number of judges in this period, and I've seen a lot of them who were reprimanded, some derobed, to the extent that they never survived from the embarrassment that came as a result of that. And we are in a period where we've seen judges give some, pronouncements to the extent that political parties and politicians are now writing that their cases should not go to certain judges in Nigeria. And that is something that one needs to, really sit back and ponder over. However, when we come to this very issue at the moment, Justice Peter Alifao is revered, but one must call a spade a spade. I remember that when we called this judicial rascality, we were so scared that of reprimand that may come from it. People may think that we are, beginning to speak beyond, our democratic liberty to talk. But this is coming from the appellate court, and they have called him to order. But beyond that, yes, you rightly submitted that one need to ask, that the court doesn't give you what you don't ask. But they should have gone higher than that to recommend a reprimand. Because where a court of higher jurisdiction issued an order, from which authority did he derive the powers to overrule? A high court to overrule an order of the appellate court. That is him moving to the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit, where he doesn't have the right nor the liberty to tread into. The sanctuary doesn't belong to him. It was the right of the appellate court, or perhaps the Supreme Court, to give better interpretation to that. And he made a mess of our democratic process, leading, if you listen to the Osun State Governor, that he is happy that at the end of the day, he will be in the ballot against the wishes of some people not wanting to be in the ballot. That casts aspiration to, it casts serious aspiration to an outcome from the Osun election, because the credibility will be in question. If he emerges re-elected, there will be questions, and if he doesn't, there will be greater questions asked, and people who should know better should do better. And you rightfully submitted, when you take a cue from 2015 to date, the court has become the electoral umpire in Nigeria. No longer the citizens choosing who their leaders should be. And who should be worried? I love to listen to our dear President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I love him for one thing: his democratic credentials, his fight for democracy. And I hope and I believe that, just like we were speaking, he would ensure that things doesn't degenerate to a level where the market woman may begin to sound more right before the law than our judiciary.
The whole lot of degenerations is a national issue. We must always put into account or take cognizance of the fact that the dynamic nature of this country and degeneration of all things, given the inherent factors that tend to control most of these degenerations, is still there. These judges are not from the moon. The judges are humans, they are Nigerians. And like many other Nigerians, like most other Nigerians, corruption has permeated into each and every one of them. And that is exactly why sometimes some people allow materialism to overcloud a sense of reasoning and the sense of unbiased situation. And that is what plays out in some of these judges. So sometimes it could happen because these judges are Nigerians. We cannot say they do not know it. They know what they are doing. Possibly there are some, mouth-watering, things placed on the table, and they look away to pick it. And that's exactly what is happening. So when you want to say the judges are not infallible, you cannot say that they cannot fall. They can fall, they can mistakenly fall, they can knowingly fall. These are two ideas.
I agree with you in total, but you understand what is at stake here. Yes, the judges are human beings. They are not infallible. But the point is that we've never degenerated to a point where we see a lower court in Nigeria usurp the powers of a higher court. And is now being done with impunity.
There's always a day. That is exactly the situation.
That's why we don't need to condone things.
Of course we are not condoning it. Of course we are. From the time that judgment was given, we have always said no. We have always raised a red flag. And of course the appeal court has vindicated us in this studio. Because here we said it, that it is not done. And today, or yesterday, when the appeal court came with the judgment, said no, it is not done. And it is not done. Even if you go to the Supreme Court, the appeal court will uphold the fact that such situation is not done. And we do know, and all Nigerians. And that is exactly when we say that you have gotten justice. Because you now know that is justice given to the people, and you see people happy for such justice given. Sure. You see, but sometimes you get a judgment without justice. That is what happens in Nigeria. You have courts of coordinate jurisdictions giving diverse order on one particular matter. An order this way and another order that way. So you, of course, it is always said that the which one prevails? The first one prevails, or the latest one prevails. Sorry. So and that is the kind of quagmire we have seen ourselves. So, and then of course the judiciary should now begin to, maybe digitize cases before them, and it will be in a central judicial system that all courts in Nigeria will have access to, so that whenever that same matter is in court somewhere, the other court will always do, and we reject to adjudicate on such matter, reject to sit on such matter, and that will solve most of our problems.
Very well said. And on that note, we'll continue to celebrate the decision of the appellate court to set the record straight, and the Nigerian politicians, leaders, judiciary should take a cue from the courage of these appellate courts to call a spade a spade. Lest we derail our democracy. We remember that this democracy was won not just on the altar of tears, but with blood. Many lost their life for us to secure the democracy that we enjoy today. We need to do everything to preserve it.
Okay, now moving on to the next story. This is from the Punch newspaper. It said, federal government overshoots borrowing limit as new debt reaches 12.62 trillion naira. Driven by revenue shortfalls, the federal government's new borrowing surged to 12.62 trillion, overshooting its 7.83 trillion naira budget ceiling and widening the fiscal deficit to 13.51 trillion naira. With total expenditure reaching 34.49 trillion against a revenue of 20.98 trillion. Financing relied heavily on increased domestic and foreign loans alongside unbudgeted support. This rapid accumulation has brought total public debt to 144.67 trillion naira, pushing the debt to GDP ratio to 61.22%. and breaching both domestic and international safety thresholds. This is where we are.
See, these are the kind of things we have in a fragile economy. When you talk about the Nigerian economy, it's very fragile. That the government goes about borrowing and even goes beyond its benchmark on borrowing. The government will say, we intend to borrow just 4.something trillion. 4.something trillion. And within that period, they would have borrowed so many percent over. And that is what we are having. And then you find that it is not even about borrowing. It's not even about borrowing. You can borrow, but have you made good use of whatever fund you have borrowed? Are we seeing those funds replicated in our affairs? In affairs of the country, in capital projects, in other, issues in agriculture, in, electricity, in industrialization, because you cannot industrialized, you cannot go into production. You cannot be effectively in production without a functional steel rolling mill. Think about it. Almost every other thing that you have to do in production has elements of steel, product or steel, materials, either to be used. Like if you are going to, maybe in this studio, you can name them. Steel products all through, even on ourselves. But if you do not have it, how do you go into production? How do you begin? That's exactly what we have been talking about. So the federal government, they borrow, and debt servicing is very high to such extent that even your budget, even the budget, do not perform half optimally. I'm talking about half. We have not had in the last how many years a budget that has performed up to 50% in Nigeria for so many years. This is because when you do this budget, the amount of money you are going to push into debt servicing per annum, tends to take up all these monies. Even the ones you borrow for the purpose of projects, we have not seen anything come out of it. We have borrowed to do a wharf. We have borrowed to do Sokoto Badagry superhighway. We have also almost, I think we are borrowing again to do the crossover, the Calabar Lagos superhighway. And then not much. We have, I don't think any of these roads have had up to 50 kilometers done, asphalted. I don't think so. So what is the purpose of borrowing? Are we borrowing for recurrent spendings, or paying salaries of workers and other recurrent expenditure associated with government? What is the borrowing for? And where is the money that we have borrowed? What has it been plunged into? And what is the effect on the lives of Nigerians?
Well, this is very clear, because if you're talking about the borrowing, the stuff federal government has been going on right now, I would say that if you're asking of the effects, this is the effect. We're not seeing it. And that's the effect. It's not like there's the effect is somewhere. This is the effect. We're not seeing the effect. And we have to be sincere and honest. Looking at from the analysis, you would already see that the price of Brent crude, looking at the budget too that was agreed, looking at the benchmark that federal government had to put the budget around $68 per barrel. Now it had to overshoot, going into hundreds of dollars. It's interesting that even after all this accumulation of income, there's nowhere we could see it, and it's something that we must be worried about.
Yes, after the subsidy removal, we are still borrowing. Then when we have had surplus income from oil revenue, we are still borrowing. You see, that casts a lot of doubts on the government position in being very accountable and transparent in all that they are doing. There's a lot of doubt, because you see, you remove subsidy and the country is still borrowing huge sums of money, and even borrow beyond what it had actually budgeted to borrow. They have also borrowed monies that are not budgeted for. You understand?
The year is not even over.
So you find out that when the courts call Peter Defoe's action as judicial rascality, there's also financial rascality in the present circumstance.
It was on Monday that we read that the federal government is budgeting 1 trillion naira to buy SUVs, an empowerment project. Now I'm asking, is that 1 trillion inside this 12 trillion that they have overshot? I mean, for a country to be on a deficit of 61%, and you have reached your loan capacity of 144, who is going to pay? Like, how
remember who is going to pay?
Good for my generation. Honestly, I mean, it just further shows that, like, our economy is porous. Our economy is lost. There is no way, because if it was still on the percentage of, okay, we've not gotten to our borrowing limits, maybe you could say, okay, maybe there's a hope of probably offsetting some loans and then finding with the fuel that was removed. You could say fuel subsidy that was removed. You could, find a way to retract. But we're reading that they have overshot. So you've exceeded,
the year is not even over.
Exceeded even the point where you say, okay, let us look back. And you are borrowing to offset loans that you borrowed. So at what point do we even know what we are doing?
And if you know how much you spend in debt servicing alone, it is more than what has been borrowed.
Oftentimes, Mr. Che will say borrowing is not bad. Okay. But this is where this is where we are.
We have internal borrowing of about 6-point-something trillion. That is borrowed internally in Nigeria. Some of these things are through bonds and all that. Yes. And even through borrowing from well-to-do organizations in the country. Then you talk about the external loans. This one is coming like water. We're borrowing like we are fetching water using tankers. So, but that is not even my worry. My worry is we want to see what these monies have been borrowed for.
And I showed
that is my worry.
Let me show you what they are borrowed for. If you want to see what they are borrowed for.
To buy cars. To build elementary schools.
You talked about superhighway.
The coastal highway.
You can see the superhighway.
Yeah,
you can see the coastal highway that is happening. You've seen Ochema mentioned
SUVs.
The SUVs for empowerment. Those are what you can see them. And of course, unfortunately, I would state the obvious. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. There's no successful business that doesn't borrow. And Nigeria ought to be a successful enterprise. And it's successful. But what we should be talking about or asking, when we borrow, what is it for? Is it to fund the lifestyle of a select few who are so worthy to be empowered with SUVs, while some are empowered with Banot oil to fry akara? But at the end of the day, the question remains, are Nigerians not seeing what is happening? Are they tired? Because in all, we must call a spade a spade. All of us seated here and the generality of Nigerians are the enablers of this very situation. What do? We complain and then we reward the same managers. I've never seen where, let's talk about the financial institution, where a bank manager mismanages, or a bank director mismanages the capital of a bank and the person is rewarded with promotion. But in Nigeria, what do? We reward those who could speak better rhetorics, those who could muzzle their way, and we'll go back and we'll reinforce, and then we'll stand to defend what we have, promoted, and then we complain. But the truth remains, like I always submit, I pity the next generation of Nigerians. Yes, we've listened and heard of how this generation dress. Unfortunately, I must rope you in, because somehow you are closer to the generation that Nigeria catered for. They went to the higher institution built by the resources of this nation, paid little or nothing. They had meal ticket. What are they leaving behind for the next generation? Debts, mounting debts. Why are you so worried? Why are you so surprised that we've overborrowed or that we are being said to be overshooting our borrowing limit. When we budgeted in our budget, you have 1.3 billion naira. That's about almost $1 million US in your budget for a phantom agency. And you want to overshoot your borrowing limit? No. Are we surprised? Today, the 30 days is here too, for us to know really the interest surrounding the phantom agency. Ochoma cited it. We are buying SUVs in a nation where we are not investing, like you rightly said, in production. We got it wrong with Ajokuta steel mill. Does that mean that we will continue to sink deeper with that steel factory? Can't we right the wrongs? How many production facilities has come upstream since at least 2015 to date? Yes, when Good Hope did say the Nigerian budget benchmark was on $64 per barrel of oil, and we're enjoying windfall, we're still borrowing. As we speak this morning, we wake up to $87 per barrel of crude oil, and Nigeria is a net producer of crude oil, and we are borrowing. Borrowing to do what? To fund the lifestyle of a select few? Let me tell you, we are not even putting the consideration of tax that Nigerians are paying and the requisite impact. And you know why I'm so happy with your analysis is that you highlighted that most of this borrowing is to continue to service the fund that we've borrowed in the past, because you spend more to service these loans. And yet here we are. And I keep saying, until we devise the Nigerian economy, fashion it to work towards local indoctrination and economics. If we continue to anchor on IMF, World Bank formulated economic policies, we will continue to borrow more than this. And one day, perhaps the Chinese will come and they will lay claim to maybe the national airport, and unfortunately for them, they will not be able to get Enugu airport because it's been concessioned. One day, yes, the sons in my village, you will see another company coming to lay claim to them because Nigeria has gone into debt. And unfortunately, and I will continue to say, Good Hope is unfortunate. Just know that the debt, the unborn children, the amount they will owe is already on the increase. As at the last time we had the conversation, it was already above 700,000 naira per the unborn children. So as at this morning, you should know that it's on the increase. It's getting to almost 1 billion.
144 trillion.
It's unfortunate where we are headed. And here we are speaking about election. We should be crying and hiding our head in shame. The nations of Saudi Arabia, the king of Saudi Arabia was coming to the University Teaching Hospital in Ibadan for treatment. It was a nation that was working. The economy was thriving. It was a period where head of state said that we didn't have problem with money. It was what to do with it. Dubai, that is stopping Nigerians from coming in at will, at a point wasn't up to, I don't know the least developed city in Nigeria as of today, but today that's where we'll go.
It was just a straight road, and then with the small city around it. That's what Dubai used to be.
It's quite unfortunate for us, you know, why the Nigerian people are paying out of pocket for the price of crude oil based on international benchmark. We are still borrowing, and we are net producers of crude. You go to the market and we hear rhetoric about the price of staple food coming down. How many civil servants in Nigeria can afford the price of a bag of rice in Nigeria? So these should be issues, and we are going into next election with these issues. And I am looking forward to the town hall meetings, not just of those at the helm of affairs today, but to even hear those who are aspiring for such other positions. What would they do better?
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Let's take a look at the Nation headline, which says xenophobia attack. Federal government demands justice from South Africa. Xenophobia amid rising and recurring xenophobic attacks that have claimed at least 98 Nigerian lives and triggered the repatriation of 1,500 citizens since 2022. The federal government has demanded from South Africa accountability and systemic protection. This is what we are having from the attack and the visit that the envoy of President Ramaphosa of South Africa, he paid to President, but he was directed to the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. So looking at this and looking at the deliberations which we could see, I don't know what you think about it, Mr. Rex.
Yeah, what I think about it is not hidden. It is something I have spoken on before now. You see, the issue about xenophobia attack, even if you go to South Africa today, the place is like a ghost country. You know, their men, their young people are very lazy. Most of them don't work. So, and they have now sent away all the foreign nationals in their place. So, I said that South Africa must be made to pay for what it has done that is negative on any Nigerian national. And I particularly pointed at the young man that the state was openly instrumental before the entire world killed. The state killed a Nigerian before the entire world because it was seen, the law enforcement agencies were there, and the young man was being lynched. I say they must pay for what they have done.
Okay, I don't know. We read this morning that the Nigerian government is compiling the list of losses from these Nigerians to, present it to the South African authorities to make recompensation and then, burials and all of that. And they've insisted that these persons who are being charged with these crimes are being charged properly and executed. Now, this is just one too many repetitions. South Africa has done, we know that South Africa has done too much, and Nigerian government demanding justice, maybe this time with the activity from yesterday that we read when the envoy was snubbed by the president, and then this compilation that is being presented to the South African government. Maybe now they can understand the news headline that it's not xenophobia, it's now Afrophobia, seeing that they're centered, there is a particular interest for Nigerians and major African countries. So it's maybe this time we'll see a much awakening to demanding justice from the South African government.
It is so sad to see the South African side having to engage in such activity. And I would say since yesterday that the news broke that the envoy from South Africa had to come down to Nigeria to see Mr. President, and Mr. President not giving them any face, rather than directing them to the junior minister of Foreign Affairs. I mean, it's something that we have seen, and then taking it up to the next level, we're seeing that accountability is going to be, people have to take account of what they have done. People should, the South African government should actually, be held responsible. Now it's no longer xenophobia, it's actually Afrophobia. So, because if you see in the news, they sent away other people from other nations. I mean, it's just not about Nigeria right now. And I'm seeing a conglomerate where Africans come together to unite on one decision to deal or tackle with this issue. Of course, accountability is winning.
You know, when we talk about this issue, first of all, I need to commend Mr. President, who spoke about this yesterday, for refusing to meet the envoy. It was so disrespectful. After the heinous crime that South Africa has committed against the Nigerian nation, against Africa, to have the audacity to send an envoy to meet the president, the commander-in-chief of the federal forces of the Federal Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is so belating for the president of South Africa to have the audacity to send an envoy. But it tells you another thing. But before I go into that, I commend President Bola Tinubu for being presidential in his attitude, not even sending a minister or sending a regional minister to media for. You know, thank God to civilization. As a historian, if you were in the yesteryears, those envoys will be cooling off in a dungeon somewhere. And then you send more envoys for them to be either retrieved or sent back. But things like this, become so civilized. We are so diplomatic in the way we do things. And the religious will tell us not to retaliate one evil with another. But on the other side, it begins to tell you the kind of disrespect that we've attracted to ourselves as a nation, that we are no longer respected at the Committee of Nations. That's on the only ground that a nation of South Africa, that Nigeria fed, who spoon-fed them, helped them to get the freedom they now enjoy, the freedom they are now using to turn against their brothers. While a white man walks free in South Africa, at least I'd be accused of racism, their black brothers are murdered in broad daylight, and they have the audacity to send an envoy to Nigeria. But we need to look inwards to see that the situation that we are in, we are the ones that will cause ourselves. We are talking about borrowing to do what? Are we developing Nigeria and then Nigerians are crossing through this Sahara desert looking for a better kind of living or welfare for themselves? Go to Libya. You see the sufferings of Nigerians in Libyan prisons. Not even official prisons. Held ransom. Go to other parts of African countries. You will see what Nigerians are going through. Because we've not made our homeland to work. That's why we are immigrants across every nation in the globe. There's no nation you go to in the world where you will not meet a Nigerian. Why are they hesitating? You have a certified medical doctor becoming a cab driver in a foreign land. Let's not go there. You see some people who have been at the leadership in this nation doing some menial jobs to survive. People who have gotten to the apex of their careers, but yet they had to exit. The other day we talked about a certain doctor who had to leave the nation because we've not made it work. Why would South Africa not be emboldened? I'm not an advocate of military rule, but despite the fact that Abacha died on active service, there are things that you cannot do when that man was at the helm of affairs in Nigeria. But our leaders, the Democrats, are we developing the nation such that Nigerians will be proud to be home, such to attract other countries? You know, we are talking about meting out punishment and demanding for justice. What business interests does South Africa have in Nigeria? How many of them? And those interests that you think are South Africans, you see Nigerians are the majority shareholders in those businesses. Mention any of them. I saw a legislator speak at the chambers of the Senate sometime and talking about mentioning some companies. And I go into their books. The majority shareholders are Nigerians. We need to develop our homeland. Then there will be no better way of asking for justice.
All right, moving on to the next story from the Daily Sun. Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings. Tinubu talks tough on Kaduna killings. President Bola Tinubu has strongly condemned a deadly dawn attack in Naridon village, Kaduna State, which left approximately 30 residents, they're talking about 5 siblings and 25 others, homes destroyed and several others abducted. Now in response, he has directed security forces to aggressively hunt down the perpetrators and rescue all hostages, warning that those undermining regional security will face the full weight of the law. Is this another rhetoric, or is a presidential bold statement? Something that happened yesterday,
you see,
on Monday.
But it's unfortunate we have to laugh at, we're talking about the demise of Nigeria.
Yes.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, there's no part of the country that you hold something.
It is not about the demise of these Nigerians that we are laughing about. It is the way the Nigerian people who are given the responsibility, or whose mandate it is to secure the life and property of the people, whose mandate it is for the welfare of the generality of Nigerians. These are the people, that is what they are doing, is what we are laughing at. That is exactly what amused us all, because we have heard these things over and over. Now, what is this rattling about? What is it about? What is the statement? The statement of the president, the statement by the media that the president is talking tough. We have heard talking tough over and over. We have heard situations where he say it won't happen again. We have heard situations where he say hunt them down and then bring them to book. We have heard, and every other day, you still hear people were killed, people were kidnapped, and we are talking about the ones recorded. There are many others that are happening that are not recorded, and then the Nigerian government will tell you that we are on top of it. We have decimated them. We have, you see. These statements of hope, these are all statements of hope, just to give the living the hope that they are protected, when ordinarily they are not.
Yeah.
You see, you only give, these are statements of hope. That is how I summed it up, that we are protected, we should not be worried that something is going to happen to these terrorists and bandits and so on, so that we won't get scared, we'll continue to do whatever. But what happens to anybody is you are on your own. If you look at situations where somebody like General Danjuma retired had to call on Nigerians to do what? To defend themselves. You know what it means? Which means there's a total loss of confidence in the security architecture of Nigeria to defend Nigerians by General Danjuma. That is exactly why a person in his position, a person who has held a position that the likes of Danjuma held, called Nigeria to defend themselves. But you still have prevailing laws that stops Nigerians from actually helping to, helping themselves in terms of security. When you are caught with a gun, you go to jail and all that. You be assumed to be a robber or to be a terrorist. But the agencies that are given the gun to do the protection, sometimes they are even caught using the gun to rob the nationals. Sometimes. So and so on. Because in Abuja you had the 4 that robbed the FCC, ICPC director. You see, so, and these are people who have been given gun to do the protection. Instead of using the same gun to do the protection, they use the same gun to make money for themselves. So you see the kind of situation we are in. And then government will tell us, hunt them down. Who is going to hunt them down? Those people we gave God to go and hunt them down are not hunting anybody.
Yeah.
They just relax somewhere and maybe hunt some few motorists and others, taking some money and use same to take care of themselves in a meat shop or a beer parlor, and then help themselves. So what are they saying that people should hunt them? Who is hunting them? Is he following them? How does he know those people are for hunting?
Mr. Rez, why is the president of Nigeria called the commander-in-chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces?
Because he is the one who issues the command and it is done.
So this command,
and he has been issuing the commands.
Being obeyed?
That's exactly what I'm saying, that he is not everywhere. He's not going with those people. That those people he gives command to do not do exactly what he commanded them to do. That is what I mean in a simplified way.
All right, you highlighted this quite well. Who could count it will never happen again? We had in Jos, Plateau State. We had in Maiduguri, in Borno State. We had in Kaduna. We had same in Niger State, in Kogi State, in Kwara, in Katsina State. We had it will never happen again. Yet, it has happened again in Benue State, many times. Yet, I can add, it will still happen again. What is wrong with us? Yes, because, you rightfully said, in Nigeria, the one who defends himself could be sentenced to death, and the assailant freed. And when we look at this issue, I'm always more careful that all of us get to go home, not just alone.
Yeah.
But beyond that, when will the CNC relocate to the hot zones? And that will make the military sit up. When are we going to have a handle on this issue? Because as we are discussing this issue, an army colonel was killed in the city center of this nation in Abuja. What are we talking about? You and I were here when General Obasani could not be rescued by his own constituency. The coordinates he set out, till today we have not been told how those coordinates ended up in the hands of the very insurgents that he spent his life fighting against on behalf of this nation. In this nation, you and I were here when barracks were overrun and the commander cut down. And we are aware that the request he made to be given thermal optics to operate didn't get to him until his demise. Budgets passed. What is the rate of implementation of the budget to ensure that it will never happen again? Sometimes I want to ask where Mr. President sleeps at night. Who is in the yanch, the presidential yanch that we bought? There are a whole lot of questions to ask, because we are saying that it will not happen again. The children that were just returned in Oyo State, how are we ensuring that other children will not be kidnapped afterwards? And the governor says we should have an inquest by an independent body of international reputation in the likes of the UN. And we say he should be brought out to the marketplace and be wiped for making such utterance. And yet we are saying it will not happen again. If a governor is asking and having doubts surrounding the circumstances that led to insecurity in his state, how bet you and I? But the point remains that it will not happen again. Yet the pointers to determine that it will not happen again are not pointing towards the right direction that it will not happen again. before a fortnight, we'll still have the same headline, the same rhetorics. Let us be serious. I wait for town hall and see what will be told. We'll rest this issue on that.
All right, let's look at the last story before we call it a wrap. This is an event that happened on Sunday. Unijust graduate lynched over alleged phone theft. Ibrahim Bayer, a 25-year-old Unijust graduate and model, was beaten and tortured to death by a mob on July 26th at an off-campus residence over allegations of stealing an iPhone 12 that was never found. Now, the Plateau State Command has arrested 3 suspects and transferred the case to the SICD. This is it's
not.
I was saddened by this case because this is a young person, 25, who just recently graduated and is a model. And you know, when I saw the post, I was now seeing comments. I saw the pictures of the 3 men that were arrested, and I saw one of the comments say, "Oh, this is my classmate."
Are you serious?
This is my classmate, rather, and then he's among the mob. Now, this also brings to light the recent, pronouncement of jungle justice that is going on now. There is this recent, trend
where you catch a criminal,
and they will tell you, you see captions like, "No, try steal this period," because anything in the head. But if it was the dance and the singings, I would have probably considered it a joke. But going ahead to beat this person, and the phone was not found. So my question now that someone has died for an iPhone 12 and the phone was not found, what becomes of the phone when it's eventually found? Who eventually stole the phone?
I want to say something. The way we do or handle jungle justice in Nigeria, if we can actually go out that way to, talk about things that we don't have rights working in our country, we will have a better country. But we see every time when something happens, you see people rushing to beat somebody, to do something. If we rush like that to maybe advocate for a better governance, will be better.
I think
jungle justice is a no-no for me. I would tell you.
Also, one of the things that has led to the rise of these, people taking laws into their hands is because they feel that the system has failed them so much that people who commit crimes are not being prosecuted.
But even at that, it is still what we are looking at, as we have seen throughout today, how we could see the judicial rascality and the rest of them. It's just how Nigeria has turned over this period. But still, jungle justice has no place. Okay, after this guy, after they lynched him to death, police now had to come and arrest 3 suspects.
You now wonder where were they
when all these things were happening. In fact, that's to tell you from what we are seeing that Nigeria, at some point, I could say and I could agree, is under-policed.
Anyway, that's quite sad. I hope that the family, God grants them the fortitude to bear the loss. That's all we're taking this morning on The Sunrise. Thank you for sitting with us. But before I go, I leave you with this quote I read earlier by Eleanor Roosevelt. Do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you will be criticized anyway. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful day.
Mr. Resaro, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you for having me. And for you, if you are continuing to watch Aneke TV, this is where you will ever get the best.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know
where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we will confront a very deep and bigger issues of societal importance. We look at confronting human trafficking, progress, challenges, and the road ahead. On 30th of July, the world once again marks the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. A day set aside to confront one of the darkest crimes of our time. A crime that preys on vulnerability, destroys dignity, breaks families, and turns human lives into commodities. This year's conversation is not just about awareness. It is about accountability, action, and the urgent responsibility we all share in ending human trafficking in all its forms. Across communities, borders, homes, and even digital spaces, trafficking continues to evolve, becoming more deceptive, more organized, more brutal in its method. From forced labor and sexual exploitation to child trafficking, recruitment through false promises, and the growing menace of online exploitation. The criminals behind this trade are adapting fast, but so too must our response. Today, we will be examining the gains that have been made, the stubborn challenges that remain, and the road ahead in Nigeria's fight against trafficking in persons. We will be asking difficult but necessary questions about prevention, enforcement, victim support, public awareness, and the role of every stakeholder in breaking the cycle of exploitation. Joining us on the program is Mr. Okpai Jonathan Awa, the Zonal Commander of NAPTIP, who will help us understand what is being done at the front line, what more needs to be done, and how citizens can better protect themselves and their communities from traffickers who exploit ignorance, poverty, desperation, and silence. This is a conversation for parents, youth, community leaders, policymakers, and every Nigerian who believes that no human being should ever be bought, sold, deceived, or abused for profit. Mr. Jonathan, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and thank you so much out of your busy schedule and what you do for Enugu State and the zone entirely, and you had the time to speak with us. You're welcome.
My pleasure too. Good morning, Enugu.
How's it been? You understand that you're dealing with a difficult terrain. How has it been so far?
Well, it has been quite up and down.
Up and down?
Yes, we've been trying to play our own beat, given the mandate given to us by the act establishing NAPTIP.
All right.
So we are always on course.
All right.
And this year is no exception.
This year is no exception. All right. Since you're already talking about this year, what does the World Day Against Trafficking in Person really mean?
Okay. This year, there is a team that speaks to trapped behind the scam. Trapped behind the scam. Just like you made mention in your introduction, every 30th of July, every year, we look at the issue of human trafficking throughout the whole world. It's a day set aside to know and to appraise how different countries, nations have been fighting the issue of human trafficking. Remember that the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish human trafficking, supplementing United Nations Convention against transnational organized crime in Italy, 2003, gave rise to the domestication of the acts, the Trafficking in Person Prohibition and Law Enforcement Act. So every year, every 30th of July, brings to mind how victims of human trafficking have been suffering, how they have been thriving, and the interventions of every nation, every country, to see that they enforce that law. So this year, like I said, it says, the team says, trapped behind the scam. I want to liken that slogan or that narrative to from frying pan to fire.
From frying pan to fire.
To fire. Because before somebody was trapped, there was a scam. Trapped before the scam means deprivation in the life of victims. It means imprisonment or threat of being imprisoned. Threat or threat to violate their livelihood. It means bondage. It means deprivation of their fundamental human rights. It means debt bondage. So before they fall prey to that scam, those things were not happening. But because of this scam, that they made themselves prey to being trafficked, those things that I just mentioned started coming up. But you know, human trafficking is, mostly thrive on deception. And going by the definition of human trafficking, there are three component elements or acts. One is called what is done, the act. The second one is means, how it is done. And the third one is purpose. With the acts, we talk about the recruitment, transportation, transfer, and harboring of person. Then comes the means, which is by means of threat or use of force, or that force of coercion or abduction. That is the means. And the worst thing is that deception. That is the bottom line. When somebody is being deceived, they may not really fall prey to it if they were not deceived. Then the last one is the purpose, which is exploitation. And this exploitation we are talking about ranges from sexual exploitation, organ harvesting, sales and harvest of babies, labor exploitation, domestic servitude, and begging. Let me stop there. So if they were not deceived, because of their position of vulnerability, they are deceived. Very soon, in the next 5 months now, you see people during the festival period of Christmas, you see human trafficking at their best. They will come with sugar-coated tongue, trying to know who they will prey on. So this year, we are remembering the victims who have borne the brunt of these deceptive tactics of human traffickers.
All right. You know, while you're speaking, you really brought it down to where everybody could be able to understand it. But in making this point, you highlighted the issue around sexual, organ harvesting, sexual enslavement, if one may use that word as well. But you mentioned domestic servitude. And this we are, interested because it's a little bit complex. You understand Nigeria as what it is, and if one should throw back to hindsight or history, you understand that when you talk about domestic servitude, you will see perhaps those at the urban centers returning to the hinterland or the communities to help, we'll call it help, bring somebody from the village to help them, and then thereby training that individual in school, and the person is helping the family in one domestic work or the other. How do we differentiate this from what you say about domestic servitude, for us to have that clarity?
Talk is very cheap.
Okay.
Talk is actually very cheap. Because we from NAPTIP or at NAPTIP knows what we are talking about. Okay. Like I told you, human trafficking preys on the vulnerability of people or individuals, especially women and children. They will always come in sugar-coated tongue or with sugar-coated tongue. The thing is that the promises are never fulfilled.
The promises are never
They are never fulfilled. Yesterday we went to the market. As we were talking, almost everybody at that Ababa market, they were shaking. They said, these people know that is what is happening. They even started pointing accusations on one another. The fact is that they never kept to those promises. Because of this familiar relationship or consanguinity, that is what people have been taking to prey on the vulnerable people. When that promise is made, you find out that they are neither sent to school as promised or to go and learn vocation. Education is just not, being educated is not just the conventional education we know. Somebody should also be put to vocational education in the sense of maybe building their capacity, skill. Some people know how to do bread making. Some people are into computer. Some people are mechanic. Some are auto mechanic. So if you build the capacity of people on that, they'll be okay. But what we are saying here is that every time they are taken out of the country, instead of taking them to school or taking them to vocation that was promised, they will send them to the street to go and hawk pure water, ice water, or apple, so many things. You must have heard gory stories of some of them being hit down by runaway drivers. So like I said, chop is very, very cheap. Yeah. It's not that they don't take them. When they take them, they don't do what they promised them. Let me say something here. That is the more reason why, even if you left your child to any of your relatives, ensure that you know where they are living. Ensure
just a moment. You said something. Even if you give your child to your relative, you should ensure to know where they live.
Very well.
You're speaking from experience of many things that have happened.
Yes. This is I'm already about 23 years in this job. I'm already 23 years in this job. Most of them, when they just release their words or their children, they let go, believing that I'm letting them out to my family members, to my sister, to my brothers. But nobody can train one student the way they would do. That's why we are always calling for the ability of parents or family members to make sure that they give birth to the children as much as they can cater for, so that you do not bother about sending them away. Like I said, you must know some of these parents don't even know where their children are living. They don't know. They don't even have contact phone number, no details. So that's the more reason why they should be able to know at least to be checking on them to be sure that the children are doing well.
That's interesting. But if one may ask, you've just painted a vivid picture of this situation. But before I get into the next question, when we talk about trafficking, does it have to always be perhaps out of the country? Does it, for example, we're within Enugu State, could people be trafficked from, say, Nsukka, which is a local government in Enugu State, or Udi or Ezagu to another part of the state? Is it possible?
Yes.
It happens?
We have internal and external.
Okay.
When we talk about internal, from village to the town,
okay,
from village to the city, from Nsukka to Ezagu, from Nsukka to Udi, from Ohafia to Aba, from Aba to Enugu in Nsukka. These are internal. Then from here to Lagos, Sokoto, within the country. But when it has to do with external, we are talking about with outside of the shore of Nigeria, outside of international boundary, meaning from Nigeria to Ghana, from Nigeria to Cote d'Ivoire, from Nigeria to Spain, to Italy, to Netherlands, to Asia. These are the types.
Your job is really cut out for you because this is quite enormous and to tackle. But let's look at which age group is most at risk, from trafficking.
Well, it's youth.
Youth.
Teenagers. Let's say from 10 through 30-something or 40-something age. But the ones that are mostly affected is just these teenagers. They are the most. Even though everybody's affected. Everybody's affected, but it's mostly the youth. Why is this so? Because of their penchant for quick money. I want to japa. I want to go and hustle. See, my brother, there is nothing good about the word hustling. Check it out.
There's nothing good about the word
hustling. It means prostituting or to prostitute. It means doing something that you are not yet ready to do. That's hustling. Check it out.
So
the japa.
When we hear the word hustling,
yes,
we should just let the alarm bell start ringing.
Bang, bang. That's what you ring. Then we are not saying that people should not travel. We didn't say that. NAPTI did not say that. I'm sure you are a product of a village. You came from one place to another.
Definitely, yeah.
We didn't say nobody should, but we said travel rightly. Travel with your international passport. Travel with your visas. I'm always marveled when somebody said they were going to take you to a city or to outside of the country, and they now tell you to make sure you pack enough water in a container. Pack enough of okpa. Pack enough of gari. Gari, this one they soak. Pack enough of it. You that are supposed to fly to Italy, you that are supposed to fly to Morocco, fly to Italy, fly to Netherlands, they will now tell you that we are going to board one bus from here to Ilela border, to Jibia border, and we are going to pass Morocco. You will know that it's a torture journey. It's very stressful. For you, even though you don't have the, you suffer from poverty except you suffer from poverty of the mind, you should be able to know that there is danger and somebody is supposed to run.
So therefore one should ask, what is NAPTI really doing to, steps you're taking to stop this, prevent this trafficking and protect victims?
We do our work based on 5 P's. 5P approach. Okay. One is prevention. You can agree with me, what I'm doing now is part of it. Everybody within this Enugu state, even not now, they will hear me, they will watch. That's prevention. There is another one, to arrest the perpetrators or those suspected to have committed the offense under the act. There's another one that we call protection. This one has to do with counseling and rehabilitation department. Rescue victims are taken to a shelter. We have a shelter where they are counseled, their health status are being checked, they are exposed to vocation. If you go to our shelter now, we train them on how to be, depending on what you want to do. We train, in fact, there was one girl that actually gave us first conviction in 2006 in Bini. You know, of course, Bini was our first zonal command. That girl was actually from Italy, and when she was brought, she was not actually a graduate, but she was exposed to this vocation before NAPTI now gave her job. As we speak, she's in our Bini zonal command now. It was from there she went to study at university. That is protection. And that one is prosecution. People must be accountable to their actions and inactions. We do not just go and make arrest. When somebody is arrested, the suspect or suspected person will be brought to our office. A case file will be opened, just like the Bible said that the book was open. Then they will now interview the person. After which, that file will go to legal and prosecution department or unit, as the case may be, where a legal opinion is given. However, there are some that do not go there. Like I mentioned to you, those three acts, those three elements of human trafficking, the acts, the means, and the purpose, must come to play. So when we look at it, if it does not have any of these elements, the file is kept in view, or the person is left off the hook. And that one is policy. The policy of federal government is to say no to human trafficking, zero tolerance to human trafficking. And we have some books that speak to that. There is also partnership. Partnership, because we cannot just do it alone. You know, human trafficking is a security issue. It's a political issue, it's an economic issue. We partner with CSOs, civil society organizations, NGOs, international communities, embassies. There are so many of them. Even here, we have what we call State Task Force on Human Trafficking. And it's like a conglomeration, organization of sister law enforcement agencies, and those organizations and agencies whose role delve into human trafficking. We have Nigerian Immigration Service, we have DSS, we have Federal Ministry, and we have Ministry of Justice, we have Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Development, I think, at right. We have Nigerian Police Force, Civil Defense, we have so many of them. So those are our partners. Like this one, it was one of our international partners that are funding and sponsoring this year's event.
Yeah, I will come to this year's event just in a minute. But let's look at your command. How has the job been so far? What was it like? Are you recording success rates with, preventing trafficking around your command?
Yes, we have been doing that. We have been doing that. There is I just mentioned of one of our international partners.
Yes.
There's this project that is ongoing, and it is called STEEP.
STEEP.
The acronym is STEEP.
Okay.
School Anti-Trafficking Education Advocacy Project. That's what it is. STEEP, S-T-A-P, and it's an acronym. It is targeting as school age students.
Okay.
From secondary school, class 1 to JS1 to SS3.
Okay.
So we are supposed to inaugurate their club. School is a school club. We call it Vanguard. In 50 schools throughout the 17 local government in Enugu State. As we speak, we have done 25.
That's enormous.
We are going to do the remaining 25. In fact, we would have done another 9, if not because the school was almost closing for the long term. So, as an aftermath of that, we have been recording successes, because you met so many people that are not even aware of what is called human trafficking. People don't even know that there is something that is still called slavery. It's slave trade, but people don't know that, because it is seen that they have been abrogated, they have been prohibited. So nobody want to, if you are telling somebody that, they will not believe you. But because of this program, everybody have come to know the places that I've gone to. There was this place that we went to, Uguaba. You can imagine, if you see the kind of, almost every member of the community came out, including the Igwe and council and so many. It recorded enormous attendance or presence. So they were so happy to know that there is an organization that is fighting that. And when we brought that issue of domestic servitude, everybody they were just looking at themselves, because most of them are guilty of that.
Everyone feel they are guilty.
Yes, they are guilty of that. Especially this, I don't want to come and mention salary earners, we that are white collar job people, because we are mostly at fault. But that does not mean
almost every Nigerian should be at fault.
Yes, but I'm not. I'm not, because I know what the law says.
Okay.
So after month of that, we have been recording serious successes. We are also operating another law. They call it Violence Against Prohibition Act. VAP. PGR. So we are also fighting that one. That was when some of these women, they got to know their right. Yesterday, my unit head, Ms. Solai, spoke to them in the language they will understand, because she spoke in Igbo language in that market. And they were just looking at them. They started telling them, I'm going to report them. They were pointing at themselves, at one another. So it has been from successes to successes, from strength to strength and glory to glory. Another thing is that what we have been getting mostly is these VAP-related cases. And VAP is mostly operational at Abuja, but some states have domesticated it. Here, we were told that they have domesticated it, but they have not really. We have not really gotten the fiat that we need to do the prosecution, because that is this. There's one on my table now that we even want to refer to Minister of Justice for the intervention, because the worst thing that can happen to somebody is that when you go to court, somebody will now tell you this case is not prosecutable, you don't have the right. But we are ready to go, and we are making this because there are so many that have been coming that are even more than human trafficking issues.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to highlight these issues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching The Insight, and we'll be speaking to the Zonal Commander of NAPTIP Enugu Zonal Command, Mr. Opai Jonathan Awa. It's been a pleasure talking with you so far, sir.
Welcome to.
All right. We've been talking about your efforts, geared towards stopping human trafficking around your zonal command. But let's talk about the world celebration tomorrow. What's the preparation like? The celebration for, the awareness around the human trafficking issues. You said the team for this year is trapped behind this scam. So let's know what the preparation is like.
We've already gone so far.
Okay.
We'll be rounding up tomorrow.
Okay.
Which is Thursday, 30th. The D-Day.
Okay.
The preparation started since last week. If it was in Abuja, they would do Jumat service. But in states like here, in zones like this, we start with sensitization in churches. 3 days ago, we went to Anglican Community, Church of Anglican Community, Holy Trinity, in Transekulu, to do the sensitization. And we're happy that we did. It was really something to talk about. It is a very interesting issue because there's no day that passes by without a mention of human trafficking or violence against persons issue. So we went to that church and they gave us the floor, they gave us audience, and they also made contribution. So when we were done, day before I went to Radio Nigeria, just like what I'm doing now. I granted interview to them, and it was wonderful as well. Yesterday, we went to the market, like I told you, the one we have been talking about.
In the market.
Yes, sensitization in the market. This sensitization and church programs, we have always been doing that on weekly basis, because we know the best, just like they say, prevention is better than cure. We know that preventive measures is better than any when those crimes must have been committed. Sometimes we go to private school, go to public schools, and do this sensitization. Sometimes they just go out on their own. I mean, my people, to go to markets, to go to churches, even to hospital. So today I'm here.
All right.
With this media.
This part of the build up for tomorrow.
Yes, build up.
So what will be happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow is a road walk.
Okay.
And we are starting very close to you from Boban stores up to Gariki Market. Everybody is invited. Our stakeholders, our partners, our sister law enforcement agencies, the church, the youth leaders, the vigilantes have also been helping us very well. So everybody is invited. All roads will lead to Gariki Market from Boban stores.
Wow.
And that will be the peak, the climax of all the activities. And it terminates tomorrow.
All right. You already told me you were in the markets yesterday, and then we talked about how the people felt so happy. Let's talk about what the reception is like and how the people welcome these engagements.
It was very wonderful, like I told you. The owner, because so many, certain things, like she was saying the other day, ignorance is no excuse. But there is nothing like personal conviction. When you know that you are wrong, it's better you retreat from whatever you are doing. Like this issue of domestic service that I told you, most people are very, very affected, or they are suspects, or they are culprits, or they have been, they have been affected by it. So they received us very well. Most of them left what they were doing. The pictures can speak eloquently. They left what they were doing because we just took like 1 or 2 hours with them and we took snapshots. There was even one woman that was very, very interested in this. She even made herself as a contact person for NAPTIP, that anybody that has so and so case should come through her. And we we released our contact phone number, including the toll-free line 627 and the main line 070 30,000 and 203. So I also made mention of our physical address at GRUA. So the reception was wonderful.
All right, before we go, maybe you call those numbers again so that our audience would equally get hold of that number. But before we get hold of the numbers, let me ask, We've talked about your efforts. We've seen what you're doing. There are no challenges involved?
Yeah.
So what are the challenges so far?
One is the issue of people being afraid to report cases.
People being afraid to report cases?
Yes. Like they are afraid. But since that time, since we started that project, people have started reporting. But even now, but there was something I told them yesterday that she also emphasized. When you come with a complaint or when you want to report, your confidentiality is assured.
Confidentiality is assured?
Yes, because we are protecting ourselves, we are also protecting you. But like on Sunday and yesterday, I warned them that they should not go and start bragging that you see what NAPTIP is going to do to you. I have reported you to NAPTIP. Because people are afraid, we make sure we assure them that their confidentiality is assured. There is no need to be afraid. Because I like one man, one of our former presidents, Obasanjo. Obasanjo says, if you see something, say something. You may not even stop at that saying something, you will also do something. Their own way is just to, be partners with us, because we are talking about security issue that everybody is involved. Come and report. Once you go, we pretend as if we don't know you. You don't know us. And that one is logistics. Do you know that the last steel project that we did, we went to some interior areas of Nsukka that me have not heard about. There's one they call Okopi Ekwebe. I've not heard that one. If you see the terrain, if you see the topography, if you see the road, you marvel at what NAPTIP is doing. There's another one they call Akon, Ozala. And before we now went to Achi, those interiors. So it's not what it is. Logistics is another problem. Then there's another issue. We call it Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm, that the one in Spain.
Yes.
In Sweden. This means that a rescued victim compromises with her or with his detractors, and the people who are inflicted trauma, inflicted hatred, inflicted so much thing on them, they don't want to go to court. They say we will not want to go to court. They will also ask us a rhetorical, what are you talking about? This woman was the one that made me to see light in the city. I've not left my village before. Why should I go and testify against her? But these are the people that have traumatized them, abused them, denied them freedom. One thing about these people, these traffickers, is that the money, the debt is endless. The money, the debt is endless. But you can imagine a victim that have been rescued. He or she will tell you, yes, my breadwinner. So we call it, if it's either you call it Stockholm syndrome or we call it compromising relationship.
All right. You've mentioned that logistics is always the problem.
Yeah.
But how is the government assisting in all this?
That is why we are here now. I don't know how you are going to make it to the state governments. Let them know.
No, but you're operating within a zonal command, which is Enugu State.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that the government is not recognizing the effort so far and not partnering with you?
They are not really. They are not really. Because like we've written to the governor to have audience with him. Granted, we are federal government agency here, but we are working for the interest of the state.
There has to be some sort of collaboration.
Yes. We even when I came here as June office last year, I've already played this guest to the Honorable Commissioner for Justice. We even went to see the state of government and all that. But the fact is that they have not really given us needed attention. I am an Igbo man. I'm from here too, so I will always do everything to make sure that our mandate is achieved here. So we need the state government to also come to our rescue and hear us and know how the effort we have been making. Because this steel project, I'm telling you, the 50 schools cut across the 17 local government. There is no local government that is left out. Very soon, the 50 we are going to do is mostly we need this and Ogun, Aniri, and the rest. So we are doing collaboration is not really working the way we're supposed to work, because we are really working here for the betterment of the Southeast and by implication Enugu State.
That's interesting.
Before I go, I want the listener to know about the consequences of human trafficking.
Okay.
The consequences, like I said, we didn't say anybody should not travel. The consequences are in twofold. One is personal consequences. The other one is societal consequences. For personal, especially for those people who are victims of sexual exploitation, it can cause death. It can cause the denial of fundamental human rights. Fundamental human rights. There are some that pledge their land, mortgage their land to go and to travel out of the country. By the time they are back, you know, Nigerians being what they are, they will not they will not let them get back their property or their land. Those are the personal consequences. There is also the societal consequences. One is that it can metamorphose into other crimes, other violent crimes. You know, as you speak, if you there is this video I just watched yesterday. Some people, Igbo people, they trafficked to Ghana, and when they now took them to that Ghana, they now put them inside a particular house and expose them to cyber-based human trafficking, computer-based, internet-based human trafficking. There is also the issue of carrying of drug. That is another one from human trafficking. Somebody has been trafficked for, to go to another to do one thing. Now they can now use that person for another thing. There's also the issue of arms peddling. So you can see from human trafficking to that. There's also the issue of you can fuel public sector corruption. Sometimes when you go to the border, international border, like we are going to Cotonou from Badagry now, you see sometimes our people, law enforcement agencies and agents, they will turn blind eyed when people are being ferried out of the country. And that one is, it speaks to bad public image. It causes bad, but it's a dent on the nation's image. So these are those two. I mean, those two are the ones we are talking about. So because when people are doing something, if they don't know, they must know that there are consequences. That is why we are here to say that people should not allow their words, their children, their loved ones to fall prey to human trafficking.
All right. Before we go on a short break, I would want you to, ask a sort of a hypothetical question, because while you were speaking, I remember that there are instances where victims would not come to, speak about it because they've taken an oath never to, divulge the circumstances and everything around it. How do you handle such cases?
Well, the issue around this one is that we have tried to use traditional institutions to break that jinx. In Edo, something happened that even made the Oba to place a curse on the traffickers. When he played that course, everybody agreed, because as the leader of the traditional institution, anything that is his word carries power, it carries influence, it carries authority. There was even a time that our officers from headquarters, assisted by the Ibini Zonal Command officers, went to those shrines and broke it. So when we have done that, it means that those are just facades. They don't really matter.
All right. On that note, we'll just take a quick break. And when we return, we'll continue to throw more light on this issue. Stay with us, please.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching The Insights, and many thanks for staying with us. And we're still confronting human trafficking, x-raying the progress, the challenges, and the road ahead. And the Zonal Commander, NAPTIP Enugu Zonal Command, Mr. Okpai Jonathan Awa, has been helping us to unravel issues around trafficking. However, Mr. Jonathan, thank you so much for your
Pleasure
time.
again.
Before we begin to, bring everything together, people who want to complain and reach your office, how do they do that? Are there contact numbers that you can let our audience know so that when they have issues to report, it may be easier for them to reach you?
Yes, we do. We have our physical contact on 18B, Ekulu West.
18B, Ekulu West.
Ekulu West,
okay.
Just behind Parkland Hospital. Okay. And also behind the former Adoration Ministry. Okay. I think the church is called Holy Ghost Church or Christ the King Catholic Church.
Okay.
Then we also have a toll-free number, 627, a short code, okay. 627. It's toll-free, 627. Anybody can call. Then there's another one, 070 30,203. It's an MTN line.
Okay, so people can use these numbers to reach out and report any incidents or issues around trafficking.
Especially those who may not want to, who may want to speak under condition of anonymity. Okay. So they have to call this line, and somebody will be there to pick them.
All right. So before I let you go, I know you're a very busy man, but looking ahead, what should government, families, schools, and the public do, differently in Nigeria to make it real and see that there is a lasting progress, against human trafficking in Nigeria?
Well, we are still emphasizing on the fact that when you see something,
say something.
Say something. And when you hear something, say something and do something. We're also talking about the issue of community vigilante, traditional institutions. Once you see somebody that is not from your place, you should be able to know. You should be able to know. Even if you don't have vigilante, but you should be able to know. You should also be somebody that have the interest of people around you at heart. Because like I said, prevention is better than cure. In Ogun, in Aniri, that place is very endemic to human trafficking. And they are not actually doing internal human trafficking. They are not doing internal, their own external. Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana. We've been handling that. So it is still within themselves. So if they have this kind of traditional institution or vigilante, they should be able to know. Especially, these little girls or these youngsters, when they want to travel, they may not want to tell their parents or their lover or their family member, because the trafficker will always tell them, do not tell anybody. There was one issue that happened, even when the girl has agreed not to let the cat out of the bag, she still went ahead and carried her bag and hopped into a waiting bag and left. So these are things, if they have a very good security system, they should be able to stop that. Once you see that kind of thing and suspect that, you should be able to stop that person from progressing. Then for government, I've already made mention of that. That partnership is key. They should be able to come. A partner with us to help us. Any opportunity that we need to seek their audience, they should make it available, because all of us are working for the betterment and interest of the state, and by extension, the Southeast geopolitical. Of course, Enugu Zonal Command covers the other 5 states. So I'm hearing 2 caps as well as it. I'm the zonal state commander here. I'm the zonal commander. I have commanders under me in Abia, in Anambra, in Embodi, and in Imo State.
An enormous job that you have there. All right. Thank you very much for what you're doing for not just the states, but for the zone entirely. But finally, before I let you go, let me ask a personal question. How are you coping with all this?
And the Lord has been on my strength, and been my strength, and I have very, very vibrant and dutiful and diligent officers. You can see them, and they can work. You can see they are women, but they are men. Naturally, they are men. They work round the clock to make sure that we achieve a mandate. That you know, when somebody is doing work without being compelled, without being forced to do, then you know that person is very diligent and he knows what they do. So with them, I think we are ready to go. We are trying. We are doing so much. We are doing so. How I wish we'll also have another this men, let me say young officers that have that kind of passion to complement them.
So you mean to tell me that the men are not willing to?
No, we are not. That the men.
There are not many.
No, there are not many. The women are many more than them, but they are actually doing well. We are actually doing well, very, very well.
You know, I asked that question, given the enormous task and job you do, you know, I'm still, while we were talking, wondering how you still remain so young from the last time we met. That's why I asked that question. But we are so grateful for the job you're doing. Thank you so much.
Mention something. There are so many people that do not know how you can identify a trafficker.
Okay, that's important.
There are so many people. That's why immediately we go for sensitization. Any place we are given opportunity, we make sure that we tell our audience the trafficker, tactics traffickers use. One is that you will see a group of people traveling almost of the same age. Like, you know, you ask me which age bracket is mostly affected. See, from that 10, 15 like that to 20, almost of the same age, traveling in a group, in a bus, in a vehicle. But inside that bus, you see an elderly person or an adult playing a role, a trafficking role. Look very well. But like I told you, you should not start shouting. Start shouting. You can only go ahead, you know, and call people that are ahead to stop them. Another thing is that when they are traveling, you see in their possession provisions, okpa, agbo, gari, water, stored or pure water. Another thing is that when they get to a control post manned by an active officer, police or law enforcement agencies, you see the victims fidgeting. They feel uneasy. They will not be able to talk because they wouldn't know whether whatever they are going to say, whether it's going to make them to be exposed. Another thing is that when you confront one of them and ask that pointedly a question, that child, that boy, that girl will be looking at that elderly person for answer. Another thing is that they don't normally have papers, travel, international passport. Like I told you, somebody that's going to Spain, instead of them to be flown, they now use, they will go by road. And that road is not official road. It's unofficial road, unapproved route. They don't have. If you have finally get some papers with them, they are fake ones, they are forged ones. And that thing is that there is the way they are going to, they don't know. They don't know. That's why there is need for them to be intercepted and ask questions.
That's quite interesting. And
there's another thing. That is the one that makes me to be shocked, so much shocked. That those people that are over there, they don't even know the address of where they are living. The ones that are already fallen victims, they have been trapped. They have been trafficked. So they are already trapped. You know, I told us bondage. They don't go out at their own volition. So they don't even know. I wonder how somebody will not know the address. You can imagine. Let me stop there.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, there are a whole lot of issues to unravel around, you know, human trafficking. But thank you so much for having the time to, interact with us on this very delicate issue. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, we've been speaking on confronting human trafficking, progress, challenges, and the road ahead. And Mr. Jonathan Awa, Mr. Opai Jonathan Awa is the zonal commander, NAPTIP, Enugu Zonal Command, and equally the commander of the state as well. So let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, the insight, to give us your views, and then let us know what you think with what Mr. Opai Jonathan Awa has said. Until we come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
information.
Country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Army appoints new general officers commanding to lead newly established divisions nationwide. INEC configures over 4,400 BVAS devices, including 664 backup units ahead of the August 15th Osun State election. Enugu State Governor approves the recruitment of over 6,500 qualified teachers. Details of the news. The federal government has launched 7 indigenous herbal medicines developed by the Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency to treat major health conditions including hepatitis B, peptic ulcers, high cholesterol, hypertension, and various cancers. Unveiling the products in Lagos, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Ude, confirmed plans to establish a clinical observational research center to accelerate clinical trials and industrial production. The newly launched remedies mark a transition towards standardized dosage forms like capsules and syrups, replacing decades of unmeasured traditional concoctions. Highlighting the highlights of the rollout including Namdavir for hepatitis B, Namdacid for peptic ulcer, Tomegol for early-stage cancer prevention, and Namdorol for high cholesterol. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has uncovered the continued illegal manufacturing of banned sachet alcohol and small-volume PET bottle spirits across Lagos and Ogun states. Directing nationwide mop-up operations, Director General Professor Mojisola Adeye revealed that enforcement raids seized packaging materials printed as recently as July 2026, confirming ongoing illicit production. Professor Adeye dismissed claims from operators that circulating supplies were old inventory, describing active manufacturing as a deliberate defiance of public health regulations. Investigators found that non-compliant operators removed factory signage, relocated machinery to hidden locations, and escalated physical resistance against regulatory officers, including an attempted stabbing during recent field operations. The agency condemned the violent attacks as criminal acts, confirmed that law enforcement will fully prosecute all perpetrators. The nationwide ban follows the expiration of a 5-year phase-out moratorium granted to industry stakeholders to protect youth and vulnerable populations from alcohol abuse. The Anambra State government, alongside civil society partners and community leaders, has established a joint strategic plan to significantly increase health insurance enrollment for women of childbearing age and indigenous residents. Meeting at a roundtable organized under the SPAC2 project in Nnewi, stakeholders addressed critical bottlenecks preventing low-income families from accessing state-subsidized healthcare schemes. Health officials identified the mandatory national identification number requirement as a major barrier blocking vulnerable populations, including pregnant women and nursing mothers, from accessing care under the Basic Health Care Provision Fund. To overcome this challenge, state institutions and advocacy groups resolved to align insurance enrollment drives directly with ongoing world-level NIN registration exercise. Oyo State has officially upgraded its security infrastructure following the arrival of 2 long-awaited surveillance aircraft at the Ibadan airport. Governor Seyi Makinde received the aerial assets, describing their deployment as a crucial step to monitor the state's vast landmass, support ground forces, and fulfill key administration promises on public safety. The newly arrived aircraft will begin immediate reconnaissance operations through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian Air Force, whose pilots flew the planes into Ibadan following assembly in Lagos. Operating alongside local security formations like the Amotekun Corps, the area fleet will focus on real-time monitoring of forest reserves, border communities, and high-risk flashpoints. Governor Makinde emphasized that advanced reconnaissance capabilities ensure rapid intelligence gathering, effective search and rescue operations, and restore public confidence. The state government pledged continued investment in modern technology to stay ahead of criminal networks. The Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum has backed the creation of state police forces across Nigeria, insisting that state governors must hold full constitutional authority to appoint and remove state commissioners of police. Following a stakeholder meeting in Abuja, leaders from Afenifere, Ohaneze Ndigbo, Pandev, and the Middle Belt Forum declared this principle non-negotiable through federalism. In a comprehensive communique, the regional coalition warned that any legislative framework withholding operational control from governors would merely create a diluted federal-state hybrid system rather than genuine decentralization. The forum expressed deep concern over persistent security challenges in the Middle Belt, calling for heightened military operations in violence-prone communities. The leaders pledged to mobilize citizens toward political candidates committed to structural governance reforms. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wide Shaibu, has approved the appointment of general officers commanding for newly established Nigerian Army divisions to strengthen command structures and improve operational response time. Following presidential approval to create 4 additional divisions, the military is executing a phased activation strategy to expand force projection across regional zones. Under the new operational structure, Major General Yakubu Yahaya takes command of the 9th Division in Ilorin, covering Kwara and Niger states alongside leading Operational Savannah Shield. Major General Chinedu Raf Nebife assumes command of the 10th Division in Jalingo, while Major General Moses Gara leads the 5th Division in Makurdi and joins Task Force Operation Wild Stroke. The structural reorganization updates operational responsibilities across existing formations, including preparations for the future activation of the 83rd Division in Benin City for the Niger Delta region. Senior military leaders confirmed that all newly appointed commanders will assume immediate duties in their respective sectors. The Kebbi State Governor Nasser Idris has convened an emergency high-level security summit at the government house in Benin Kebbi to address rising concerns over banditry and abductions targeting rural communities. The strategic session brought together leadership from the Armed Forces, Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Services, Civil Defense Corps, ndlea, and local government chairmen. Deliberations centered on enhancing intelligence sharing, improving interagency coordination, and deploying proactive countermeasures across all 21 local government areas. Governor Idris reaffirmed his administration's commitment to providing comprehensive logistical and operational support to security agencies and recognized vigilante groups. He stressed that seamless collaboration between formal security forces and local communities remains essential to restoring peace. A senior military officer, Colonel Absalam Uday, has been killed by gunmen during a suspected kidnapping attempt at his residence in Badna, New Karo local government area of Nasarawa State. The assailants stormed the officer's home under cover of heavy rainfall, shooting him multiple times after he offered strong resistance before police evacuated his body. Addressing initial media reported that placed the attack inside the Federal Capital Territory, the FCT Police Command clarified that the incident occurred across the border in Nasarawa State. Following an investigation ordered by FCT Police Commissioner Ahmed Sanusi, authorities urged the public and media outlets to verify facts to prevent unnecessary panic. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army spokesperson confirmed that an official statement regarding the fallen officer is being prepared as security agencies track down the perpetrators. Military and police forces have launched a coordinated manhunt to apprehend those responsible. The Edo State Special Security Squad, collaborating with allied security agencies, has arrested 4 suspected members of the Aye confraternity during an early morning raid in a mining community of Ovia North local government area. Led by the governor's principal security officer, Saturday Oko, security forces acted on credible intelligence regarding an impending court initiative ceremony. During the operational sweep, officers recovered a second catch of weapons, including 4 locally made pistols, 1 cut-to-size gun, 1 Beretta pistol, and a machete. Although the 4 apprehended suspects denied direct ownership of the firearms, they confessed to active membership within the cult group during initial interrogations. Squad coordinator Noah Idemudia commended local residents for providing timely and actionable intelligence, emphasizing that community cooperation is indispensable in dismantling criminal networks. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has configured 4,427 bimodal voter accreditation system devices, including 664 backup units ahead of the Osun State governorship election scheduled for August 15th. Speaking for the Commissioner, Chief Press Secretary Dayo Oketola confirmed that super registration area centers will be fully activated the night before election day to support logistics. The announcement follows a violent attack at a permanent voter card collection center in Okuku, where unidentified hoodlums assaulted staff and stole electoral materials, including voter cards and accreditation devices. Dismissing concerns over electoral compromise, the Commission declared the theft an exercise in futility due to mandatory biometric authentication. INEC confirmed that police investigations are underway to apprehend the culprits and recover the stolen assets, assuring voters that all stolen materials will be replaced without disenfranchising eligible citizens. Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, in collaboration with the Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers, has formally prohibited the use of the Ezendigbo or Ezeibo title for community leaders residing outside the Southeast region. To resolve long-standing leadership conflicts, the apex body officially established the title Onyendu as the sole approved designation for diaspora leadership. The transition was consolidated in Owerri during the official induction of a second batch of diaspora Igbo leaders from various states and West African countries. Speaking at the ceremony, Chairman of the Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers, Eze Emmanuel Okeke, emphasized that the new framework demands strict accountability and ethical conduct. Committee Secretary Ubochi described the milestone as a foundational step towards a unified and globally respected diaspora leadership structure. He warned that certificates and official recognition will be revoked if inducted leaders fail to uphold cultural standards. The Plateau State government has clarified that recent statements made by Governor Caleb Mutfwang regarding the Nigerian civil war were taken out of context, emphasizing that his remarks were delivered strictly in the spirit of national reconciliation. The Director of Press and Public Affairs, Dr. Giang Bere, issued the clarification in just following public debate over the governor's interaction with Igbo leaders. Dr. Bere explained that Governor Mutfwang's remarks were aimed at building deepest trust, mutual understanding, and unity among Nigerians rather than revising historical facts. The administration expressed concern that portions of the governor's speech were misrepresented in ways that did not reflect his true convictions or the substance of the meeting. The state government stressed that at no point did Governor Mutfwang intend to diminish the painful experiences or sacrifices of any ethnic group during the civil war. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wide Shaibu, has appointed general officers commanding to lead newly established army divisions nationwide following presidential approval. The Independent National Electoral Commission has configured 4,427 bimodal voter accreditation system devices, including 664 backup units, ahead of the August 15th Osun State election. Coming up shortly, Governor Petermbah has approved the recruitment of over 6,500 qualified candidates for academic, technical, and administrative positions across public primary and secondary schools in Enugu State. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State government has commenced the recruitment of over 6,500 qualified candidates into academic, technical, and administrative positions across public primary and secondary schools in the state, with primary focus on 867 smart green schools. The recruitment drive was announced in an official statement issued by the executive chairman of nscdc, Professor Hyginus Okibe Banko. According to the board, basic qualifications for academic positions require a bachelor's degree in education, a bachelor's degree HND in a relevant discipline alongside a PGDA or an NCE in specific subject areas. Registration or proof of ongoing registration with the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria is mandatory for all 13 applicants. The board noted that vacancies also exist for OND and SSCE holders across various support and administrative cadres. Candidates applying for degree HND positions must possess a valid NYSC discharge or exemption certificate and demonstrate practical proficiency in information and communication technology tools across all cadres. Applicants can submit hard copy applications directly to the office of the Executive Chairman, nscdc Enugu, or submit electronically by compiling documents into a single PDF sent to nscdc@outlook.com. The official deadline for all application submissions is Friday, August 14th, 2026. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has approved the appointment of 6 new permanent secretaries into the Rivers State Civil Service to strengthen administrative efficiency across the state ministries. The strategic appointments were officially announced in an executive press release issued by the Rivers State Head of Service, Dr. Iyengi S.I. Brown. The newly appointed senior officials are Mr. Freddy Dibara, Mrs. Fortune Abila, Dr. Promise Oguzie, Mrs. Ibishoye Loromari Wankwo, Mrs. Ibiyemiabara Joseph Uzoma, and Mrs. Mercy Dagogo Iboroma. Their selection follows comprehensive evaluations aimed at optimizing administrative leadership within the state civil service. The head of service directed all newly appointed permanent secretaries to report to the State Executive Council chambers at Government House, Port Harcourt, for their official swearing-in ceremony. The appointments take immediate effect as the state government reorganizes key operational sectors. Governor Fubara's administration reaffirmed its commitment to meritocracy and professional excellence within the public service. The new permanent secretaries are expected to drive government policies and enhance service delivery across their respective ministries. Public frustration continues to grow over the conduct of aviation security personnel across Nigerian airports following a viral altercation at Osubi Airport in Delta State. The dispute triggered when officials barred a passenger from carrying sealed canned food items aboard, highlighted widespread traveler complaints regarding arbitrary enforcement of screening rules and unprofessional behavior. Frequent travelers report that inconsistent interpretations of airport security guidelines across various terminals leave passengers vulnerable to intimidation and extortion. The Osubi incident is the latest in a series of high-profile controversies affecting the reputation of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. Earlier this year, anti-graft agencies prosecuted security personnel accused of accepting bribes at major international terminals in Abuja and Kano. These recurring incidents have reinforced public demands for systemic reforms, transparent disciplinary action, and standardized operational procedure across Nigerian airports. While FAN Chief Executive Officer Olubunmi Kuku ordered an immediate investigation into the Osubi incident, aviation stakeholders argue that routine assurances are no longer sufficient. Industry analysts warn that without decisive structural overhauls, public trust in the country's aviation security system will continue to erode. The Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority has announced full enforcement of its cashless transit policy, warning that commuters and operators involved in cash fare transportations on regulated public transport will face strict legal sanctions beginning August 1st. Speaking during a digital stakeholder session, Lamata head of Lego Idris Akinola stated that existing transport laws classify unauthorized cash transactions as criminal offenses. To support seamless compliance across regulated bus and rail networks, ticketing technology provider Touch and Pay Technologies introduced automated self-service kiosks at major terminals, mobile top-up platforms, and real-time transaction monitoring features. These measures aim to eliminate agent errors and simplify digital payments for commuters. Transport operators have already conducted training sessions for onboard staff and expanded driver fleets to ensure continuous operations during compliance checks. Regulatory teams will monitor high-density transit corridors to enforce the cashless mandate across all state-regulated transport schemes. Lamata urged commuters to utilize the Cowrie Card platform and report any transit staff demanding physical cash through official regulatory channels. The authority reiterated that transitioning to a fully cashless system is essential for modernizing urban mobility in Lagos State. The federal government has officially presented long-awaited housing deeds and national honors certificates to the Super Falcons following their victory at the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations. Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, alongside Nigeria Football Federation officials, presented the rewards to team captain Rashidat Ajibade and teammates in Rabat, Morocco. The presentation completes the comprehensive reward package announced by President Bola Tinubu after the team secured their record-extending 10th continental title. While financial cash rewards were previously disbursed, officials intentionally timed the handover of 3-bedroom housing title documents and officer of the Order of the Niger certificates to coincide with the team's national camp. Sports Commission leadership confirmed that organizing the physical presentation ahead of upcoming international matches was designed to boost team morale as the continental powerhouse prepares for the future competitions. The squad expressed appreciation to the federal government for fulfilling its commitment. The reigning African champions received the honors amidst praise from national sports administrators who reiterated the government's commitment to supporting women's football development. The team now turns its full focus to upcoming continental fixtures with all federal rewards fully honored. Ghanaian actress Juliet Ibrahim has publicly celebrated music executive Soso Soberekon following his wedding celebrations in Warri Delta State. Taking to her social media page, the movie star shared photos of her return journey on a private jet provided by the groom, expressing gratitude for his hospitality and praising his commitment to his friends. Ibrahim noted that Soberekon has spent years supporting and celebrating others, making it fitting for colleagues and friends from the entertainment industry to turn out in full force for his big day. The high-profile event drew prominent figures from across Nigeria's creative and business sectors. Reflecting on the grand event, the actress highlighted the detailed coordination that went into hosting the star-studded guest list, from arranging private charter flights to providing high-end accommodations. Ibrahim revealed she felt particularly honored by the groom's hospitality throughout the celebrations. She extended her warm wishes to Soberekon and his new wife as they begin their marital journey. Describing their union as a celebration of long-standing loyalty and friendship, the event has continued to generate positive engagement across social media platforms. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Following approval by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to expand the military structure, Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Waudu Shaibu has appointed new general officers commanding to lead newly established Nigerian Army divisions across key regional sectors. The Independent National Electoral Commission has configured 4,427 bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) devices, including 664 backup units, to ensure seamless voter accreditation ahead of the August 15th Osun State governorship election. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Danfodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape region, governance, and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed this alternate council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacy is not only derived from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral integrity, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Bafarawa and former governor Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability in the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? It is my Women's Crush Wednesday. You know what I mean? My Women's Crush Wednesday, where I give a lot of shout out to my women out there. Women are amazing. Women are actually gift from God and a lot of things. Today, I have a lot gist and good for you. Live on the best entertainment show, live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called social lawyer, aka red pepper and all kinds of spicy pepper. Today I came to spice it all with blue. You know, Chelsea fans, today it's your turn to take the turn. But anyway, I have a lot of gist, right here for you guys. I'm, still talking on this particular issue that has just been generated a lot of controversial opinions from different celebrities, from different people. People are saying and are pointing fingers at Davido, and are saying that so many people are saying actually that Chioma has come to influence Davido negatively, and this actually has to relate to the wedding that was that was trending during the weekend, and that was about the director the executive director wedding, where people have tagged Davido as being ungrateful and disappointed in him and Chioma for not attending wedding. This comment was made by Delta Governor's aide Osais Oveye, who actually made a lot of comments saying that Davido is ungrateful, and for looking towards the fact that Davido and were so close, and was seen in almost every part of Davido's affairs, running around for him. But at his own important day, Davido was seen missing. Yeah, but it's something that we have to respect. That everyone has his own controversial statement. Let me just read some comments out there. Some people said, "Are you with Davido? Do you know that if he has a lot of challenging factors that held him, do you know that if they actually has talked this over on the phone before this thing went out? Why do people always like to poke nose in people's business? But all this is not my business. But actually, I think people are understanding that the fact that when you are very close to people, you are up to step in for them during their own big day. So, you know, Davido being missing at that point has generated a lot of controversy. And that is it for me, for my first gist. And my second gist is about a pastor and a Nigerian clergy man who actually says that if you want to marry fine woman because of old age. You know, don't marry an ugly person because of old age. The women I wanted to marry before, I can't take pictures with them. With her now. Nigerian clergyman advises. This one is for some people, but I'm not the one that said this. So you should not be looking at me like actually like I am the one actually commenting on this. But actually, yeah, it's actually important that a man marries a fine woman that will actually push him out during old age, because in Nuta or the Koadege Nagini. If my Igbo brothers, you understand what I mean by that. But anyway, in all this, I'm not trying to shame anybody or do anybody this. It is not coming from me, it's coming from the clergyman who actually said that if you want to marry fine woman. But anyway, that's not my main gist. But Brisky, the mommy of Lagos, has come to tweet again, and guess what? She came hot and hurt this time around. And actually, her tweet this time around came like a reasonable and very sensitive part of time where there's this common trend that is going on these days where you see that thieves are dancing. If this time around, Odimeje will tell you, if you steal, you will dance. You dance the dance of Surugede. But actually, that's not the main point. The main point is that of recent there has been jungle justice, merited upon a popular model, and this actually led to his demise because he was accused of stealing an iPhone 16 from his friends and people around, and he was actually beaten to death. And this popular, some people's opinions are like, yeah, they actually bullied him. This was a planned event. He actually was framed up for this, but nobody knows if actually he stole it or it was actually as planned as claimed. But anyway, nobody has the right to take another person's life. You don't have the right. If you have that situation on board, on ground, all you need to do is to take it to the appropriate authorities to do the needful. I don't know, why will you take another person's life? One thing is that we just have to be safe, but actually don't find yourself in a compromising situation where you will be guilty, and because people are angry these days because if I catch you, I'm not saying, because if you see my own, I'll beat you, but not to death anyway. Yeah, I'm not violent. But anyway, but Mommy of Lagos has come to say, she says, no matter what someone is accused of, the law should take instead of resorting to violence or jungle justice. And this actually led to the death of this promising young man. But anyway, I want to give you guys a hot gossip. You know what is trending? Our mama, our African queen. You're my African queen. Actually, she shed off her tattoo. Her tattoo name on her shoulder, Idibia. She shed it off to add a butterfly there to tell you that Mama is no longer Idibiaring anything this point. She wants to move to the real cruise world. You know what I mean? She needs to move to the real cruise world. And after the breakup, she's trying to recover, trying to pull herself together, and trying to move on, find her feet, trying to shed off the identity Idibia from herself and to regain herself as Annie Macaulay. And that's what she actually is doing now. She's actually trying to regain her identity as Annie Macaulay. And you know what I mean? Annie Macaulay, not Annie Macaulay Idibia. She's trying to shed off her ex-husband's name off her page and so many social media handle. And then my next one is about Portable. Portable has not let the internet breathe zero. He has just been giving it out hot, even to the point that the person that actually took the stray bullet was his ex-girlfriend, Queen Dami. He tweeted, "You have dated all the big men online, yet you don't have a car. All you do is to beg for gift online." He mocks her, his ex-girlfriend, Queen Dami. Now wow. But I mean, let the young girl breathe, like breathe. Yeah, she needs to breathe. Yeah, she doesn't she doesn't need it. But actually, yeah, sometimes we do a lot of things. Once my friend will always say, Miracle always say, if you leave a particular situationship, just pray that the shades and the shadows of that situationship not follow you to your new era, because it will keep tormenting you. But that's not the main cocoa today. But I want to tell you that you, a Duchess first daughter, our Ada has come to tweet and say, if you are a fraudster, don't come close to her. I mean, yeah. She's very elegant, she's working hard, and she's doing a lot of things, her business. She's emulating and following the footsteps of her mother, May Edochie. Although she has shaded off her father's surname from her name, and she doesn't want to be addressed or related or even entangled with her father. I don't know, but she's trying to tell us today that if you're a fraudster, don't ever come close. Don't even think of it, because she will not give you a chance to taint her image or even be part of her life. That is the information she said we should pass to the general public. And it's a good one. Yeah, moral standards should be something that young girls should emulate very hard. They should be able to understand that it's not just all about money. Yeah, actually everybody needs money these days. Yes, every young girl needs money. But if we learn how to, get this money in the right and appropriate way, a lot of casualty, deaths, and all these things that have been flying, that a young girl's corpse was retrieved in this particular location, somebody was used for sacrifice. All these things will not be seen to prevail, because most of this, one thing we should understand is that most of these fraudulent Yahoo guys, they do this out of pressure for these young girls trying to meet up to the standard. And for them, when they love someone and they are not giving the one they love the things they desire, they are left with no option that to go out there, pick up the remaining part of them and do whatever that will bring money to the table. They don't even need to think about the after effect, side effect of all this. But anyway, before I delve into my next gist, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Come back to Aneke TV and the best of best entertainment show. Anywhere you go, you can always follow us on all our socials, on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and on X. You can always send in your comments to be part of this. Coupled with what I was talking about being part of fraud, and you should not come close to May Edochie's daughter, and she trying to warn or shade off men who will come for her, who are fraudulent or into any fraudulent business. Just don't come. But one thing that is going to stand out today, and I'm going to let you guys live with it today, is that I'm going to drop my buzzing hot trailer movie for you guys today. And this movie, I need you guys to watch it for the midweek. Well, I mean mid of the week. And today is all about women, and women owns today, because today I'm crushing on women. And my movie for today is Behind the Scene. And this movie has just gone out of this way. Is women are trying to step up in the industry. Women are making a large and huge statement. Well, I mean women are making a large and huge statement this time around. And this movie is having behind the scene has the likes of Funke, who is the co-director and the producer of the movie Behind the Scene, and we have the major actor here, which is Cynthia. She has been given the movie role as Aderonke, and she has made the movie very, very interesting. And I'm talking about Uche Montana. We see the likes of Toby Bakere. We see the likes of Yaboju. We see the likes of Uzo Alokwe. We see the likes of Funke, and we see the likes of the drama doll herself. You know what I'm talking about, the drama doll herself. And then we see Mr. Macaroni here, and then the drama doll, which I'm talking about, Destiny Tiku, who has been in this movie. And this movie is centered around Aderonke, who is known in this movie as Ronki Fela. She is a successful real estate entrepreneur whose generosity towards her family and friends began to take a toll on her. She began to feel and suspect that her family and friends do not exactly have her back. As she does this, and she takes a personal U-turn about this life to try to question her relationship between her and her family. This actually led her. She's a very big real estate mogul, and her very close friend in this movie is Uzo Arukwe, who happened to be a very tight close friend. And then she had to frame her death. She has 2 children actually, and Destiny Tiku and MC Mr. Macaroni happens to be the chef and the maid in the house. And this movie actually is very educative, because she actually had to frame her death to know if actually, because Funke turns out to be her sister, and she wanted to know if actually when anything happens to her. And Toby Bakare was her younger brother, and Funke also her elder sister. Funke also having children in the house. I'm just giving you a plot shot into this movie. And then she actually got married and had children. Her husband died. She's left with I'm talking about Uche Montana. She's left with 2 children at this point, and she actually had to know and find out if anything happens to her, because she's sick. She's suffering from a very well-known disease, and she has a few times to live. So she wanted to know if actually she dies tomorrow, will her children be left out, or would they be cared for, or would they be left? So she actually happened to test her brother, frame with Uche Uzo Arukwe. They framed her death, and eventually the family turned their back on her little kids. And the sad part of this story, that Uzo died as a result of trying to engage in a mini battle with some street gangs, and he was shot right dead. And actually this was the part that tore Uche Montana into pieces, mourning his lost time friend who actually was there for him, her and her children for the long days. But this movie, you need to go and watch this movie, Behind the Scene. What I mean, Behind the Scene is a very interesting movie. And also, back on what I said about yesterday about Taylor, this musician, singer, South African singer Taylor, trying to host a concert in Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians are trying to pull this thing, trying to say they are trying to call out to boycott South Africans, especially Tyler's concerts in Lagos, not to, you know, come to this place that the controversy and things going on in South Africa, this xenophobic attack against Nigerians living in South Africa, a lot of things will happen if this concert is held down. And then moving over to my next, you know, this is about the singer, the rapper, Ice Prince. Funny enough, Ice Prince has given his life to Christ. I mean, like, how is this musician now turning to Christian boys? Oh, I don't know. It's like, I want to give my life to Christ, because what is all this? He asked people to call him Jesus boy. He also took the mic and did some worship song in church. At the end of the day, Jesus King. People who have lived this kind of lives always get to agree to the end that there is God. And this is Ice Prince officially giving his life to Christ. And it's Ice Prince having a female reincarnated version of the King Tonto herself, because King Tonto recent, she actually gave her life to Christ. You know, seeing her preaching the gospel, doing some other thing. And now we have a musician, Ice Prince, who is a rapper giving his life to Christ. This is another big step and big boat to take. And then going to my next gist is about Ariasta, who has officially started her acting career in a blockbuster movie titled Children of the Blood and the Bone. This movie is something that we should, some people said we should be able to cover her body, since she's also always used to opening up her body for you know, this. But in this movie, she's seen covering her body, and she's seen doing a lot of things, and I think she's going to do well. And not just we're actually anticipating this movie because it's being directed by the whites, produced by the whites, and, you know, infusion of African culture, different African culture. I think I saw Endurance, who is a dancer in Ghana. I saw some Uganda actress. I saw a popular Kenyan actor, South Africans. This is a mixed view. God, this movie is going to be very massive. So we can't wait to have this. And we're having our own Sabi girl. Oh, we have her in this movie, and you know what I mean. We're anticipating, although there has been a war clash between Nigerians and the others, but anyway, we just want to leave it aside. And my last gist for today is about Rude Boy, who happens to be one of the twin of the popular P-Squares. He says, "I am nobody without my culture and language." Proudly Igbo singer Paul Okoye writes days after his twin Peter Okoye reiterated Nigerian languages. You know, I think Mr. P was seen, you know, trying to say he doesn't care about the culture or anything about the culture, but now we are seeing his, you know, other twins saying that I am a nobody. I repeat, nobody without the culture, native language. It is my pride. I'm a full Nigeria, proudly Igbo. And that's all I have for you today on my, you know, best of best entertainment show. I go by the name Gift Obodo. I'm also giving a big shout out to my ladies out there. Be good, be calm, because today it's for you ladies there. And you know, we always do this every day by 12:30 p.m. or every day on your screen. You will see us by 12:30 p.m. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. We love you. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
You're welcome to our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to dwell on something that used to make Nigeria great. I do not know presently if actually agriculture makes us great. Today we're going to discuss on the topic, agro-based economy, way out of Nigeria's economic woes. Agriculture remains the largest sector in Nigeria. But basically, Nigerian population that is big, well over 200, majority of the population are involved in subsistence agriculture. And agriculture used to be the mainstay of Nigeria's economy within the 60s and 70s, during the regional days. The granite pyramids were there in Kanu, of course, cocoa in Ibadan, and of course, other agro products like palm produce in the southeast. The then premier of the old eastern region, M.I. Okpara, was running a government that was adjudged the fastest growing economy in West Africa. And from there, he was able to establish a lot of things, steel rolling mill, and Niger gas, presidential hotel, and so many other things. He had very many agricultural investments, like the palm investment. We will have the rubber plantation, and so on and so forth, cashew plantation, and so on and so forth. So agriculture was actually getting the income for Nigeria, and the Nigerians were happy for it. But until the oil at Olobri, Nigerians tend to actually shift, and the shift is such that has resulted in living in plenty and die in penury, because Nigerian population, about 170 million people, are living below poverty line. I do believe that agriculture, which contributes about 24% of the nation's GDP, has so well been neglected that if the Nigerian government will actually make a turn towards agriculture, and of course mechanizing it, agriculture will actually get Nigeria to where it ought to be amongst the community of nations that are developed. And today we are going to have a popular face on this program, Dr. Chikezie Obasi, one of the persons that actually launched this program, Arena, the recent Arena, as produced by me in Aneke TV. Obasi is a public affairs analyst, social commentator, and what have you. He's so many things. He's also an author. He's so many things at different times. So, Dr. Obasi, welcome to Aneke TV.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you, our viewers.
We are talking about the sector that has had stunted growth in the recent time due to low productivity, expensive inputs, and increasing post-harvest losses due to poor logistics and insecurity across Nigeria. What is your overview about agriculture in Nigeria?
Agriculture in Nigeria is a sector that has a lot of potentials. A potential to catapult Nigeria, create massive employment, and bridge the inequality gap between the rich and the poor. However, over the years, just like you rightly mentioned in your intro, the era of oil boom actually caused a heavy havoc to agriculture. And then threw Nigeria into poverty, and such we're now having insecurity that's even affecting the agricultural producers. Eventually, or again, many of us began to see modernity, because agriculture has not really transformed to what it ought to be. And then people began to see the agriculture as we used to, have it, as not being modern enough, to end their working in that sector. You find that what kept the society going during the, during the colonial masters, before the colonial masters, no longer holds waters. But if you tell somebody you're a farmer today, person will look at you, oh, it took all this, so you now went back into farming, And when you tell people that across the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the first need of a person, no, let me not call it first, the first need of, among the first need of a person is you must eat food. Food security is very important. So Nigeria is a country with enormous potential in agriculture, but paradoxically, it does not translate to, improvement in both proper employment or even the GDP. A situation whereby today roughly 35–36% of Nigerians are employed to agriculture and producing only a 24% GDP. I mean, that is, nothing to write home about. If you compare it to some developed nations that have less than 3% of the population into agriculture, but producing a GDP to as much as 40–50%. So you find out that we have a lot of potential, and but it's difficult to say why we've not really tapped into it. If you take a look at what bedevils Nigerian agricultural sector, it is multifaceted. First, neglect over the years. Two, you begin to look at our land tenure system. You look at the government education among the farmers. You look at the banking loan. You look at addition value chain, value chain addition. People are still practicing subsistence farming, and then we produce a whole lot to waste. So you discover that among all these, there are a lot of issues government should have actually, over the years, consistently, maintained. But more recently, what is bedeviling agriculture is insecurity.
More recently, what is bedeviling agriculture in Nigeria is insecurity. So submitted Dr. Obasi. Well, Dr. Obasi, you said you did an overview, and then we'll come to take each one of them. And just like you mentioned, the problem of insecurity. Remember, security is all-encompassing.
Yeah.
Like you earlier said about food security, but we're talking about security of lives,
and properties,
which determines whether the farmer goes to farm and goes back, whether the farmer can go to farm and come back self, not going to farm and not coming back even ever. Some farmers have gone to farm and they were killed as a result. Then you have talked about land tenure system, but let us start from insecurity. How far, from your perspective, that insecurity has affected agriculture and food productivity in Nigeria?
Okay, let me start from my own side. I remember there was 4 years ago, we said let's get into agriculture, and we identified the NEC as hotspots where we could actually invest, a few of us. And before we could, settle down, we began to do analysis of what NEC. And one of us said, if you are going outside of Enugu town, I'm not going anywhere because he had been kidnapped along NEC road, And that, as if that may not be, that may not be serious, but it became serious to us when we went towards that community after Ugogo. And we asked the villagers. They told us that the insecurity was so high along that zone. And that meant that investing there, we are not even secured. Now, if you go towards Ihamufas at that same time, I remember the situation where one of the security men told us, please leave this environment before 3 p.m. Because after 3 p.m., the insecurity tends to increase as the day goes by. So that again becomes a difficult one. I'm just talking about here. And then many of us could relate that in so many communities, people stopped going to the farm because of what kidnappers, what bandits, what rapists could actually do. And this is just a mild situation here. Over there in the north, it became a little bit more difficult and more difficult to comprehend, because farmers are asked to pay to go back to the farm, to return to the farm. Bandits will tax them, to go to their farms. And then bandits will tax them even to harvest the crops. Some of them, bandits will kidnap them. So it became a very much difficult situation. And that most of the many communities in Benue State, which is still what we're battling to today, no longer go to their farm. So insecurity actually cost the whole of Northwest, part of Northeast, and part of North Central a very significant havoc in terms of agriculture. So going to the farm became a difficult one. And you understand clearly that insecurity, once you have this level of alert, getting to the point where people are afraid of their lives, it's a catenation effect. Many of the younger ones you see here, some of them in Benue State. I remember the guy that was that did my house, for me. He's a mason, and he told me plainly that he used to go back to the village to cultivate yams, and that he had a place where he cultivates up to 40,000 tubers of yam. So during the rainy season or any early part of the year, you see that they go down to their place to cultivate these yams. But he says he can no longer do that again because of insecurity. And then these are just for subsistence farmers. Then if you get into places that should have been used, like in the northeast, you see that a whole lot of places, farmers like fishers, because it's not just a land farming. Fishers, cattle rustlers have actually taken a whole lot of cattle from the, cattle farmers. Then fishermen in Lake Chad today, it's almost known that the environment is being controlled by, Boko Haram and bandits. So you see that it's a very heavy, it's a difficult one, when it comes to insecurity and famine. And unfortunately, nobody is there, to assist other than what Nigeria is still doing. And then these farmers do not have what it takes. They are not enabled, financially, and many of them do not have connection. So insecurity has dealt a heavy blow, I'll give another example. There was a day a whole lot of cattle trucks were, burnt down in Uguaba, I think some years back. And it was, the activity was attributed to a non-government. And I said, oh, non-government burning down a truckload of cattle. And then, you do know how many millions you're talking about? And this translates, if that cattle was owned by a farmer who is still transiting them, bringing them down to Enugu or to Anambra, it becomes a problem. He has lost his money. So it's a whole lot of problem. Insecurity has cost, not just in Nigeria, but along sub-Saharan Africa. So it's actually affected farmers so heavily that many of them cannot go to the farm today.
Insecurity have caused a lot of havoc in sub-Saharan Africa. And Dr. Obasi was talking about, with special reference to what it causes in Nigeria. Dr. Obasi, you have lent voice on security situation and the way it affects agriculture. Now, apart from the security situation, I know that a whole lot of other things actually affect agriculture. We talk about funding of agriculture. External funding, that is in terms of going for loans, banks, funding, banks and all that. Then government on its own with a whole lot of money that is being or not being accounted for. That is being accounted and the ones not being accounted for, which are, of course, monies that accrue to the federal government, coming from, for instance, like this year, we have had a windfall. Yet people are suffering. Things are getting worse. And there's no way to kind of make provisions for taking care of the effects of sufferings in Nigeria. We talk about the war in the Middle East, translating to the sufferings here because of oil. Yet, we make a whole lot of money that should have cushioned, that we should have, used some to cushion the effects it will have on Nigeria. I still wonder. So, funding generally, how does it affect agriculture in Nigeria?
Well, that's a very serious issue. And, in Nigeria, we are still treating agriculture as a social investment, where it should have been worked out as an economic, or profit-oriented investment, where government should be able to sit down very well, just like you invest in every other market, you invest in agricultural markets. Now, you discover that what you see is at various ministries, banks don't lend money to farmers at even in fact, you have to bring whatever they would demand of you for you to even get money. I'll give you a typical example. I was in Odume last 2 years, and I was talking to a man who was packing his paddy rice, a farmer, and I asked him,
what if you guys gather yourself to buy a tractor? He asked me, how would they get money? And I said, but I know clearly that Bank of Industry, Minister of Agriculture, SMEs used to organize them, you know, you are coming to take credit, you know, at a very subsidized rate. And he laughed and laughed and laughed and told me that the last time they were asked to do the same, that they came to Enugu severally without any efforts, any positive efforts, or any positive outcome. And they now resorted that if you want to talk to them, you come down to Nenwe. Rather than asking them to come over to Enugu and waste the day, waste their money without getting anything, what are they doing there? Now, he was complaining of the bureaucracy, even in assessing the fund. And when the fund comes, it's clear that it does not really get down to the, you know, right farmer. Now, the big question is, how does government want to retrieve, you know, how do they treat these farmers? In terms of giving them improved seedlings, yeah, Ministry of Agriculture, I must tell you, a lot of research have been going on. But at what cost? How did they get their farm implements? What technological advancement? Funding into the education. Because we might begin to look at funding as direct incentive. It may not just translate to that. But if you fund to the educating the farmers, this is the better yield, this is this, not the farmers coming on their own, funding and by employing farm extension workers who could go to this farm and help them to develop diaries, you know, and help them to develop how they should understand, check, you know, the account balancing. At this done, I found that Nigeria has really paid minimal services, lip service to issue of agriculture. And when I see people talking about they're going to import tractors and so on, I mean, those are not really the only thing the farmers need. Many times they need education. You know, how do they preserve their foods? I was going to Ubru last month, and you could see a whole lot of baskets of okra produced, you know, between Odume, Nenwe, Odume down to that end. And it was raining, and these women abandoned it, you know, in that market, and you know, ran to for the shelter. And then the question was, I asked my wife, because I was with my wife, I said, what would these women do with this okra? By the evening, the okra is gone. So is there any way for these women to appreciate that they could preserve this? Even if you say, let us buy local refrigerators, let us get silos, let us get electricity, solar panel, do they have the fund? And these are what government should, on their own, find a mechanism, improving on, you know, the value chain of agriculture, such that they don't produce or waste, so that the middlemen wouldn't exploit them. Today, our farming is still subsistent. If you go to New Market, if you look, I see a lot of watermelons that are wasted, you know, and it translates to cost on us, and then loss to the farmer. So I think funding has been a very, just like many other areas, not just agriculture alone, funding has been a very big problem. And then adding to it is the level of corruption. Fertilizer, for example, you know, fertilizer should have been one of the easiest things farmers would have access. But we are in this country, and we've been finding, we've noticed how difficult obtaining fertilizer used to be for the farmers. Though it's eased off by state government, but I think this should have been over-the-counter farming, material.
You say it's been eased up by the state government. I'm talking about.
No, when I say by it's been eased up by some state government or
some state government,
not all.
Okay.
Not all. Okay. And then government should have actually looked at how to make those fertilizers, those farm implements, get to these farmers at relatively cheaper costs, you know, such that when they are paying back the loans, it will not be, you know, it will not take deep holes in their pocket. Remember, many of them do not have insurance policy, and that's a very big problem. In US, or developed nations, you see that farmers have insurance policies, because in those areas, if you have your crop, if you don't really, government does not really insure them, it simply means that you could have, let's say, a bird of 20,000, and they probably, just like when we have a flu, if these birds are caught, who pays you? It becomes a difficult one. And then somebody may find it difficult to get into such a business that is risky. What if there's abundant yield? Dropping your cost of production to relatively, your output to relatively less than the cost of production. That simply means that you've lost. So who mops up the excess? The government should have done, this is how we invest in this and mop up the excess. So the farmers do not lose. There was a year they had a problem of tomato issue. But in subsequent years, you see that tomato glutted in the market. So who helps the farmer to mop up? How will the farmer preserve these goods? It requires adequate funding into how you could turn the agro-processing, agro-products into a mechanism where you could save, you could actually process them to for better maximal use.
Yes, for processing of agro-products.
Yes.
Yeah, but we will talk about processing, giving more value to some of the products that come out from the farm. But before we do that, we are going to pause for a break. And of course, when we come back, we'll continue on our discussion, agriculture, which is should have been the mainstay of Nigerian economy. We'll continue. Please stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Yeah, you're welcome back. We're still on a program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our topic is agro-based economy, way out of Nigeria's economic woes. We are talking about getting back to agriculture and, of course, reclaiming agriculture in Nigeria and going back to what we were before and immediately after independence, where you had the Ghana pyramid, you have the cocoa that, of course, produced money to build the cocoa house in Bado, and you have the southeast, not the southeast, the Eastern Nigeria economy that was the fastest growing economy in West Africa then. So if we're able to go back to agriculture, certainly we're going to begin to have, pushes that will be like that of the old, because presently everything seems to have nosedived into something that is not palatable for the Nigerian populace. So, and I still have here Dr. Chikeze Obasi, who is lending voice on this topic, and he has given a lot of insight on the kind of agriculture that is being practiced, and he has more to talk on the advancement of agriculture in Nigeria. We were talking about adding value to agro-products, for instance. Most of our agro-products are sold raw, as raw material, especially those that are sold outside the country. They are sold as raw material. Ordinarily, if they had been given some level of value, more value, that would have set this Nigeria on the path of production instead of consumption. But we sell our agro-products raw, and when it comes as a finished product, it is taken back to us as a consumer nation. So, what's in your own thinking do you believe would begin to attract such researches and investments in ensuring that agro-products are given some level of value? For instance, the cashew could be processed here. We do not process cashew in Nigeria. where you get the oil. They say the oil in cashew is aeronautical oil, could be used for aviation. And they say, then of course the nut is generally used world over. And so on and so forth. You have the palm produce. Everything that has to do with palm is completely economic, that can produce money, starting from the oil, the kernel, the chaff, and all the chaff along panel can give you a whole lot of potassium hydroxide, and so on and so forth. So, and we don't seem to have all it takes to begin to add value or process these products that are coming from the agro industry, that is the agricultural sector. So your institution, how do we do that? Some researches were done sometime about how to keep tomatoes, like you said.
Okay, let me say this is where it pains the most. I happen to be among those that worked during COVID-19, and at a point we didn't have sanitizers because every other part of the world was under lockdown. And we went in to produce our sanitizers. And it's very interesting to note what is a sanitizer. Sanitizer is basically liquid content you use in rubbing your hands that contains alcohol with a concentration of about 60 to 70%. So at that concentration level, we know that the bacteria or the viruses or the germ will die. But how do you produce sanitizer? How do you get alcohol? Very simple thing. Alcohol is gotten from every carbohydrate. If you allow them ferment, you get it from starch, cassava, and so on. Then the other one is the one we call ekbeshe, the sapele water, the kai kai. In fact, majority of the alcohol we used then came from Niger Delta. Because then we suddenly discovered that all you need to do is to take away the odor of that kai kai, which is a very simple thing to do in the lab, and then convert it to sanitizer. And today, I can tell you that then we before the COVID-19, close to 80 to 90% of the sanitizers that we are on our shelves, we are just imported. Today, we have almost 80 to 90% of the sanitizers locally produced. What actually transformed? Not intentional, but opportunity came, people cashed into it. And people discovered that this is okay. I'll give you another example. I was in Umunko last year, to purchase a gallon of Umunko palm wine. Then, for those of us who may not understand, Umunko is saying like somebody going to to purchase palm wine, or somebody going to Bof to purchase fresh, or enugu. These places are noted to be having beautiful, palm wine. And in any occasion, if you bring palm wine and bring no matter the amount, the quantity of other alcohol you bring, people will consume the palm wine first before consuming the other quantity of alcohol. But what's the problem? How do you preserve these alcohol, these drinks, overnight? It becomes difficult. That is value addition. For some of us, we know clearly if you had gotten a very good cold chain, it could preserve it for as much as 1 week, 2 weeks, and then you can even export it. So that's on that second side. Now, I will want us to understand that the greatest disadvantage or the greatest impediment of farming is the takeoff, and this takeoff should have actually converted these farm products into what I call processed foods, or not processed really, but value addition foods. For example, okra, which I use as an example. After a particular period of time, you might discover that you won't find okra again in the market. Probably people will say the season is gone. But why won't we have, now we have it in abundance. I won't be able to put it, to run around the year. So you see that it's a very big problem. And what is stopping this impediment? I will tell you one, technology. I talked about cold chain value. In every cold chain, you must have electricity all the way. Because the least you can do is that when you don't have electricity, you have ice packs. And it's electricity that will produce ice blocks. Do we have enough? The answer is no. Right? Now, you must have logistic, to move. And one of the things that you must have is good trucks, good, how you go through the terrain, roads, and so on. If I say, let me take in maybe let me get to rural areas and pick like palm oil and so on. So that by the time you come back, the cost of doing that becomes so enormous. I wouldn't want to go to that rural area because maybe the environment may not be the best for me. You know, maybe electricity is lacking, I don't have a decent accommodation and so on. Otherwise, what would have been the best is take some of these value addition, value addition mechanism industries and small companies to where they will be able to access the product so they can take off from the farmers. Once farmers see that they can take off, then you increase the yield and the value, the return on investment. That's enough to incentivize other farmers to go in. But when they do not, it becomes a difficult one. Fish. I'll give another example with fish. You see that many of the ice fish we buy here are fish that were killed abroad. You see an ice fish that was brought into the country, that's what I'm talking about, value addition. You see an ice fish that was bought, gotten from abroad, frozen chicken, frozen beef, and so on. And some of them might have been on the transit for about 3 months. Frozen, fresh, not dead. And when they bring them, they say, take it to the cold room, where they are maintained, and when you eat the ice fish, it looks as if it was produced today. But can the farmers of our environment say that? Can you run a cold chain of that? And then you see that the cost becomes heavy. The cost becomes so heavy on us. And these are things we could say people could produce, during the glutton period, you harvest, and then during the period is not there, you sell off the other ones. And then we won't significantly increase the fund or drop the amount. If you get to the market, a lot of farmers will sell off their chicken. Like yesterday, my wife was coming back, and the woman was pleading with her, please buy my chicken. I can't take it back to the farm. Late in the evening. And she said, out of pity, she bought from the woman, because she saw the woman had a lot of chicken. This was a farmer who came out, and there's no, the chicken, according to them, the rule is, most of them, if you bring the chickens to the market, you don't take it back to your pot, because it could introduce infection to the pot. So the next option would have been to coil this chicken and put them in a frozen pack and sell. But she can't, because she doesn't have that mechanism. So she decides to sell off. And if the loss becomes so heavy, you won't see her going back to the farm again. And these are, it's called that value addition is nowhere, would not be underestimated and must not be overemphasized, because that's even where the fund is. Chocolate, very clearly. Take away 1 kg of chocolate out of Africa, it returns back to you. They said it was estimated that Africa, I think Ghana, exports less than $5 billion worth of chocolate in a year, and the whole thing comes back to them as $32 billion in imported goods. So you can understand what value addition could yield. Crackers. I saw the other day when they were saying about a popular biscuit we used to eat when I was man. They didn't ask me to advertise for them, so I'm not going to mention the name. But I was surprised to see it was from potato chips. Potato chips. Just simple slicing of those potato chips was able to give biscuits, which we are eating. And you begin to wonder, why is it difficult for us to do? So those value addition means a lot to agriculture. And we are not having them.
And we have plenty of it being farmed here, everywhere. But you see them throwing away the ones that has been gotten rotten as a result.
Exactly. So if you have companies that could add this value to it, you see that farmers will not they won't be able to produce enough for this farm. And then you reduce cost on importing so many of these products. There are so many countries that depend so much. You look at when China had a problem with America and they stopped importing their soya beans. So America shouted, telling you how much it could give. But the issue is, can you add value to it? And what do you need? Primary thing, electricity must be there. And the technology must be equally there.
Good. Technology, that's basic amenities.
Yes.
So if these basic amenities are lacking, the chances of actually adding value to the farm product
diminishes.
Is far-fetched.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about, let us talk about the poverty level, which, of course, we know you have talked about it somehow, but we want to talk about it with reference to the poor farmers, those who are involved in subsistence agriculture, from where they make ends meet for themselves and their families. This is from where they eat and from where they always take care of their extended responsibilities apart from eating. So, and they are poor. And things are getting worse. Transport is getting high. The spiral effect of transportation has, of course, had a very big toll on even some of them being able to get these products to the market, because some of them cannot even afford to pay the price of transportation, let alone getting back the money and all that, which is as a result of the poverty level. So how do we begin to reconcile poverty and famine, especially when it concerns considered farmers, for them to be in business?
I will tell you, one thing is poverty is...
because those ones do not have access to the bank loans.
No,
more so, the bank loans is even at a double digit, not even single digit.
But the problem of poverty is that it has a spiral effect. The man buying from you is a poor man. You produce at an exorbitant price. He doesn't have money to buy. He discourages you from producing. The fewer people that do not have what to do will go and produce without being able to buy even necessary incentive like herbicide and so on. And it has a spiral effect. So for me, it is not like a case of selecting farmers and then treating them separately, because it's difficult for you to do. But I think the government across the board, even when I listen to some of the presidential aspirants, I still nod my head and say, Chai, we are far from understanding what's going on. Look, even the subsistence farmer, go and check his implements. Majority of them are imported. The hoe, the cutlass. But the other day I saw cutlass being imported from China, Hong Kong, and Brazil. Look at the hoe. Look at everything you can think of. There's one cardinal thing you would understand. If it is made a little bit cheaper, it would have been easier for them. And that is iron. Every country that has developed, or let me not say every, but most of the countries that have developed have one way or the other way of getting iron to become a cheap commodity in the environment. Because that is the basis upon which you run industrialization. Agriculture, 1, petrochemical, 2, iron production, 3, or steel production, whatever you want to call it. If you cannot achieve these 3, forget about development. And it has a spiral effect. If you have a good iron industry, you equally have to produce implements enough to get into agriculture. People will leave subsistence farming into a much more improved farming mechanism, because they will have access to having better tractors, having better implements, even building silos, a whole lot. That now translates for the government to have money to go into massive electrification, building roads, and so on and so forth. That's what iron could do for you. Now, agriculture on its own, when it improves, you discover that a lot of people will feed and poverty will drop. So for me, it's a very big, serious issue. When I take a look that the government are not seeing this sector, these two sectors, agriculture and steel industry, as what I call emergency sectors. In fact, we narrowly escaped petrochemical because Dangote came in there. But these 3 things, you cannot, it's difficult for you to develop in the modern world without having the 3 of them. At least you have mechanism where the 3 of them should be relatively cheap for you. Because it's either you use steel or you use plastic industry, and you must feed. And then products of that agriculture, I'll give you another example. I've seen research on bamboo. Bamboo alone. People using bamboo to construct houses and so on and so forth. So you have farmers that went into bamboo. And we have researchers that we are researching on building hotels, big tall buildings with bamboo. In India, people build high-rising structures with bamboo. So bamboo needs, just that you will see bamboo as a bamboo, we use, some of us use a firewood. It's a serious business. The back of bamboo is alone in the toothpick production industry, if you understand what it means. Or is it, like you already pointed out, palm tree? All the components of palm tree is money. The tree is going to help, add value to this. And how do you handle them? Because if it's only when you can take them away from the farmers that the farmers can actually come back to add value to. So poverty to the farmers is something that is not just unique to the farmer. And then, like I said, once poverty, if Nigeria gets to a point where poverty level is less than 1 digit, right? It's less than 2 digits, maybe 9%, 5%, 3%. You see that a lot of people have money to buy from the farmers. A lot of people have faith in them. But where do not have money to, to eat, to even pay house rent? It becomes difficult. People will select what they want to buy. And then for the richer ones, they're not helping us out. Nobody is ready to buy one apple for 1,000 naira. But we sit down to price the market woman who brought Odara. The one I don't want to call it local apple, but the one we call, our beautiful Odara. We will not be able to buy it. We will be pricing like 1,000 naira. So he values the apple more than our beautiful one. And these are things that, we need to begin to work on. So the ones that would have taken off from the farmers might prefer a finely processed food that came in from abroad to what the farmer has brought to the market.
Okay, yeah. Let us, because time is no longer in our favor, so the productive age, the youths of Nigeria.
That's a very heavy, it's a very difficult one. And
they don't seem to
it's a very serious
in agriculture, and which should have given the greater percentage of our population employment. But it is not so. The orientation is such that the youths don't seem to want to be in the agri sector. What kind of orientation and what do we do?
No, you see, the era of oil boom did us a lot of harm. It changed the perception that living in a beautiful house in town is meant for you, and you going to the farm, becoming a farmer, is no longer, it shouldn't be seen. In fact, if you go to the university and give people opportunities to change their courses from agriculture to any other course, I can bet you that 90% will leave the Department of Agric. Even when you tell them that, look, there are so much things you can do within this area, people seem not to be interested. It's like we want to run away from what our forefathers were doing. That's not necessary. And because modernity hadn't come into farming, that's why I look at it. It's not cheap. And that's why I say, if you look at farming from the point of business, it's better so that government can invest heavily in it. But you can see that it's not. People will prefer to be realtors. People will prefer to be walking up and down, working for people rather than going to farm, because they feel it doesn't connote enough prestige, and they feel again, how long would you, how many years would you stay for you to, get some money out of it? And which is true to a reasonable extent. And there is no incentive for people to get into it. I can tell you that if the government deliberately looks into it, it could change. If there's massive understanding and then clearing a whole lot of grounds that make that environment viable, we will change. And I will tell you for free, I am into fishery, and I've met a whole lot of young guys. Again, it requires money, it requires funding. They have gone into poultry, into fishery. Some have gone into improved agricultural mechanism. Some have gone into rice farming. Ekene Uzodinma, if you know him, he's a very young man. He's gone into agriculture. He's been producing maize and so on, crops. But you see, at the point they are entering, many of them enter with a high level of leverage. Probably have some friends you can actually borrow money from. But we are saying, because if you make the environment attractive, a lot of you will get into it. But it's not attractive, it's not financially rewarding, and then many of us felt that you might be there for the rest of your life and remain a poor man.
Many of Nigerians believe that staying in agriculture, you remain like that and become a poor man after all. And that is exactly why the youths of Nigeria do not associate themselves or do not want to get into the agri sector. And that is a very disheartening situation. So we do believe that the youth of Nigeria will make a U-turn because we no longer can put food on our tables, and the situation is becoming worse than ever, every day. So you see that stable food, a lot of people cannot put food on the table. Every now and then, the orientation has been to become a wealthy person without doing any meaningful job. So this, for the want of time, I think, where do we go from here finally?
I would say first, government has to begin to look at agriculture as business and invest in it. It has to be intentional. But more importantly, they should actually look at, getting to lift people out of poverty, so that we have a lot of funding, a lot of people that could take away from things away from agriculture. And then, more importantly, to develop the country. 240 million, our steel industry has to come up. If it doesn't come up, we're going nowhere.
We're going nowhere if certain things that ought to be done by the government are not put in place. So says Dr. Chikeze Obasi, our erudite scholar that come here to lend voice to our topic, agriculture in Nigeria, the only way out of our economic woes. This is the best we can take from today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV in Enugu Southeast Nigeria. We thank you, Dr. Obasi, for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And God bless you.
Thank you.
So for you, viewer, join us next time on another edition of our program, Arena. Thank you and God bless you.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
There exists a defining force, a force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility, where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
We are happy to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that follows up on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, and then bringing to fore all the engagement, of course, youthful engagement that take place within and outside the shores of academic environment. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, we criticisms, motivations, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today our focus is once again on the student success in examinations. And once again, I have a set of young academic doctors who made our list for this show. They are here on the studio. By my left is a senior lecturer in the Department of Educational Management of the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Chibike Ozago. And then I have by my right another senior lecturer, Department of Industrial Chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Lotenna Opesili. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. Chibike, how are you today?
I'm okay.
All right.
I'm okay, sir.
Okay. Lotenna.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Our topic is the student success in examination. Yes. And good enough, we have taken the first episode of this topic. Yeah. From the first episode, we looked at who a successful student is after an examination. Exactly. And then we looked at why examination success is necessary in the first place. And again, we look at the true value of the saying that examination is not the true test of knowledge. And then, the last but not the least, we look at the causes of examination failure in schools. Now, continuing today, more on the causes of examination failure in school. Can we attribute this to the incompetence on the side of teachers?
Of course. Incompetence on the side of teacher is also a major factor. Like I said, sometimes or most times you have teachers who are not really trained or who are not trained to be teachers or educators, even though they have degrees in some of these subjects. We've said that before. Okay? And when you talk about competence, you should also pay attention that you have to work on yourself deliberately to make good or make better of what you are doing. So if I'm a teacher or a lecturer, it is my job to develop myself.
May I ask you this? You are a lecturer.
Yes.
And you teach in a school.
Yes.
Are you really a qualified teacher?
Of course, I am a
You
qualified
are?
teacher. I am.
Okay.
One of the reasons why I'm a qualified teacher is because I have a postgraduate diploma in education. So I'm not just having BSc in chemistry, MSc in chemistry. I also had a teacher training experience. Do you understand? So that qualifies me to be a teacher. All right? But then, not everybody who is in a teaching environment had that kind of experience.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. And let me come to you, Dr. Chibike Ozago. Yes, you're also a teacher in the university.
Yes.
How much do you believe in this saying that incompetence on the side of teachers can be a reason for students' failure in examination?
Yes. There's what is called teacher qualification. Most people who are in the university or most of the institution of learning today do not possess that teacher qualification. Most of them are just, I don't know how to, some of them are, no matter your field or area of specialty, you are a lawyer, you are a doctor. So once you do not, like my brother rightly pointed out, that despite the fact that he is a PhD in chemistry, yet he had to go for the training of the teachers. Am I understood? So to understand the nitty-gritty in teaching profession. So without which, or without that, you cannot be said to be a qualified teacher. So that's a factor. So you see people speaking English. English does not necessarily translate to being a good teacher. There are certain skills that need to be possessed by a teacher. More so, there's what is called readiness, teacher readiness. Preparations. Like he said also, you know, a teacher is a perpetual learner. If you show me any man who is done with his education or who is through with learning, I will show you a man there and then lying lifeless. So, learning is a continuum. So for you to be a successful teacher, you should be very, very good at studying always and all time to make teaching a very quality.
What it ought to be. What it ought to be. Okay, thank you so much. And you know, it's tiring when we hear that some people who teach don't possess the qualifications to be a teacher. It's not like a driver that drives without having learned how to drive.
Of course,
and it's on steering.
Of course, that is what it is. But like I said the last time, is most people are in the teaching profession because that's the job available to them.
Yes.
Or the job they were able to get themselves.
Are there no screening exercises through which those who are qualified can be attested to their qualification before they are engaged to teach?
I think I should let you get something. You know, Nigeria is my country, but a banana republic almost. In the sense that there should be screening exercises, as you said, but you want to find out to what extent to which that principle is observed in the context of our locality, the Nigerian setting. Am I understood? So most of the times, like this my brother said, people see teaching as a dump of unemployable or unemployed graduates. So that is what raised the matter as to which teaching, if you have ever come across the argument whether teaching is a profession or not. Am I understood? So, but that's not our focus here today. But I still want to agree with what he has said. Because of the way Nigeria is, unemployment, unseriousness with the, on the side of our government and the leaders. So you find out that a lot has actually gone wrong. So people no longer take recourse to processes.
Does it only happen in the teaching profession or in all other sectors of the country?
I may say that it cuts across board. But teaching,
but I don't know how sure you are.
Teaching is the worst hit with respect to what we have.
I don't know how sure you are.
Because I want to tell you that education is the greatest employer of labor world over. So as a result, it has the largest span of control. So just like when a man opens his arms like this, and it means all of you can come. So as if you want to take a look at what happened during 1977 UPE program by Obasanjo, at some point there was what we call population explosion that resulted in employing half-baked people. As a result of, what do they call it? There was this program that was initiated to see if they could meet up. They called that gate crash. They started breeding teachers overnight to meet up. Am I understood? So all these things are part of the problems we
okay, thank you so much. That taking. Lotenda, having mentioned the high rate of unemployment that could pull a lot of people into coming into teaching profession, I want you to mention other factors that could contribute to the incompetence of teachers.
Okay, I want to point out distraction.
Who distracts who?
I'm trying to come. Most times, if you are given an assignment, if you are not properly engaged, you can be heavily distracted. I will explain what I mean. You look at the remuneration of teachers. Teachers are poorly paid. So that's why you see a teacher who is supposed to be in the class. Sometimes you can see them having a shop somewhere. So they're in the class, but they have to find a way and sneak out and meet up. I don't know if you understand me. I'm
well, that's exactly.
I'm telling you, you see, the financing. Teachers are not well remunerated. They are not well paid. So they are distracted by many other things. They want to meet up. Do you understand me? So some of them also have businesses by the side. The time you are using to focus on your business is actually the time you're supposed to be reading and developing yourself, going for conferences.
Whose responsibility is it to pay teachers very well?
Of course, it is the responsibility of the government.
What about private schools that are scattered around the whole place?
Is their pay better?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
The idea is that teachers are not well taken care of.
Let me
teachers across board.
Yes, the bottom line is that teachers are relegated to the background with respect to remuneration.
Yes.
Am I understood? Because fund is like the hub around which every other factors of production revolve.
Exactly.
Am I understood? So you don't think once you are not, if you pour water here now, it will begin to seek and find its level. If you do not pay somebody very well, we are now moving into motivation.
Yes.
If someone is not motivated, the person will hardly give in his or her best. So coming to what do you call that thing? How I wish Governor Petermbah will be so successful with this issue of smart school and all that. It's going to go a long way in curbing a lot of private sector excesses.
Exactly.
Because I want to tell you, what you see in private sectors, in private sector with respect to education and schooling and all this is just, let me not be too bad about people's business, but I want to tell you that they are profit-oriented. They don't care about. I want to
remind you guys something very important. When we're talking about teachers here, we're actually talking about teachers at the primary school level, secondary school level, and other teachers in your cadre.
Of course.
Yeah, teachers.
Okay, go on. All of them are not being paid well.
Yes.
All.
Even at
what is your
university is the highest center of learning. And yet the people there are crying. In fact, I think we're even the worst hit.
I think there is a salary scale given for teachers.
Given what we do. Given what we do and the way people, the society. Okay, I want to tell you. Because I would have reserved this for when you want to tell me I would have reserved this for the question of what do you call it, like what actually demoralizes the students.
Yes. From wanting to be a teacher.
To become teachers and all this.
Okay, for wanting to be a teacher.
Because what I want to tell you now, why you cannot actually convince any growing adult now or child to become a teacher, or that you can't actually tell them that education is
the key,
truly the key in today's world. I will tell you, if you go to, for instance, Ababa, there's a place called St. Teresa's where buses load to Esut or for Esut. If you get there, we have two categories on one part. The other one, then you have that 7-seater bus. What do you call that thing? That's keke bus. Then you have Moluwe and the other. They say you see professors struggling, entering the struggling for the Moluwe through the windows. They will be struggling to place something. Telling the conductor, please, I'm the one sitting here. Where are students? Who will be entering that of 1,200 naira bus. Yeah, the other the 7-seater one. Then if you are a student under that type of environment and you are looking at a professor said to be the highest in terms of this, because professor is the echelon. Then the person is trying to jump into the moon through the window. Why? To make sure that to save costs. Because that professor, if he tries using his pay, his salary to buy fuel to go to a suit, I tell you that in less than 1 week, that professor might come to the road with a plate to beg for money.
You know, that was a question I threw before. I didn't give an attention to that.
Okay, sorry.
If this is actually happening, first, is it across all sectors?
Of course.
Second, if it is happening around the teachers, is government really aware of this?
Of course, the
government. You've mentioned that the government should pay the government workers who are teachers in the government schools.
The government is aware of this. But what we are grappling with in the system is the lack of the willpower to make good of whatever has gone wrong. We have situation even in our own university and many other places where this same issue is on the front burner. But I don't want to move into that. The point remains that teachers, secondary school, primary school, our cadre are not well taken care of.
But
and that will ultimately distract us.
Looking at you guys, you may not have spent, if I'm not mistaken, up to 2 decades in the academic environment as teachers. You may not have done that.
Yes.
I don't know when what you're talking about started, or it just got started with your time. I know a lot of people are still clamoring till tomorrow to get into teaching profession. Yet what you are saying is happening there.
I don't want to agree with the clamoring aspect.
Look at what happens to teaching profession. Look at what happens. I've told you this before, that teaching is regarded to certain people. Teaching is a very noble profession.
Before you tell me that, I'm actually interested in when this started, according to your own investigations. When did it start?
No, it has been there over time. I don't think there has ever been a time when teachers were regarded or seen as, you know, in terms of social status. The social status of teachers have always been low.
Anyway,
that means that's been there before you joined the teaching profession.
For me, I want to say it is in our climb.
Oh.
Because, like I said, when I did postgraduate diploma in education, I always want to refer to that because that program changed my entire understanding of what education is. We did a course, it's called comparative education, where we compare what we have here and what we have elsewhere. In this our country,
international and international perspectives.
When you put us at par with lecturers and teachers from other places, you are going to go bonkers.
You are talking about other countries. Other countries. I wanted you to make use of other states.
Just what we have here. Compared to what we have in Nigeria, that's what we're trying to talk about. It's not about comparing what happens in America and what happens in Nigeria. Teaching, it should be the forefront. Of course. Am I understood? And that is what it is in the outer world. But here in Nigeria, it has always been relegated. It has always been relegated. I wouldn't know what the problem or the issue is. Because why am I saying this? I have never seen a doctor struggling for...
Academic doctor or medical
doctor? No, a medical doctor, sorry.
Okay.
Struggling to... in fact, it is very difficult to see a medical doctor entering a public vehicle. It is very, very...
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria, that's what I'm telling you. Because of the way we are conditioned now. Abroad, anybody can enter. Even the prime ministers use bicycles. It doesn't mean anything. Am I understood? But because... So, you see, you see, what do you call it? You hardly see a medical doctor here. You hardly see a judge. In fact, I don't even want to go there because that one is now going classifications, cadres and other. So, but to look at here, you see a university lecturer, you see professors entering CCOA through the window, jumping into the CCOA through the window, so that their space will not be taken by another person or by the students. The students will even leave that one to this thing. So these things we are saying is because of how teachers are being treated in Nigeria.
I have a specific
I want to tell you, this thing does not mean that medical doctors are more important than teachers. So remember that if a medical doctor makes a mistake, that a patient dies.
Exactly.
If a lawyer makes a mistake, he may lose a case.
Somebody may go to jail.
Yes, a case may be lost. And you have the right to appeal.
Of course.
Yes, you have the right to appeal.
Okay.
Then, if an accountant makes a mistake, monies may be lost. If a pilot makes a mistake, a group of passengers may die.
Okay.
If an engineer makes a mistake, a bridge or a building at once will collapse.
Okay.
But if a teacher makes a mistake, the entire society is doomed.
Okay.
Yet, with all this,
teachers are not.
I may have to say that you are speaking like this because you are a teacher. Yes, permit me to come in through that dimension.
But I know you are equally in Nigeria.
So like what you said, if a pilot makes a mistake, a group of people dies. That group of people, each of them is somebody's generation.
Exactly.
Teachers are only part of the group of persons. So
let me ask you to know that we are not. Let me ask you this personal question.
Yes.
Chibike, you mentioned here that remuneration package for teachers has always been meager since ever you were born.
Exactly.
Yet you joined the teaching profession. What was your mind?
I cannot rate what happened before, but to a reasonable extent. You don't expect me to know exactly what was happening before I was born.
No problem.
But
I know that histories are there.
Yeah, but to a reasonable extent, because not to know what happened before one was born. Cicero in Ife 1988 is to remain a child.
Okay.
Not to know what happened before one was born.
You are saying all of this.
Is to remain a child.
You are saying all of this, but I want you to answer this my question. Why did you join teaching profession? Though teachers are not well paid.
I will tell you. For me, teaching is my calling. Teaching is more of a calling than a profession. I know it is a profession, a very noble one. But if not for the calling aspect of teaching, Nigeria would have been finished by now.
Okay.
It is that calling aspect that is still holding us, keeping us moving. And I believe, as it is with me, it is so with so many of us.
Okay, that is taken. And I know you are entitled to your opinion. That is your opinion. Now, let me come to you, Dr. Lotana. If actually teaching profession is a calling, that means it is minus material things. That means the remuneration or the higher remuneration may be in heaven because God was the one that called you. Why do you worry about what you are paid around here?
No, you should.
Why you are building your house in heaven?
No, you cannot say that. You should worry about that because you as a teacher also have your family, your immediate family to cater for. A teacher is somebody's husband. You have children. You have bills to pay. So if you come from that angle, you are not solving the problem because a teacher is also a member of the larger society. And we all go to the same market. We all make the same expenses. Our rent is skyrocketing on every day. A teacher is not living in the sky. He's living here with us. So if anybody needs money, the teacher also needs money. I don't know if you understand me.
Okay.
Another thing I want to drop in support of what Doc said. For me, I'm in the teaching profession because this is why I'm created. I am very, very sure about this.
Yours is calling?
Yes.
Dr. Chise's own is calling? Yes. Fine. Are there others whose own are
I told you that as it is with us,
are passionate
it is also
we are doing.
It is so with a lot of us out there. Yes. If not for that, you have with the way teachers are being treated today in Nigeria, you may not have any reason for anybody to still remain in the teaching profession.
Okay, I want to hear this truth from you guys. Yes. Are there other teachers who are in the field, but they were not called just like you guys?
I wouldn't know.
We wouldn't say for them, but we have just told you from what we are seeing, yes, or from what we have seen, that if not for the calling aspect of teaching, that a lot could have gone wrong.
Exactly.
Okay, calling is one aspect of it.
Nah, he's
What
just
are the
keeping
other
a lot
aspects
of
of
us.
it? What are the other aspects?
I told you that it's a profession. It is a calling.
Okay, let me come in here. Let me interject.
So another aspect is professional.
Let me
Okay.
interject here.
Okay.
One other reason is for continuity.
For continuity.
Let me tell you, if everybody runs away from teaching, who is going to teach our children?
That sounds great.
Somebody has to be there to teach the next generation.
Professionalism.
That's why we're here.
It has just brought
The
in
idea
the
is
professional
continuity.
factor.
Because let me tell you, the average Nigerian child does not want to turn out to be a teacher because the motivation is not there. But if everybody runs away from teaching because of the mega pay, because of the way we are subjugated and treated as people that are destitute, nobody will be there to teach my child and your child tomorrow. This is one of the reasons why I hold my head up high and I know I'm doing a job that will outlive me as a passionate teacher that I am. And this is one of the things driving a whole number of us. And we're not losing sleep. We keep doing our best. Until one day, those who are at the helms of our affair, we identify the gravity of the work we are doing for the society and begin to do things right. Teachers deserve good wages. We deserve good pay. Okay, let me even say this, because this thing has just touched a very sensitive aspect of me. We have salary scales for teachers. But could you believe that some government wouldn't want to implement the pay of teachers in those salary scales?
And what do you do?
What we are doing, advocacy.
As teacher, don't you have a body that stands in for you?
What we are doing is advocacy.
Okay.
But I don't think that's why we're here. I don't think that's why we're here. But we need to talk that, because if teachers are not well taken care of, believe you me, they will be distracted because they will be looking for other sources of funding, and education will suffer. Our students will not learn.
Okay, I want to draw you guys back to the
Sorry, I want to throw light to what Dr. Lotana has just said. I want to throw more light. I want to create a background. Let me use this premise. As a university lecturer, at some point I was tempted to move into a face me, I face you apartment.
Even as a lecturer?
I'm coming. He's aware of what I'm trying to say. Sometime last 2 years, I was given a quit by a notice by my landlord because the building was sold, and the person who acquired it wanted to use it for medical, for a hospital, for a clinic, wanted to convert it into a clinic. So because that person was, or is a medical doctor because he still lives. So that time I started looking for houses, for accommodation. So that was when this issue of, rent hike began, went out of control almost. So we'll go to this place, they will tell me 1.2 million, 1 million, all those things. So at some point I was advised by one of my senior colleagues to first of all get my pay slip to know what my house allowance,
yes, housing allowance
is
the rent.
To know exactly. So that should now be a guide. The person just gave a professional advice. In fact, a brotherly counsel, or I don't know how to put it. But then, that I did. I will tell you what will shock you. When I got my pay slip, when I discovered what my destiny, you wouldn't want to hear it. What was my house, my rent allowance, my housing allowance? Let me tell you, in fact, let me break it down. That time it was 13,000 naira. I'm coming on. 13,000 naira.
Monthly?
Yeah, monthly. Then sum it up to whatever thing you want. Then I'm coming. I grew up in an environment that wasn't too that expensive, and all that. I was grown here in Enugu, then one settlement called Ababa and all that. So I had an idea of, what the rents were
then
around where I was grown. So, and that time was 9,000 naira per room.
Okay, Dr. Chidike, I'm not cutting you short. I am not cutting you short. Dr. Chidike, I'm the moderator. Okay, I'm not cutting you short.
All right.
But you tell us more of that your idea when we come back from a short break.
All right.
Thank you so much. Our viewer, just a short break, we shall be right back.
Okay, sir.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break is still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwamaka Obasa, and topic for today is student success in examination. That is the part 2 of it. And I am here with young and vibrant lecturers. Of course, one is a senior lecturer, Department of Educational Management of the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Chibike Ozago. And then I have another senior lecturer from Department of Industrial Chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, the same ESUT, Dr. Lotanda Okwesili. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Before the short break, you were talking about one experience you had where you were looking for an apartment even as a lecturer. Please go on from there.
Yeah, thank you, Chukwemeka. So, where did I even stop at? Okay. So what happened that time was, I discovered that my allowance, my housing allowance monthly was 13,000 naira, and the environment where I was grown, one room face me, I face you that time was 9,000 naira. Then, assuming as a lecturer, I may not be able to even afford 2 rooms in a face me, I face you apartment. Because if I had afforded, look at it, 9,000 naira, 18,000 times 2, then you've not talked about utilities. Yes. I would have to pay for water, I would have to get my water, pay for electricity, do other things. Am I understood? Because whatever housing allowance should be able to cover these things, because you don't have utility allowances. Am I understood? So it is that experience not hellish? Okay. Thank you so much for that.
Teachers in today's world. It's a wonderful experience. It's wonderful in the sense that what you are being paid according to your pay slip was not commensurate at all to what your house rent is talking about. That is unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Dr. Lotena, yes. I want to agree with what you said before now, that there are categories or classes of teachers. Yes. Let me tell you how you have been looked at as university lecturers who are doctors and aspiring. And of course, doctorate is the highest academic qualification. Professorship is an award, isn't it?
It's a rank.
You know this time now, you clank up to the stage of, or the rank of professors. We are expecting that, yes. despite whatever. Yes. But I want to advise, when you get to that level, don't ever try to enter into CISO through the window. Don't try it. Your own professorship should be a different one.
Blame that on the society, not on us, not on professors. If we are giving what is due to us, why should we? Who does not want like a good thing?
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. But I want to remind us once again that there are teachers at the nursery school. They are teachers. Yes. There are others at the primary school, and then we have the secondary school teacher who have been looked at as the moderate teachers, and then university lecturers are being used as the highest teachers we have. And as we look at them as being high, the same way we look at their remuneration packages as being very high. If you don't tell me all this, I may not know.
Exactly.
Our viewer may not also know. That is the way it is. But if it is like this with you, it may be a little bit lower with the teachers at the secondary school level.
No.
What about the teachers at the primary school and nursery school?
To even surprise you, if you check, some people in the secondary school earn better than we are, because of.
There is something I don't understand.
I'm telling you, because of certain implementations in the payment, which is not reflective in some of higher institutions.
Okay.
So if there are some adjustments, it's not reflected in some aspects.
And those adjustments are not within your agreements.
Yes,
you're not being consulted to adjust.
Those adjustments now allows even people at those lower cadre to be better paid than us. I don't know if you understand me, but I wouldn't want to believe that's what we are here to discuss.
Yeah.
I still want to maintain that if we continue treating teachers, whether nursery, secondary, university level, the way we are treating them, what happens is that you demotivate them completely. Then you're not going to have people who are just paying lip service, who are just coming because they are going to work. They now turn it from
that thing that should be a passionate drive to change the society into a duty kind of thing. Grumble. So you're just coming to work. In fact, I don't see my job as work. I see it as a divine assignment. That's how I see it.
That's wonderful.
So, and that's what motivates people like us. And
thank
that's
you so
why
much.
we're doing this show. Because we want to lay our voices to see that things become better.
That's wonderful. And I want to tell you that your viewer has heard you, and not only that, the government has also heard you. And I think in no distant time, something better will be done about this. Yes, it will. It will, as a matter of fact. I want to bring you guys back to the drawing board. Our topic is student success in the examinations. And from how incompetence of the lecturers or teachers can contribute to that took us this far.
To distraction.
Yes, it's not distractions anyway. Not distractions, yes. And we have been able to dig something important out of it. That's wonderful. Let's take it from another dimension. And that is the inadequate parental support. Where we are blaming the lecturers or the teachers or even the government for not have done what they ought to have been done to make the teachers smile and do their work effectively. Let's look at the aspect of the parents. Inadequate parental support. Do you think it has a way of contributing to the failure of students after examinations?
Yes, let me say something before you continue. You know, parents are supposed to be the first point of call for a child before even they go to school or the religious setting. Remember the factors of the social setting, the home. But now you have a lot of absentee fathers and absentee mothers. Even when those fathers and mothers are there, how often do you check or track the progress of your child? It's supposed to be when your child comes from school, you're supposed to ask him, what did you learn today? That's a way of supporting that child.
If you are there for the child.
If you are there. I've just said that sometimes they're not even there. Okay. But if you are there. But what schools have made it is that it's as though parents are just teaching their I'm coming. They load assignments and give it for parents to do. Now, parents do most of these assignments. All right? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But where I'm driving at, I want you to get me, is that parents should track the progress of their wards, not just doing assignment, because it's now a duty. Once a child comes home, even if the parents are not doing the assignment, they can ask the maid to make sure the assignment is parental support, so everything is not financial. Do you understand me? So, but the parents, apart from just doing assignments and making sure the assignments are done, must have a moment when you talk with your child. What did you learn today? How were you treated at school today? Who are your friends? These are also part of parental support.
And this would have been very wonderful if it is possible.
It is possible.
Is it?
People are doing it.
Okay. Dr. Chibike, I want you to justify this other situation because I'm considering some parents whose jobs are strenuous. There are some parents that will move early in the morning when the children are still asleep, and they come back right in the night when the children have gone to bed also. What happened to such parents? How do they cope with what Lieutenant has said?
Chukwuemeka, I want to tell you that you already know what the issues are. Because Lieutenant said that part of the problems we have with our children's success, education, academic success, is that we lack parental involvement in their education. And you corroborated him by saying that parents are already heavy laden, given the way Nigeria is. There's one course we used to do in my department. They call it a Nigeria education system. So it gets to a stage in that this thing that we now begin to blame everything on the society. At some point, we now begin to use it as we say, because I used to tell myself, blame it on the society. When you look at everything that has happened, you find out that it revolves around one singular factor. What is that factor? Governance. Bad governance. Because assuming the way things are, Lieutenant talked about parental absenteeism. Most people, we used to have, I know those days when fathers deliberately kept their wives at home, just to look after the children and their education. Because Plato said that do not bring any child forth if you cannot persevere to the end with his education and nurture. If you know you cannot persevere to the end in his education and nurture, do not bring forth any child. Am I understood? Yes. So purposely you see fathers keeping, or you saw, because it doesn't happen now, it used to happen then, tell the women or their wives or their not to work, just look after this, and it will be agreed. But now, before people get married, the first factor they consider is whether the woman is marrying, is working. Why are they considering that? Because of the economy of the society. So when the mother is so engaged, the father is so engaged, what do you think that will happen to these children at home?
Dr. Chibike, I think we are saying the same thing. Yes. That's what we're saying. I think we are saying the same thing. In as much as we want to blame it to the society, we want to also bring to table the realities of it. And one of them is what you just mentioned now. Exactly. You repeated me on the aspect of there are these parents who don't have time for their children. They exist. They do.
The issue, the reality of it is that if they don't do what they are doing today, hunger will take the children and themselves away.
Exactly.
Am I understood?
Exactly.
So it's not actually they don't want to do it. They would have loved to participate in what goes on in their children's education. But look at how the society has structured us. You see most of this, okay, even the children themselves we are talking about, the students we are talking about. I remember those days, if you were a student, at some point you come back in the afternoon, you will be asked to go and have your siesta.
Yes.
Who does that now? Once you are back, your mother will be waiting for you at the market to come and take over from the... So what time do you have to even read and study this? So the reason people still go to school is because Nigeria is so paper-oriented. Because if you don't have a white paper certificate, you are not regarded as living.
That is Nigeria. It may be difficult for you to change the Nigeria from that aspect.
But that's what I'm saying. No, yes, we may still graduate. I believe that there are times when people...
We are going there. So now we are still on the student success in the examination. That's a part 2 of it. Yes. We have partially blamed it on the teachers. And we have mentioned a number of factors that contribute to that. We have also partially blamed it on the parents. Yes. And we are mentioning a number of factors which are almost having the same semblance with those other factors from the side of the teachers. Then let's bring it to the students themselves, or to the students themselves. Yes. Are there things they should do in order to get successes in the exam? You know why I'm asking this question? For instance, we have your students in the university. It is the successes after examination that will graduate them, otherwise they remain there. True or false? That is why success in examinations are necessities. They are. What do you expect the students to do?
Anyway,
now that teachers are not well paid, parents are not well paid, society has contributed negatively, and students are still in school to graduate.
I can say something in
Please
this
do.
aspect. You know, why I'm going to tell them what they should do. I need to identify what they are not doing right themselves. I don't know if you understand me.
Go on.
Most of them have heavy distraction when it comes to digital products. You know, we are in the era of YouTube, TikTok. Most of our young ones are wallowing and, you know, heavily immersed in overindulgence with social media. That's a heavy distraction. Most of our students are distracted. Do you know that sometimes you could be teaching in class and far back you see some student playing music and watching, you know, things on TikTok. And one of the best places to actually learn is during the lecture, because that's when the lecturer emphasizes concepts.
Exactly.
I don't know if you
exactly.
So you see they are distracted. Even when they get home, they are heavily on Facebook, they are heavily on TikTok. Again, students most times don't pay attention to having strong foundation. Most times, exams are summative. When we're examining a student, most times summative is at the end of a semester. But remember, when you start a new topic in class, from the first day, they start teaching you definition. It is always precept upon precept. If you missed the first day as a student,
For those of us who are in sciences, if I want to teach you chemistry, most times we define chemistry, we go to the mole concept and start building it to atoms and elements. Now, for some reason you have not been in school, maybe because you are playing truancy, maybe because of peer pressure, you have missed the foundation. So by the time you are coming to school, you have lost whatever I'm teaching you is like pouring water on your head. So students must pay attention to foundation. They should start when the school is starting. This is students now. But because of peer pressure, they play truancy. Well, our students, our young ones should now call themselves meeting and now begin to tell themselves, we have to, if our parents are pumping money to send us to school, how dare us be found outside the school when we should be in class? So I'm talking to students now. So students will now begin to be in class, attend classes, attend lectures. I emphasize, if you come for my lectures, you will pass my exams. Because most of the things I'm going to say is what we're going to see in your exam. So
that's your pattern. That's your pattern.
Students, it's not parents now. It's not the government now. Some students are just stubborn and don't even take themselves seriously. How much more taking what we're doing seriously? So the foundation has to be there. Students have to now start taking lectures seriously. They now have to start, being punctual. Let me say this. There are actually 3 domains of learning outcome. If you want to pass a child through school, there are 3 things you want to achieve. You want to train the head. They are cognitive. You also want to train, their hands, psychomotor. You want to get them have some skills. And you also want to train their affective dimension. Which is in terms of their behavior. That's why when a child graduates, they give you a degree awarded in character and in learning. So how many students? I teach chemistry in institute. The day I call for practical, well, I get them to work with the bureau, do titration, prepare reagents. Most times half of the class are not there. And you believe with me that the parents believe they're in school, but they're not there. And this is university. You cannot flog anybody. So what we do is that most times we try to conscientize them. We begin to speak. Lecturers and teachers are doing so much. Believe you me, they are doing so much. But somehow these children want to make whatever we are doing of non-effect. So it's a time for us to call them. When purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. They should understand the reason why they are in school. I said it the last time. Coming to school is for you to get refined so that you can become a useful entity in the committee found in our society. So this is it. Punctuality. They have to now start taking their whatever. They have to now start working on time management.
I'll stop being distracted.
Time management, preparatory to the exam, and then time management in the exam. Many students fail exam because they don't know how to manage their time, even in the exam hall. How? You face the questions that you are conversant with first. Solve those questions, then you now begin to try those ones. So these are skills. And they have to engage in active learning. What is active learning? You have to now learn by solving questions. Exams have patterns. Some are MCQs. You have to spend time. If you are writing WIEC, when I was in CIC, when we were preparing for WIEC, how do we boast? I have solved 10 years in chemistry. That's how we boast. I have solved 5 years in physics. That's how we boast. I've cleared it. There's no question past 10 years that I cannot solve.
Students of this day, what do they boast of?
That's what we're saying, the distraction. And again, as I round off, active learning, you solve past questions, okay? And then active learning again is also learning to teach in small groups. Gather your friends. You learn in small groups. Whatever you teach, you will never forget. Let me leave it at that. Let me leave it at that.
Okay.
So maybe
okay, thank you so much. Dr. Chibike, I want you to briefly, if you believe in the point that the celebration of material success over intellectual pursuit also affects students' academic or focus in passing examinations. Just briefly, before we round off.
Anyways, it's just that it is the topic. Otherwise, I wouldn't have loved to emphasize on the issue of examination, because what people don't know is that education shouldn't be about examination.
Exactly.
Education shouldn't be about that. Professor Cho cried in the year 2005 that Nigeria practices examination system instead of education system. Education, my friend here reflected Bloom's taxonomy of education when he talked about the 3 Ds, what we refer to as the 3 Ds in education. 3 domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. The development of these 3 things is what education targets. Exactly. Am I understood? So if we talk about, okay, take a look. Okay, look at it. When you talk about student success in what do you call it?
Examinations.
In examination, that simply means achieving or getting the desired results by demonstrating knowledge and skills in the subjects tested. In the subjects tested.
Of course.
That's what it means. So if the person has achieved desired result in that particular subject tested, to what extent has that affected, will it affect the larger society? Okay, knowledge is there. I know to a reasonable extent it can go if
Please
that is actually
round off.
If that is actually if it concerns the major, because look at what we are not getting right here is that we've not actually mainstreamed the problems of Nigeria into Nigerian education system.
Okay.
Our philosophy.
Dr. Chibike.
Our philosophy.
Dr. Chibike.
So, but let me talk about how students.
Dr. Chibike.
Yes,
Dr. Chibike.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I just created a premise. I would have loved to.
I think you have done much, and a lot of your points are made very, very clearly. Viewer and the government must have taken some notes from what everything we have said here today. Thank you so much, Dr. Chibike. That's not just lecturer, Department of Education and Management, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, America.
And thank you also, our senior lecturer again, Department of Industrial Chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology.
We are not yet seniors.
We are not seniors.
We are not yet
seniors. Okay, no problem. We know this time.
So just
lecturers, say lecturers, please.
No problem.
Don't say lecturers, please.
No problem.
So that we don't go to jail.
It's okay. And I know you are expecting to be senior lecturers.
We are working.
No, if you become one tomorrow, you will celebrate it. Thank you.
If we are alive,
thank you so much.
We'll get there.
It's all right, viewer. Thank you so much for being there. I hope you also enjoyed yourself and learned a lot of things from what these lecturers have said here. Thank you also for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. We're going to see you again.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
At 3 on Aneke TV this Wednesday, July 29, 2026. My name is Chikezie Alu. Here are the headlines. The federal government, through NHIPADEC, has delivered 20 new resettlements to families displaced by severe flooding in Benue State. The Lagos State government is rolling out specialized vehicle license plates designed to enhance road accessibility and mobility privileges for driver citizens with physical disabilities. The International Society for Civil Liberties and the Rule of Law has petitioned the Inspector General of Police to halt the repeated harassment and detention of trade leaders in Onitsha. Now the news in details. A disastrous fire outbreak has flattened no fewer than 40 Bacha houses along Anukuru Street off Iwofe Road in Port Harcourt, leaving scores of residents homeless and destroying property worth millions of naira. The inferno reportedly started when a resident attempted to pour kerosene near an open firewood flame used for frying groundnuts, ignoring warnings to wait until the fire was fully put out. The highly combustible materials of the makeshift structures caused the flames to spread rapidly before neighbors could contain the surge. While no fatalities have been reported, affected victims have been left sifting through charred debris to salvage remaining personal effects, with many expressing distress over losing all their savings and having no shelter. Local community members managed to prevent further spread to neighboring permanent buildings, but displaced families are now appealing for urgent emergency aid and shelter assistance. The federal government, through the National Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission, NHIPADEC, has officially handed over 20 resettlement housing units to families displaced by recurring flood disasters in Benue State. Commission Managing Director Sadiq Iyawa, represented by Director of Finance Jim Ogagi at the commissioning in Mbagen, Buruku local government area, confirmed that the initial rollout splits 10 housing units to Buruku and 10 to Guma local government area as part of a larger 63-unit development framework across the state. Delivered as a flagship climate resilience project backed by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, the housing initiative aims to restore stability, safety, and economic security to riverine populations. Representing Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia, Secretary to the State Government Deborah Abba commended the federal government's compassionate intervention, promising full state cooperation to ensure smooth transition, maintenance, and long-term security for all beneficiary families. Retired civil servants and the Forum of Permanent Secretaries in Abia State are expressing deep frustration over the state government's failure to deliver on promised pension and gratuity payments. Compulsorily retired in October 2023, the former high-ranking officials acknowledged Governor Alex Oti's infrastructure achievements across the state, but warned that the continued delay in releasing retirement benefits is driving many elder citizens into severe financial distress. In a statement signed by the retired permanent secretary, Agomo Machuku, the group urged the governor to direct the accountant general to begin immediate disbursements. Citing a commitment made by Governor Oti during his May 1, 2026 Workers' Day address, the retirees stressed that soaring living costs for basic needs like energy, food, and medical care make the prompt release of their funds a matter of urgent survival. The Lagos State government has initiated plans to issue specialized vehicle number plates for persons with disabilities, PWDs, to drive inclusive governance and enhance daily mobility. Championed by the Lagos State Office for Disability Affairs, LASODA, in partnership with the Motor Vehicle Administration Agency, MVAA, the project aims to establish a clear identification system that makes road transport and accessibility much easier across the metropolis. During a strategic engagement, NVAA Permanent Secretary Mr. Abdul Rashid Muri Okunola confirmed that consultations are already underway with the Federal Road Safety Corps FRSC to handle administrative logistics for nationwide recognition. LASODA General Manager Mrs. Adenike Oyetunde emphasized that the coverage will extend to drivers with disabilities, parents of children with special needs, and dedicated caregivers, ensuring total alignment with the Lagos State Special People's Law. Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has approved the elevation of 3,592 civil servants following the successful completion of the 2025 promotion exercise. Emeka Eze, chairman of the FCT Civil Service Commission, announced the development, confirming that evaluation exams held earlier in July for both senior and junior staff cadres were processed without delay. To maintain momentum and ensure eligible officers are recognized on schedule, Minister Wike has ordered the Commission to launch the 2026 promotion cycle immediately. Eze commended the workforce for their discipline during the exercise, emphasizing that timely career advancement is designed to motivate civil servants as key partners driving the administration's broader infrastructural transformation of the nation's capital. The Kaduna State Government has commenced the 2026 Civil Service Confirmation Examinations for 3,000 newly recruited workers across various ministries, departments, and local government areas. Held at the Kaduna State University ICT Center in partnership with Kumesh Integrated Concept Limited, the assessments evaluate candidate knowledge across administrative, financial, legal, and medical domains. Head of Service, Mrs. Jumai Baku, emphasized that passing the examination is essential for staff to secure permanent appointments, unlocking key career benefits such as study leave, service transfers, and in-service training. Expressing gratitude to Governor Obasani for funding the initiative and supporting workforce welfare, Baku reaffirmed the civil services dedication to implementing government policies effectively. She urged all candidates to put forward their best performance, noting that those unable to pass the current cycle will be granted a final retake opportunity in 2027. Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno has signed 14 executive bills into law to institutionalize governance reforms and expand the impact of his administration's Arise agenda. Assented to following swift passage by the State House of Assembly, the comprehensive legislative package establishes key institutions, including the Akwa Ibom State Geographic Information Service for Digital Land Administration, the Senior Citizen Center for Elderly Welfare, and new regulatory boards covering public procurement, lottery, and internal revenue. A major focus of the new legislation targets healthcare restructuring by amending the Hospitals Management Board law to establish zonal administrative management units across the state. As part of this health sector overhaul, Governor Eno announced plans to redeploy medical doctors currently serving in administrative roles back into clinical practice to strengthen hospital manpower. Commending the 8th Assembly led by Speaker Udeme Orton for its legislative cooperation, the governor noted that additional bills addressing environmental sanitation and further health sector reforms will soon be transmitted to deepen public service delivery. The Niger Delta Development Commission has launched a major capacity building initiative for traditional birth attendants across Delta and Bayelsa states to reduce preventable maternal and neonatal mortality in rural communities. Supporting the federal government's maternal and neonatal mortality reduction innovation initiative, NDDC Managing Director Dr. Samuel Ubuku emphasized that blending traditional best practices with orthodox medical procedures is essential to curbing alarming death rates among mothers and newborns. The intensive workshop provided over 300 local midwives with medical equipment, financial grants, and essential training on safe delivery practices, early detection of high-risk complications, and prompt hospital referrals. Participants praised the initiative, noting that the practical knowledge gained will directly improve rural health care delivery and build stronger referral bridges between traditional midwives and formal health institutions across the region. The Nigerian Medical Association, Akwa State Chapter, has called on the state government to establish at least 7 medical training institutions to tackle persistent workforce shortages in the health sector. Addressing journalists in Uyo, State NMA Chairman Professor Aneke revealed that the state has struggled to meet its recruitment quotas for healthcare professionals, citing a recent directive by Governor Umoeno to hire 400 doctors that could not be fulfilled due to a lack of available qualified candidates. While commending the administration for authorizing a medical program at Akwa State University, Professor Peter stressed that a single training program falls far short of the state's long-term healthcare demands, especially when compared to neighboring states with multiple institutions. He urged authorities to convert existing facilities into training centers and treat medical education as an essential empowerment strategy to secure sustainable public health delivery across the state. The Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, has commended Governor Petermbah following the donation of 400 modern desktop computers by the Enugu State government to strengthen experiential and digital learning, research and technology-driven education in the institution. The computers delivered on Wednesday form part of the state government's commitment to advancing experiential learning and equipping tertiary institutions with modern technological infrastructure capable of producing globally competitive graduates. Receiving the computers on behalf of the university management, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Aloysius Michael Sokolie, described the intervention as another demonstration of Governor Mbah's unwavering commitment to reposition ESUT as a leading institution of innovation, digital education, and academic excellence. Professor Collier disclosed that 200 of the computers will be deployed to the ESUT College of Medicine, while the remaining units will be installed at the university's 500-capacity ICT center located at the main campus, Ebano City, Enugu. According to him, the fully equipped ICT center will be activated ahead of the 2026-2027 academic session and will serve both academic and public purposes, including hosting computer-based examinations such as the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, the National Examinations Council, NECU, the Joint Universities Preliminary Examinations Board, JOPEB, as well as other digital assessment platforms. They sincerely thanked His Excellency Governor Petermbah for this generous intervention, which will significantly enhance scholarship research and digital learning in ESUT. The students will maximally utilize these facilities as they fully implement experiential learning across the university. The Vice-Chancellor said he revealed that ESUT had already commenced far-reaching curriculum reforms in preparation for the 2026-2027 academic session, with a directive to the Director of Academic Planning, Professor Chike Anibeze, to constitute committees to review the 30% practical component of the core curriculum and minimum academic standards, CCMAS. The review, he explained, will integrate emerging disciplines and digital competencies, including artificial intelligence, cyber security, data science, and other newly approved programs by the National Universities Commission, NUC, ensuring that graduates acquire practical skills that make them globally competitive and industry-ready. The Vice-Chancellor further stated that ESUT will play a strategic role in supporting the Enugu State Government's Smart Green Schools initiative by producing technologically competent teachers capable of driving the state's education reforms. He expressed confidence that the university will become a national model for technology-driven education and innovative learning capable of providing solutions to contemporary societal challenges. Also speaking, the provost of the Esut College of Medicine, Professor Uchenna Ekwochi, described the donation as a game changer that will significantly improve teaching, learning, and research, particularly through the college's electronic library. He disclosed that the college had specifically requested the computers and assured that they will be judiciously utilized and professionally maintained. Our excitement is overwhelming because this intervention came at the right time. The computers will be deployed to our e-library, where students will maximize their use, especially with the internet infrastructure already in place. Some units will also support administrative offices that require modern digital facilities. He said. Professor Ekwochi expressed profound appreciation to Governor Mbah for his consistent support to the College of Medicine, assuring that the equipment will be effectively protected, maintained, and deployed for the benefit of students and staff. The donated computers were manufactured in Enugu by the Higher Computer Assembly Factory, established under the state government's industrialization drive and inaugurated by Governor Mbah a few months ago. The facility, one of the flagship technology investments of the administration, is producing locally assembled computers and other digital devices to support educational institutions, government agencies, and private organizations, while also promoting local manufacturing, creating jobs, and advancing Enugu's vision of becoming Nigeria's leading technology and innovation hub. Wara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak has hosted and rewarded 2 state indigents who emerged as the overall best and second best graduating students at the 2026 Nigerian Law School graduation in Abuja. Receiving overall winner Israel Adekunle Adeniyi and second place finisher Oluwatomishin Promise Daniel at the Government House in Ilorin, the governor presented each legal scholar with a 5 million naira cash reward to celebrate their academic dedication. Highlighting both scholars as products of the University of Ilorin, Governor Abdul Razak pledged that the state government will fully fund their postgraduate studies at Ivy League institutions abroad once they secure admission. Dismissing the narrative that higher education yields little reward, the governor praised their hard work as a beacon of hope, urging young Nigerians across the state to relentlessly pursue academic excellence. A viral video showing Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Tijani Fatai, attending the inauguration of the City Boy Movement's Executive Committee in Ikeja has sparked widespread public outcry and political backlash. Clad in full uniform, the police chief was filmed mingling with dignitaries and interacting with participants adorned in President Bola Tinubu's campaign paraphernalia at the event organized by the youth-led pro-APC group. The opposition Nigeria Democratic Congress sharply condemned the commissioner's presence, arguing that attending a partisan gathering erodes public trust and signals potential institutional bias ahead of the 2027 general elections. Demanding the immediate suspension and investigation of CP Fatai, opposition leaders want that such appearances undermine the constitutional mandate of the Nigeria Police Force to remain impartial. While social media users and political critics expressed alarm over police presence at a political rally, defenders and party chieftains countered that the commissioner was merely present to oversee security operations and ensure public order. Neither the Lagos State Police Command nor the Force Headquarters has issued an official statement regarding the incident. The news at 3 is coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The federal government, through NHIPADEC, has delivered 20 new resettlement homes to families displaced by severe flooding in Benue State. The Lagos State government is rolling out specialized vehicle license plates designed to enhance road accessibility and mobility privileges for driver citizens with physical disabilities. And coming up shortly, the International Society for Civil Liberties and the Rule of Law has petitioned the Inspector General of Police to halt the repeated harassment and detention of trade leaders in Onitsha. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
We are so glad to know you're still there as we take the rest of the stories. The Enugu state government has suspended the traditional ruler of Obago Ugwaji Autonomous Community in Enugu South Council area of the state, Igwe Christopher Nya, over alleged crisis in the community. The State Commissioner for Chieftaincy Affairs, Dr. Charles Egumbe, announced the suspension in a statement issued by the Ministry's Public Relations Officer, Mr. Emeka Nebife, on Wednesday in Enugu. It will be recalled that the ministry on July 15 suspended 3 traditional rulers and 4 president generals from some communities in a Zaga Council area of the state for misconduct, bordering on security infractions. The suspension of Nya is in the interest of peace, order, and good governance for Obago Ugwaji community. The community is engulfed in crisis due to allegation of gross misconduct leveled against the traditional ruler by members. The suspension letter was handed over to the royal father on July 28 by the commissioner following directive from Governor Petermbah, he said. The government, he said, has constituted an administrative panel of inquiry to find out the remote causes of the crisis that led to the breakdown of law and order in the community. The panel of inquiry is expected to ascertain the role played by the traditional ruler in connection with the breakdown of law and order. The panel will also identify characters involved in the crisis that led to the breakdown of law and order, and to ascertain the role of traditional ruler and any other persons involved in the breakdown of law and order in the community. He said the government gave the panel 2 weeks to complete its assignments. The Imo State government has officially revoked all statutory and customary rights of occupancy covering the old timber market, popularly known as Obosisi, along with surrounding land parcels in Owerri. Contained in an official state gazette signed by Governor Hope Uzodinma under the Land Use Act, the executive order immediately voids all existing certificates of occupancy, allocations, leases, and legal interests across plots 89 through 117 in the Umuoyima South residential pocket layout. While state authorities have not yet specified the exact project slated for the acquired area, the legal notice confirms the action was taken to serve an overriding public purpose. Serving as formal notification to all affected landowners, occupiers, and commercial tenants, the immediate revocation marks the start of full state acquisition over the prominent commercial layout. And now, to end the news, here once again are the main points. The federal government, through NHYPADEC, has delivered 20 new resettlement homes to families displaced by severe flooding in Benue State. This rollout marks the initial phase of a broader 63-unit housing project designed to restore dignity and stability to vulnerable riverine communities. In the meantime, the Lagos State government is rolling out specialized vehicle license plates designed to enhance road accessibility and mobility privileges for driver citizens with physical disabilities. The initiative aims to improve parking convenience and ensure dedicated access across public transportation corridors statewide. Meanwhile, the International Society for Civil Liberties and the Rule of Law has petitioned the Inspector General of Police to halt the repeated harassment and detention of trade leaders in Onitsha. The rights group warned that police units are unlawfully criminalizing a purely civil lease dispute over market properties. And that concludes the news. Thank you very much for being there. I am Chikezie Alu. Good afternoon.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Okay. Welcome, viewer, to your program, The Mysteries of Life. Life itself is a mystery, but still, we try to understand the mysteries of life. Today, you are one little boy or little girl in primary school. The next day, you are an elder, and people are looking up to you. You are sometimes you even become something that people get afraid of. But that is not the kind of thing we are looking at today. We are looking at a food complement. Food. But it is so important in the culture
that sometimes people fight even to the point of being ready to sacrifice other human beings because of that particular food. And that food item we are trying to understand is kola nut, oji, particularly among the Igbos, oji Igbo. I know that kola nut is a West African staple, but among the Igbos, there's something about it, and they don't play with it. They even give, interpretation to the numbers. Is it obaleto, obaleno, obalise, obalesa, and so on and so on. So, which means they to look at this kola nut so that we'll be able to understand the spiritual quality of it. What is this kola nut all about? A lot of people talk about its, chemical compositions, but the spiritual quality of that kola nut. We have our brother who is in the business of understanding and resolving conflict so that we have peace, because peace comes before progress, or peace and progress. We have our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then, of course, by my right, we have our regular brother here who handles the growing ones in the Assemblies of God Church. Very, very important, because the future, the child is the father of the man, according to Milton. So, Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
The pleasure is mine, Prof.
Thank you. So, kola nut. What is kola nut? I know I've tried to play around, but what is kola nut? And why do we even put so much import on this kola nut in Igbo land and maybe other parts of the world?
Kola nut, our people call it, Igbo people call it oji.
Oji.
Oji Igbo.
Oji Igbo.
Oji. Kola nut is a native fruit or fruit consumed, that could be consumed ordinarily, but most of the times kola nut has more spiritual symbolism than its material symbolism.
Okay.
Is given significance based on its spiritual function among Igbo community. Even in West Africa, Yoruba, Edo, Ishekiri, Ijo. But I'm talking of we Igbos. It has a great role to play before God Almighty. The indigenous deities and the holy ancestors.
Okay.
Yeah, kola nut is not a mere fruit. It represents the connection between humanity and divinity. It represents a traditional Eucharist, an indigenous Holy Communion, with which we, the mere mortals, communicate, have interaction with the spirit beings to negotiate issues, peace, conflict, marriage, negotiation, and even petition. So, kola nut has a very prominent role to play in conflict resolutions between man and man, man and God, and deities and men, and ancestors and men.
Yeah,
that's why if you watch it, if you see it, whenever kola nut is brought, they said, he that brings kola brings life. And if you just support it with the Christian faith in the Holy Eucharist, said, whenever that kola nut represents the body of the deity, whenever it's brought up, he said, you see it whenever an Igbo man brings to this is only with then the church will respond. So it is an amalgam. It's a point of amalgam between the living and the dead, but mostly the holy living and the holy dead.
Okay, that's your own view. So, Reverend, you have heard him. What do you have to say?
Yeah, kola nut is quite a mystery seed, a mystery fruit rather, that to me, it opens the window to discussions. It is a doorway to engagement in discussions, either spiritually or physically. Is a doorway. You cannot, there are certain discussions that before you commence it, there must be a breaking of kola nut. So kola nut is not really something you have to think in the order of Eucharist or something like that. No. It's just a fruit that is on its own, but it has a very strong spiritual significance. Because if you go into it, you discover there are ones that doesn't have branches.
At all.
There are ones that are 3. There are ones that are 4, 5, and 7.
Yes.
And these are spiritual numbers. And they have spiritual connotation in application whenever you want to use it. Even if you want to do like marriage or whatever issue on table, and you break the kola nut and discover that, because there is a clothing over it that covers it, you don't know how many it is until you remove the clothings. Then when you now open it, you can exclaim. There can be exclamation.
Thank you.
And when it is 7 like that, it signifies completeness. It signifies a rest. So people will be happy to break it and eat it. And in divinity, we have God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So you now try to, there is always a way of bringing spiritual inclination.
Like it's not about enough.
It's not about enough. That is God and humanity.
Yes.
That's God and humanity. You are finished with God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then you come into man, extension.
Or the 4 market days.
Or the 4 market days. There must be a way people interpret the segment of kola nut based on their own cosmology. Yes. So that is it. It's not something you just have to. And again, when you need to go beyond it. There are people that doesn't have kola nut in their house when you visit. And when you go, they say, they are trying to tell the importance of that kola nut. They can bring other things like drink and say, yes. They are trying to tell you that kola nut is the one that should stand, not what they are giving to you.
Good. So now that we have it, because we are always looking at the viewer, particularly the younger ones, trying to make them understand some of these things. Like Reverend mentioned, you have a number of segments, whether it is 3, whether you call it lobes, whether you call it whatever, and you have 5, and you have 7 or more. The strange part of it is that before you open it, you may not even know that they are up to 6. You may think it is just 2. And then you open it and you start seeing that. So why has nature imbued kola nut with such quality? Why is it that it's like that? Sometimes you just think it's 2. And particularly the Ojibo, because they're nothing, the Hausa or whatever, is always like 2.
Magic.
It's always 2.
Magic.
I don't know whether it is magic. But why do you have Ojibo and Oji Hausa?
As you said about the looks and the spiritual connotation given to them, the sections of the looks. As the man of God rightly said, kola is rooted in deep mysteries. It's a mysterious thing. It's not ordinary. I was to ask, why can't somebody know how many that are inside? So the only person that can interpret this is unless the person had the spirit of the gods. You get me? It's not something you. So that covering shows that it's rooted in mystery. Which when you uncover, you see what the mystery will dissect it through according to ethnic cosmology. ethnic interpretation of meanings.
Okay.
So, like, whenever you open, like, if you open, that's what they call ikenga. 3. Ikenga, that is 3 poles. Well, you know that whenever something has 3 poles, it has stability.
Okay.
Everything. So, it's a good omen. When you open it, it's good omen. Then when it has 4, Eke, Ole, Afo, Unko, that is north, south, east, and west. The 4 cardinal poles of the earth where the cosmic powers are concentrated. Then when it goes to 7, 7 means perfection and dominion, fertility, prosperity. But in Igbo cosmology, whenever you open a kola and it's 7, it must be kept. Then you get a good native cock, because it means 7 means that it brings good luck, extraordinary fortune. So it must be celebrated, because we believe that the spirit control the physical. That color that is 7. There's something great, good is coming. So we welcome it, because that's why Igbos are they know what faith is. Because even the Bible said faith is hoping, seeing what is in future now. That is faith. That is not faith. So that means that our Igbo understanding about color says, whatever you get when you open that color, even it's used in alpha in divination. Have you seen? So, and there's a kind of color you get if it's only one pass, or job. That one is left to the deity. It's not an ordinary. It's really a mystery.
So there will be no segment.
Is not, you can't eat it.
There's no segment.
Yes, you don't. It's used by top traditionalists in some spiritual works.
Okay.
As they know, I'm not an expert in that field. So what I'm saying that the covering of a collar means it is really mystery, which only comes out when it is opened. Then how the people who opened that mystery receive it depends how it will manifest in their lives.
Yes, we call it breaking the collar now.
Breaking the collar. When you break it, and you don't break it with knives or with sharp objects. Don't break. That's like even the Holy Eucharist, the bread in the communion, you don't break it with knife.
I think Reverend has warned you about trying to compare the two.
No, we have what they call comparative religion studies.
Okay.
Listen, so you need to do. So I've not seen a Reverend Father, a priest of the Christian church, using knife to break.
We're not talking about that. We don't do it.
That color knot is the living body of the deity. Then why represent the blood of the deity? That is why in the interwoven, when the body and the blood are interwoven, that's why when you take Holy Communion, you receive a strange power in you to do what is impossible. It means that the divinity has entered in you to become a spiritual being. So whenever you order kola nut appropriately, you with it you can pronounce the unseen, and they will become flesh. Okay. Then turning the world into flesh. So there are a lot of things surround kola nut in Igbo traditional understanding. So it's not something you play with. It's something that you use to determine your present and your future in life. So and it's something you can even use to address your past, so that you have a better future.
Yeah. So let me go back to the Reverend, because some Christian faithful, some people, some sects, they do not believe in kola nut. What's the problem?
Well, let me start from disabusing the mind of my good brother.
If you can disabuse it now.
Because some of the issues he raised was tending to be superstitious.
Yes.
There is as much as I know, there is no issue where you use knife to break kola nut, it will devalue its strength. No, that I said as much as I know. And I said, let me disabuse you.
Kola is a mysterious fruit. You can't use knife to break it. Okay, no problem.
I agree with what you said, but I'm saying, let me disabuse your mind. Now, that it's even in rare cases now, you don't use nail or your hand to break kola nut because people fear you can poison the other by doing such. So the truth of the matter is that kola nut, the actual proper name of kola nut is the beginning. The beginning. You cannot start anything, conversation with human to human, with human to gods, human to spirit, without bringing what? Kola nut. Even in libation, you use kola nut first. I'm not a native this thing, but for those that practice it, you use kola nut first before you bring in drink.
Yeah, but what we wear before the, you know,
even the only communal one is libation and Christianity. The only communal one is libation. Our parents before there is a commencement of matters, they bring what? Kola nut. That one you mentioned, the non kola nut, the one that has no segment. They use it to do rituals.
That's what is it.
And you know, when they use it to do it, it means stagnation. They can use it to manipulate somebody. You will just be revolving like that. No, I happened to join someone in a vehicle, and the person was telling me issues about kola nut. And that was the first time I heard it, that if they use a kola nut without segment to conduct a ritual on somebody, that person go anywhere, that person will remain like that. No increase, no advancement.
Stagnancy.
Do you understand? So we understand too well that of all seed, kola nut is special. Even there are ones that will try to break themselves on their own in that their segment, and they use rope and tie it. When you come to buy it, they use rope and tie it.
Put them together.
It means that kola nut speaks. Even on their own, they speak. And when you involve it with gods, there must be a communication. Do you understand?
That's what is called divination.
Yes, there must be a communication. And it is the spirit that understands the voice of the spirits. It's only that we as human beings, we try to, it's either we abuse a process or we undermine the importance of that very, very particular thing. Kola nut should be respected. Kola nut should not be abused. And you mentioned of we as Christians, how do we respond to it? Now, we do not place too much importance to it. Reason is that the blood of Jesus Christ speaks better things than any kind of material things. Do you understand? But because of the foundation we are all coming from, you still have to observe that you count one before you count two. And in discussion, in matters, anywhere you go, if you don't have kola nut, you have not started. You bring an egg, it's conventional. Even though it's a seed, they will still ask you, where is a kola nut? Even to the point of getting a bitter kola. They are all fruits that are very, very important. And so in Christianity, we give respect to that seed, kola nut, but we do not give it to have a preferential advance more than our faith.
I understand what you're saying, like Reverend, because part of why I'm talking with you is that I don't want the Peter commitment to mix up things for me, my mind's eye. Now, because a friend of mine, the professor, he had an occasion and he refused to bring kola nut, and the Igwe was, but even the Igwe stayed though. He stayed, but he wasn't. At the end of the day, when he made his comment, he said, "Look at that Igwe is here. You didn't even bring kola nut."
Why should Igwe stay? That's how this woman worship. A traditional ruler stays where there's that kola nut represents the throne that gave him ordination as an Igwe. But the kola nut is a synergy, is a symphony with the deities and ancestors. So there's no way Igwe will stay where there's no kola nut. The Igwe is the traditional pope, the traditional archbishop of Canterbury. So how can a pope stay when you tell him that you bring a deity to pray with it? So that Igwe who stayed there, ethically, is wrong.
But the Igwe should have also
the Igwe should have
what the component of meeting
and that's
component
why
of meeting. So that you now tell them these things are supposed to be there.
And, okay,
not until when it comes and see it's not there, you now react to it.
Prof, if a great man of God, as I call it, I call them, or Pope, or Archbishop, or Gio, attends the ceremony.
Okay, now we are going to take a break. When we take a break, we come back and continue with the discussion. We continue with you when we come back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, so we want to continue from you, really, Mazi, because you said something, but I also respect the interjection, his own view about it, that the Igwe should have told them what would be there for him to
the component of meeting.
Yes, for him to be there. Because it's important. Even though my brother was too, I don't know whether to call it trajected, but he believes that there should be no orgy, that he is a born again, and so on and so on. It confuses me.
Yeah. It is very wrong.
Why is it that people talk about being born again, they don't want to bring orgy, they don't want to bring palm wine? I mean, are they fighting the tradition? What's happening?
When Jesus was talking to that woman of Samaria, he told her that a time is coming when true worshippers will worship God in truth and in spirit, not in location, not in appearance, not in methodology, but in genuinity.
Yes, in essence.
In sincerity. Now, what you eat, what makes a ship to sink in the ocean is the water that gets into it, not the water that surrounds it. Believers need to understand that our character is more important than what we say. That you bring a kola nut in a meeting does not defile your identity. That you bring a kola nut before a meeting as a beginning does not make you a herbalist. It's a fruit that has been culturally, traditionally, morally ordained to spearhead a discussion, a gathering, activities. So what is the need than to give it the honor it deserves? And when you don't do that, people even begin to question your credibility of a person. I say, this thing that has been before this person was born. And you will not have any verdict to defend it. That this is why you don't. There is no amount of garden egg you will use that will defeat the emblem of kola nut. There is no amount of granite you will bring that people will say, just that kola nut. You see how people will honor it. So when you bring it into being, you as a person will you create credibility on yourself.
Good. Yeah. So now, because we are trying to speak about that, my friend that refused to bring kola nut, and he sees that he's a Christian.
The refusal to present kola nuts to the traditional ruler that attended
even to the people.
To the people is a gross disrespect, an inexcusable disrespect to himself and to his roots, because the kola nut represents the Igbo roots, and even the Bible said charity begins at home. And let me remind us, Christ was never a Christian. Yes. He did not come to teach us about, they called him, the Christians, it's not even from, Christ did not say, call them Christians. The normal thing to call people who follow Christ is disciples of Jesus Christ. Disciples. So what I'm not saying is that, why would someone who claims to know God doesn't know the roots, his roots, that brought him to know God? He invited a traditional ruler to an occasion and failed to bring cola nuts. And it is even abnormal for the traditional ruler should not tell him to bring the cola nuts. He or she, as only Igbo, knows that the first thing to bring him to traditional ruler is cola nuts, because he represents the traditional roots of the land.
Yeah, but so you don't like the idea of the man telling you what he has to come with.
No,
I think it's important.
No, it's important.
The time that God signed, made the covenant with Abraham, he told him, bring this one, bring this one, bring this one.
How will they know if they don't have anybody to
Okay, it's important.
So
but you know that when an Igwe or even an Ozo comes to your occasion, that's something you have to give to him. What is going on? Igwe or an Ozo is a priest. He's a priest. Igwe is the head of the whole priest that serve the deities of the land. He's the whole priest. So that's why whenever I say an Igwe is a Christian, born again, I become disturbed. It baffles me.
Why should you disturb me?
No. There is something. Nothing concerns. It's a topic for another day. There nothing concerns a traditional ruler with the throne of Jesus Christ. We treat it. I'm not topic. We treat it. Let us dive into it.
Yeah, but because you're confusing me now.
Any Igwe
cannot be a bonus.
Any Igwe somebody who is ordained, the throne of Igwe has the authority of the ancestors and deities of the land.
Yes.
And there's no relationship between the traditional deities and ancestors and the throne of Christ.
Who told you that?
Excuse me. Once you accept to become an Igwe, you have given up anything concerning Christianity. In fact, you are not even a Christian. Let me finish.
His interpretation.
Let me tell you true. They called him traditional ruler. Okay, do you know that it is really wrong when Igwe is praying to use Oji, Igwe in his regalia, in his authority as Igwe, you use Oji, and you say the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. It's wrong ethically. Ethically, it is wrong. Philosophically, it is wrong. Excuse me. When an Igwe prays,
Christ is Alpha and Omega.
When an Igwe prays, Igwe should invoke, if it's no man, he said, and the deities of the land, he has no concern with Jesus Christ. And Igwe has no concern with Jesus Christ. I will prove it. No, don't say that. No. Igwe has no, the throne of Christ and throne of the deities of the land, they have no affinity.
They are not fighting.
They have no affinity.
No, they are not fighting.
It's important that my brother understands that the Bible says that the earth is of the Lord and the fullness thereof.
Yes.
Yes, you said well that Jesus Christ was not a Christian. You are right. Jesus Christ was Christ. He came to make people Christians. He was Christ and he came to make people what? Christians. Now, in a community,
you know that
we have people that are traditionalists in a community. They are serious adherents to culture and tradition. Now, when they hold the seed orgy, you know, before we come to that, when they hold the seed orgy to make libations or pray or make a statement or whatever, do you understand? Now, they call on the name of the Lord. If they said in Jesus' name, it's not a crime. Reason is that the other one that have not been regenerated, that is not born again, can pray with any other name. But the Igwe that is born again, Igwe born again, can pray in Jesus' name. Now listen, amen and ise are two parallel same word. Amen for the Christian, ise for the
traditional man.
Cultural people, traditional person. So yes. So you know that the born again person say amen. It has defied the essence of cola nut. No, it is still in efficacy. But that is the language that the born again Igwe will use. Now, coming again also to the community, if the light of God shines in a community, the power of that kola nut will even increase. Because God has entered into it. He doesn't destroy the power of the kola nut. No kola nut. We need to understand the sensitivity of it. If you eat it too much, there are chemical components in it. It's
acidic. No, not acidic.
It will remove sleep from your eyes. Telling you that it has a spiritual connotation. What does people go for night vigil to do? To stay awake and pray. So, kola nut to remove sleep from your eye is for you to be alert. It will dissolve anything called sleep. So what are you staying awake to do? You are awake to see the gods. But if you don't see any God, then you do not apply the power of the kola nut. So you have abused it by eating it in excess. So we need to understand that kola nut didn't come to make trouble for humanity. It is here to be a complement to the process of life.
Reverend, I think he has a problem. The problem he has that I don't think he has read his Bible very well. Because Jesus said that I have not come to
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to the program. This is Aneke Brief, the show where we bring to you conversations as it affects us here in the Southeast, be it economical, cultural, political, and of course spiritual, cutting across all 5 southeastern states, Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Imo, and Abia states. I'm your host, Princess Kena Choma. Now, before we get right into the conversation for the day, we'll be looking at some stories as it appeared on the news bulletin here at Aneke TV. My guest is already seated in the studio and will be introduced momentarily, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now, my guest today is a veteran journalist and public affairs analyst. He is Sir Abuchi Anweyago. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you. It's an honor to have you with me.
Good afternoon, Princess.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes. Well, an honor for me to be here. Well, it is an honor to me, and not to the TV station.
Well, it's an honor to be seated with a veteran of yourself. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
All right, so we usually start off with, looking at some stories as it has appeared on our news bulletin today. Now, on the first story, this is in Enugu. The Enugu state government has commenced the recruitment of over 6,500 qualified candidates into academic, technical, and administrative positions across public primary and secondary schools in the state, with its focus on its 267 green smart schools. Now, they said, oh, it's open to bachelor degrees holders in education, bachelor's degrees, HND, alongside PG, DE, NCE, OND, and wike certificates holders. So, I mean, we've been looking forward to this recruitment for a while now.
Well, creation or employment, giving employment to people is part of government activities, part of government responsibility to empower the people through creation of jobs and then giving people, the unemployed ones, especially unemployed young school leavers, employment for them to make a living. So I would say that it is a welcome development in the sense that employment of up to 6,000 people is something that is substantial and should be commended if it eventually becomes a reality and not just a government rhetoric that they have put out that information in order to gain applause, gain commendation. But in the end, perhaps it might not even be up to 500 people that or 1,000 persons that eventually were employed. So if they say 6,000, as you have mentioned in the bulletin, let it be 6,000 and let the recruitment be dispassionate and not for cheap political reasons, maybe using it as a bait to get those people, to get those youths to vote one way or the other for a particular candidate in the coming election, because all these things are what we are looking at. Why now this large number of employment? Why now? Last year they didn't, even when they started this idea of the smart school, they ought to have conducted this or carried out this mass employment. So why at this critical moment of election, when people are so desperate to retain power or to gain power and all that? So, but be that as it may, we look forward to it, to people being gainfully employed, to people being really given employment to serve, and not going to use it as a bait, because the undercurrent aspect of it might not be known. There might be terms and conditions for this employment which they would not tell you, which they will not say, because they may even go to the extent of saying produce or produce your voter's card for you to be given this employment. You must bring your father or your mother and your relatives to support the governor, so that governor will be sure that these people will support him in the election. There is nothing politicians cannot do in Nigeria. The things that they do you don't know, that you don't see, they are far more than the ones that they do, which you see. But so I hope it's just a normal employment without any conditionalities attached to it.
We see it as a usual appointment.
For me, it's a welcome development.
Yeah,
if it is a normal, if it is a normal employment to employ people, even they apart from the smart school, the conventional schools, they need teachers. They need more teachers. They need more hands, and they need better facility. There was one picture that I saw the other day. Yes, I have to mention it. The young man that did that podcast, he said it was a school, a primary school in Chijoke Doga's home community. So decrepit, so that the school children were under a ramshackle environment, to obtain to take their lessons, to do their studies, which is wrong. So, for such a school, such a place, those kids, they deserve good environment, a house, a building that will accommodate them with chairs, with convenience facilities, you know, well-equipped learning environment. So it's not only the governor should not to focus only on smart school everywhere, smart school. How about other the conventional method of education that had been in existence? Or is he saying that they have now discarded, jettisoned, or proscribed the conventional primary school and secondary school? Anyway, he should tell the people.
Okay, now to the next story. This happened in a community in Eziago where 2 members of the ndlea Cattle Breeders Association were killed, and these 2 young men are said to be the sons of the Southeast Zonal Chairman of the association. Now, reports indicate that unidentified gunmen invaded the cattle camp, shooting the 2 brothers before slaughtering approximately 40 herd of cattle. I mean, unprovoked, they stormed in and then killed. This happened in Eziago local government here in Enugu State.
Well, it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that our society is still battling with issues of insecurity. But I could remember that that Eziago area had been a very volatile or very dreaded area, in the sense that we have been hearing stories of kidnapping, abduction, and you know, allegations being made against a particular set of people as being responsible for the too many kidnapping of people of Eziago, too many abduction of people of Eziago. So one wouldn't know why the gunmen attacked them. I wouldn't know, but I would rather say that it is quite unfortunate. The incident is quite unfortunate, and those that lost their lives in the incident, I would say, may God grant their souls eternal peace. But let there be peace everywhere. Let there be security everywhere in Nigeria. We have heard this particular case. How about those who were being abducted, kidnapped in the Eziago area? Nobody hears about that. Only, you know, you'll be getting informal reports, informal stories about nobody. But this one now has happened. It has become a media issue. Well, I don't know, but it's quite unfortunate anyway.
Now, moving over to Anambra State, the governor has approved new appointment to leadership positions within key state agencies and parastatals. So one, he appointed a special advisor on youth reformation, one executive secretary of the Anambra State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, one managing director of the Anambra State Housing Development Commission, and the reappointment of the managing director of the Anambra Broadcasting Service. This is said is to strengthen governance frameworks across primary healthcare, housing, youth development, and public communications.
Of course, there shouldn't be any vacuum in any public service or government establishment. So for him to have reappointed the Director General of Anambra Broadcasting Service, I think is a big credit to the person that was reappointed, and it's a challenge to him, because it seems the governor was pleased, the governor was satisfied with his previous services, the services he rendered before now. The governor must have adjudged him as having performed creditably well, and to the extent that he deserved being reappointed for a second term. And yes, the governor has done that. So it behoves him now to do more, to serve more, and to remember that he's not just serving only the interest of government, but he's serving the interest of Anambra State people. irrespective of their political leanings or creed. He should be mindful of that he is serving, that it is a public institution, a public place, owned by the Anambra State people. You say it's owned by the Anambra State government. Yes, Anambra State government, in another way, is the people that established that government. So when he is serving, he shouldn't serve only the interests of the government functionaries. He should also ensure that he carries out dispassionate services to all manner of people without fear of favor, yet with fairness to every people. So it's congratulations to them. Congratulations to those that were appointed, the man that was appointed into the housing, to head the housing structure, housing establishment, or housing agency. You should do well. So if you are a director, you direct well. If you have been asked to render a service, the governor is looking for something from you, and sure, what he's looking for from you is quality service to the people, and then quality and satisfactory service to the people. So I wish them well, and I would urge them to ensure that they serve the common interest of the people, for the well-being, for the good, for the common good of the people. They should serve, and serve creditably well.
All right, that's all we have on the news bulletin. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be delving right into the conversation for today. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Our conversation today touches the very foundation of how families live, work, and pass on wealth in the Southeast, talking about land. In Igbo land, land is just not soil and title. It is identity, it is heritage, livelihood, and legacy. The saying, alabondo, land is life, captures it perfectly. For centuries, land has been passed down through kinship lines, managed by families, umunna, and traditional institutions, with the eldest son or family head often acting as custodian. It is communal, it is ancestral, and it is deeply personal. This communal and ancestral structure has ensured that land remains within families for generations. But for decades, land administration in the Southeast has struggled with the same challenges: disputed ownership, multiple sales of the same plot, cumbersome manual records, and conflict that sometimes turn violent and stall development. Across the 5 southeastern states, we are seeing a collision of old systems and new realities: population growth, urban expansion, dispute between families, multiple sales, fraudulent documentation, and the absence of reliable records that have made land one of the most contentious issues in the region. Investors are frustrated. Diaspora Igbo trying to build at home face confusion, and many rural families risk losing ancestral belongings simply because they have no verifiable proof of ownership. Crucially, ownership is often unwritten, witnessed by neighbors and elders, and passed down orally. That system worked for generations. But in today's economy, with rising land value, urbanization, and migration, it has created gaps: no central records, no verifiable titles, and endless court cases. Now, the Southeast states are responding to land administration with two big pillars: digitization and revalidation. Today, we'll examine the topic land reforms in the Southeast, digitization and revalidation. We will explore the evolution of land administration from the traditionally Igbo land sharing structure to today's digital era, assessing the opportunities and challenges presented by these reforms, and discuss whether land can deliver, or whether we can deliver a land administration system that is efficient, inclusive, transparent, and capable of meeting the development aspirations of the Southeast. Will digitization protect family land from being sold twice? Can revalidation resolve decades-old boundary disputes between families? Now, these are some of the conversations, and my guest is already seated. He is Sir Abuchi. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
All right. Before we, get into the digitization and revalidation, let's take a look at, historic, and let's talk about, the original traditional system, land and ownership system in the Igbo society. How has land historically, you are a veteran, you advance, you are an elder statesman. So, just tell us, let's peep into that, old wisdom. How was land acquired? How is it managed? How is it transferred from one generation to another?
Well, if we begin to discuss the issue of land ownership or land acquisition in Nigeria in this program today, we might end up spending more time than we need, and in the end, maybe raising questions or controversies that may become another matter. Well, land in Igbo land in the Southeast, in Igbo land, is a very vital issue. Land is a treasure to every Igbo person. Land is a valuable asset, is something that is of inheritance and transferred from generation to generation, and it continues in that order. And it's something that is bequeathed by families, by parents to their children, and then their children will in turn bequeath the land to their own children, and it goes, from time to time, from generation to generation. So land is a very vital issue, because it is on land that you do farming. So living human life depends on what comes from land, either what the land produces or what land can serve, the interest, the services land can serve. On the issue of production, by farming, you farm on land. When you farm on land, you'll be able to produce what you eat. And the family's own land, there is this land ownership, partitioning of land, or parcellation of lands that, in a family you see a plot of land that has been so much divided from generation to generation by way of inheritance. When two brothers decide to share the assets of their father, they will now share it. This one will take his own and the other one will take his own and move to his family. And after him, his own family, maybe he has children, and his children too will share that his own share of whatever he shared with his brother, and it will continue in that order. So yes, from land you produce what you feed. Their food items, they are produced from land. You farm, you plant crops, you plant cassava, yam, rice, and all that, and all these things are food items, so which land produces. That is why land is very, very vital, is very key to human health, to human existence. And apart from the issue of food production, which you obtain from land, you have the issue of building houses, because you have to have a shelter where you live, where you dwell. And it is on land, the land that you acquired either by inheritance or that you acquired the land either by donation, by free will donation. Somebody willingly donating a parcel of land to you out of affection, out of love, for you to build without any terms and conditions, without without purchasing it. Or you can acquire land by purchasing, but you go to buy land and you buy the land for your own use. Either you want to use the land for farming, or you want to use the land to build your own house, to build a house, or to establish a factory or a business. So these are the benefits, the values of land. And that is why land becomes very, very important, very, very vital. Like you said in your intro when you are launching this program, you mentioned land as a very contentious issue. Yes, it is contentious because of its importance in the life of the human being, its vital role in the life of the human being. So that is why it is contentious, because people, you see, at times you see people leaving their own land, leaving what, going in contest for what doesn't belong to them. That is why when you go to so many courts today, you have land cases. When you go either customary court or the regular conventional court, you have land issues there. That is why you have issues of boundary matters. And boundary matters, they pertain to land dispute. So many disputes pertaining to land. People have died out of as a result of land dispute, either violently or otherwise. People have, paid the supreme price for because of land matters. So it's a very serious matter in our own side of the world, that is the southeast, the Igbo-speaking area of Nigeria. So land is a very, very important matter in the life of every human being.
You've mentioned some of the issues that come up from these land issues, the disputes, the grabbing, we have the litigations, we have the double sales. Would you say this is stemming from weak land administration over time, or more on land scarcity in the southeast?
I wouldn't say it's a result of weak land administration. Rather, I would say it's a result of greed and avarice. People going beyond what is their own. People going beyond their limits. People going beyond their boundaries or their bounds to meddle, to encroach into some other people's land or properties. So that's the issue. So you find out that some of the people who engage in this type of activities, they do it intentionally, or they did it intentionally. There are some too that we are not so knowledgeable enough that they didn't have the facts before they went into land dispute with some other persons. And that is where you see in Igbo land, we have had cases where there are traditional methods, traditional ways of settling land dispute, one of which is by oath taking. ndị be anyị na-asị nọ idu isi ala na-awụ ọkwa nke anyị, ala na-awụ ọkwa nke m, ala na-awụ ọkwa nke papa m, na papa m si na ala anyị na look at the way it belongs to us. So ọ bụkwa na ọ bụghị otu a na nke a mee aṅụọ iyi, and in the end if he survives the oath taking, maybe after a period of time, perhaps after 3 months, or after 6 months, or after 1 year, as the case may be, because you know no oath taking goes beyond 1 year. So if after 1 year and the person didn't die, automatically the whole village, the whole community will take that oath taking as genuine and as right, that since the man didn't die, that the land belongs to him. So cases have been settled in that manner. So people know their own land, and there are people who, even though they didn't know the boundaries of their own land, we say okay. So if you don't know, you might be lucky to have somebody around you that knows everything about that land, and that will be in a position to guide you, to give you the right information that we use in going about the possession of that property. So it's a very difficult thing. I wouldn't really say that it's the issue of dispute emanates from poor or bad land administration. Rather, largely it has to do with greed, with people leaving what belongs to them to meddle or to encroach or to wanting to acquire what doesn't belong to them. We have had cases where even intentionally somebody knew that property, that land, didn't belong to him, didn't belong to his family, but he still went ahead to use arm twisting and to use conspiracy to obtain that land, to get that land. Yes, in communities you see people who compromise, where elders compromise themselves because of pecuniary interest. They have been settled, they have been compromised, they have been bribed. And when they come, instead of speaking the truth about what they know about the land, they will say it the other way in order to favor the interests of the man that has greased their palms, the man that has settled them. So that's the issue there. So it's not necessarily a matter of poor land administration or weak administration. Now,
I have, before we move over to the reforms that are currently taking place, I have a little clarification I need on something, one of the questions. But we will take a short break. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. We're still on the conversation, land reforms and administration, digitization and revalidation, with my guest, Sir Abuchi. Now, when you mentioned, the processes of retaining land, making sure, the oath taking to assure that a land is yours and all of that. But we understand that when it comes to land, we hear terms like, oh, it's family land, it's a communal land, it's a village land, it's a kindred land. Now, how do you explain these categories as it applies to each individuals? And then we have a recent urbanization or, population growth. We have urbanization expansion, we have commercial development. How has this affected the traditional land ownership system as we've known it to be over time in the Southeast?
Yes, you have communal land, you have individual land and all that. But mainly, largely, land in Igbo land is owned by individuals or by individual families. On very few occasions, you have lands that they will say that belongs to community or that belongs to a kindred. And when where such a thing happens, it means it's like land that was previously acquired through war, engagement in war. When a community engaged in war with neighbors, and they were able to annex they were able to annex some portions of the lands of that community after being defeated. They will, and now whichever area that they annexed becomes a communal land, community property. The same thing is applicable to that of the kindred or the village or the entire community. It's through communal effort that land becomes that of a group of a collection of people. Otherwise, land usually is owned by individuals. Like I am today, I may own some plots of land, and when I own some plots of land, those lands will be transferable to my children. They will inherit it by way of inheritance. My children will inherit those lands, and it goes on like that. That is why it is said that, like this issue of forest, they say forest. Every forest has people that own it, either individual families or that of community. But there is no forest that doesn't belong to people. It is either it belongs to single individuals, families, or it belongs to a community. So, and that's why recently I said sometime, because I remember in the past, many years ago, especially during the Civil War and shortly after the Civil War, the communities used to engage or embark in what they called combing that time. They used to go, the young men or the men in the communities would go and comb the forest in their community to ensure that bad elements were not hibernating there, were not hiding there. But it no longer happens. And that time you were not hearing cases of kidnapping, abduction, because there was no place to hide by anybody, by any miscreant to any criminal element in the society. So, but nowadays, because of advancement in technology, advancement in life development and things like that, many people are no longer interested, or people have aversion for doing such things like embarking on combing of the forests within their communities. So the issue of ownership of land can be by individual or by family. And I have explained a while ago how a community can, a parcel of land, a place can be described as belonging to a community. The community didn't just, it's land that through communal effort or fighting, everybody came, the entire village or the entire community waged a war. They waged a war against the other village. And in the end, they were able to defeat, they were able to subdue the other community, and they will carry their things by way of war, what is it called? War, tribute. I've forgotten this word that you know, they call it all those things that you obtained by war booties or something like that. I'm forgetting there's that.
Probably war spoils.
No.
Okay.
There is a particular word for it, like something like captives and all that.
Okay.
So war booties, or I can't remember the exact word anyway. But it is something like that, that through war, you were able to capture some people, you were able to acquire, to seize some portions of land belonging to that community that you defeated. You acquired, you people will seize it, and it becomes communal land. And when it becomes communal land, those that know what to do, that wouldn't want to have problems for their children or their descendants in the future, will now parcellate the land that they acquired. Every family, every man will get their own, or every adult will get their own portion, in order to avoid contention in the future, where one man might decide to say, oh, this entire land belongs to my family or belong to my father. And if there are no people to bear witness, the accurate witness of what happened, transpired in the past, and the man gets his way through. So these are the ways you have, we know how these communal lands came about. Otherwise, land belongs to individual persons or individual families.
But seeing that these lands are not being documented, would you say that it's because we understand the reason why we've had multiple sales, or people claiming or laying claims over land is because there is no such documentation to prove that this land belongs to such a person? So would you say this is one of the reasons why we have prevalent land disputes in the Southeast?
Are there not cases, are there not occasions where even there were documents? There were documents. Lands were sold and resold and resold. And yet they had documents. Each individual, each buyer had a document. Each buyer will come out with a document. Each buyer, the three in contention, the three contesting over, having dispute over a parcel of land, over a portion of land. You see them, each of the people in that contention, coming up with documents to justify their ownership of that land. So it's not a matter of whether it's proper documentation or not. Yes, there might be cases of proper documentation, but we have had cases where documentations were presented, but documentation process was made, but still it was a land that was sold and resold without the consent of the original owner. So people do that either by forging documents or by one way or the other, whatever they do. So land tenure, land management has been an old matter, an old issue. So those that are talking about digitization, is it the digitization that we are talking about? Is it not a computer, what they call garbage in and garbage out? So whatever you feed into the computer will retain. Are you saying that people cannot go to that computer and manipulate it and change figures, change information, change data that is contained in that digitized document?
But at least it's a move. It's a move from what we used to have. And
it's a way of government, indirect way of government trying to reap where they didn't sow, where it does not. Government wants revenue. They wants to do this digitization thing in order to get money, to acquire money. So you go to people's village in the rural area and you say you are doing land digitization there. How? Why? What do you intend to achieve? What is your motive by going there to meddle into the affairs? This was how the government under Obasanjo, when he was military head of state, introduced the idea of land use decree. Okay. And they gave government some powers over land matters, which today seems to be counterproductive. So they are the ones of nowadays. They are now trying to introduce what they call the land digitization. And you are doing this as if you will be governor forever.
But it's a system.
You will not be governor. You will not. Yes, it's a system. You will try to justify that your action. You will try to justify that your action. But in the end, what will it lead to? How can you go to people's village and you begin to say you are doing digitization of their land and then asking them to pay and tying them down, tying them up to something that will become an encumbrance to them in terms of land tenure, in terms of land management and land acquisition?
But sir, you understand that there was a period when landowners were asked to present, certificates of owner of occupancy documents to be sure that this land are duly, which is why I asked the question of documentation, because it's one thing to lay claim to a land, probably a family land, a communal land. It's another thing under the existing laws of a state to have documents to support your claims.
Anyway, what we are saying, I'm not a lawyer, so I may not actually have the factual information about this issue, but I know that there are areas that government can control. There are areas that government may not be in a position to control, particularly land in the rural communities. So maybe government may have a jurisdiction over the ones within the municipal or urban areas, which they call, they refer to as urban development. But in the rural communities, perhaps the old way of land tenure, the old way of land management, land administration still retains. So, but for me, the issue of this digitization largely has to do with revenue. Government is trying to earn revenue, and the digitization, yes, it might, to some extent, it might be useful in terms of documentation, in terms of trying to avoid selling and reselling, as the case may be. But I remember, even before now, before this issue of digitization, there is what they call in law search. They do search. So if you want to buy a land, if you want to buy a property, you ask your lawyer to go and search to find out whether that particular portion of land had earlier been sold or not, whether it is something that still has some encumbrances, that is tied to a dispute. So you'll be able to find out, you'll be able to know. So
we have since we are talking now, we've already got into the digitization and revalidation. Now we hear that the revalidation is for persons who already have existing documents to just submit them for revalidation to assert that this land belongs to you. Now for a system that's the southeastern customary system that have always had their ways of dealing with land issues. Earlier you mentioned the oath taking, just the mutual trust. And then we have a system in a democratic state where we have a government trying to set up formalities and then processes to elevate the encumbrances, like you mentioned, when it comes to land issues. Is there a way you would suggest that we could, these two systems, the customary and the statutory, can marry themselves in such a way that we can have less land disputes, less land grabbing, less falsified resales of land in the Southeast, which is fast becoming a very serious and delicate issue?
It's a very delicate or sensitive matter in the sense that the ulterior motive of government is usually revenue, and even acquiring people's land indirectly through deceit and all that. You see a governor going into a community using all this digitization, revalidation issue just to dispossess people of their lands. It happens. The next thing you hear, it belongs to a governor. The land belongs to a governor. You now see a governor, somebody from another local government or from another senatorial zone, going to one senatorial zone to acquire land, to be even a major land owner in that area because he was or he's governor. So I wouldn't support that. They are doing all these things, giving it all manner of baptismal name in order to justify their ulterior motive. And what they will present, what they will front as the reason behind it is not the main idea of it. So why this essence of revalidation? Are the people telling you that they don't know how to handle their land matters, and you are telling them
some of these
land
revalidation
in rural community?
We're trying to advance
the township, in
the community, introduce urbanization, introduce investments in the state. And one of the ways to ensure that people come in to invest and, be sure that the lands that they are purchasing are valid and not under dispute is by going through the law and the processes set up by the government.
Is digitization, is it free? Is revalidation, is it free?
But
is it a small money?
But if you're living in a community, if you're living under, like I mentioned earlier, under a governed state, there are things that if you must live, there are things you should abide by. So I feel this is one of them. That was why I asked how do we, so that it doesn't look like you've said, where we get to start accusing, or making assumptions on the government. Anyway,
it's a right of opinion,
okay,
and a right of expression. So that's the way I look at it. That there might be ulterior motive behind it. There might be ulterior motive pertaining to this all these digitization, revalidation issue. The main issue is driven by revenue for government, to acquire more revenue for government in order to grow their GDP. They are desperate to grow their GDP. So they will introduce all manner of things to frustrate the people and even perhaps to dispossess some people of their lands. So where you fail to do so, then the land will no longer belong to you. It will become government property. And when it becomes government property, somebody will use an indirect way, his influence in government, to acquire that land. In the end, you start having problems. So these are the things. They should go and focus on things that border on the well-being of the people, feeding well of the people, and the security. They should concentrate on making Nigeria safe, making the society safe. A while ago, you read the story of an attack in Ezagu rural community. People were attacked there, and some people were killed. Then some livestock were slaughtered or were killed. And these things border on security. Is that one, that place, was there any land dispute before they started shooting those people? So there are things that government should go and do. It's not an issue of land reform, land revalidation, land digitization. People are talking about security. Secure their lives, produce food for them to eat. Give them food, make life meaningful and cheaper for them. And not this issue of going to jump into something that you just, because you want to bulldoze your way and use intimidation, use indirect way to deal with the people on land in order increase your revenue.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah Bucci, for joining me this evening to talk about this thing. I mean, like you mentioned, it's a broad and sensitive conversation, but we hope that things pan out well and all sides are favored. Thank you so much for joining, and to the viewers, thank you for staying with us to this moment. To for questions, inquiries, comments, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. This was Aneke Brief. Till I come your way again same time on Friday. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Kiana Chomba. Have a lovely day.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, Chinua Achebe and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds, people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Law is the architecture of civilization.
the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are delving into the health sector to dig out some ignorance being fetched by some hospital or some people, which has cost the lives and, everything about people's rights in the field of today's world. And today we are going to treat it in such a way that will bring out some claims of ignorance which has broken down people in different areas of their life as regards to health. And to bring this down to us on today's program, we are bringing this to a very big and large gesture where we tell you that health is wealth, and if you don't have your health, you are not living as a human being. And to dissect this area and this topic, which is the medical negligence in hospitals today in Nigeria, we are bringing in an erudite barrister who has won so many high numerous qualified cases and has made great impact in the legal field. And to this effect, we are welcome Barrister Wabeze Ugu. Barrister, you're welcome to today's edition of You and the Law.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you, our viewers.
And to delve into this topic, before we dissect deeply to this topic, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law program of the show, and this is our topic about medical negligence in Nigeria and when does a hospital become liable. Barrister, this has created so many outfits of questions in my mind, and one of it is at what point does a hospital become legally liable for the actions of its doctors, nurses and other staffs?
First, I think it would be correct to say that ordinarily a man ought to be liable both in law as well as in fact, in nature, before God, before man, for what he has done and not for what he has not done. I said ordinarily. But then it is very far from law. First and foremost, you understand that what the question you asked must be looked at from two prisms. One is from the angle of criminal law, and then the second, which appear what you are zeroing into, is from the angle of the law of tort. Now, you know that in law, every human being, I'm talking of criminal law now, every human being who is in any place in this country, whether he is in Enugu State or is in any other part of the country, we have the Criminal Code Act, which is the law of the Federation in charge of criminal code, criminal law, that creates offenses, which the Constitution has said very clearly in Section 36, subsection 11 or 12, that a man cannot be held to have committed any offense unless that offense and the penalty in respect of that offense is created and written down in a law that is existent before he committed that offense. Because the Constitution, I think in Section 36, subsection 10, also says, also bars the National Assembly, or indeed any other legislative house, from making a law that is ex post facto, that is, a law that has retrospective effect. The Constitution also in Section 4, I think subsection 9, said the same thing, because Section 4 deals on the legislative powers of the Federation. Now, it also says the same thing, that the National Assembly, or indeed any House of Assembly, or any legislative house, whether you have a substantive legislative power, or you have power to make what we call secondary law. By secondary law, I'm talking about things like the Constitution gave the Chief Justice of Nigeria power to make rules for the Supreme Court, gave the President of the Court of Appeal power to make rules for the Court of Appeal, gave the various chief judges rights to make rules for the high courts, the magistrate courts, gave the President Customary Court of Appeal power to make rules for the customary court, and a whole lot of things. Also gave some commissioners even, and ministers, power to make what we call subsidiary legislation, that is, make some rules to govern certain things in their various localities. Of course, you know that nemo dat quod non habet. Nobody can give what it doesn't have. So if a law gives you the right to make a subsidiary legislation, a secondary law, you can't go beyond the powers that has been given to you. So now, if the Constitution has said you can't make a law that will have retrospective effect, the Constitution means every word of it. Because the lawgiver is assumed to be very, very serious in everything that the lawgiver has said. And you can't misinterpret the law in order to assume the power, assume the jurisdiction that the law has not given to you. When you see was, you begin to interpret it as is in order for you to have the power to do a thing which ordinarily you know the law does not allow you to do. So now, the criminal law has stated what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. The criminal law also says that if you are supposed to do something and you fail to do it, you have committed a criminal offense. If you are not supposed to do something and you do it, you have committed a criminal offense. If you are supposed to do certain things to dissuade somebody from doing a thing and you don't do it, you committed a criminal offense. That's what we call accessory before the fact. You also have accessory during the fact. That while this offense, somebody is performing an act which ordinarily is an offense, you just saw it and you looked as right, instead of telling my brother, this you are doing now is not, stop it, don't do it, you are going against the criminal law. You are committing an offense during the fact. You can also commit an offense you can also be an accessory after the fact. So you have an accessory before the fact, an accessory during the fact, and an accessory after the fact. Accessory after the fact is somebody has committed an offense already. You are now shielding him from the law. Accessory after the fact. You are shielding him from being exposed for the police to catch him. Accessory after the fact. The police is chasing him. You are hiding him, or you are making it possible for him to get away. Accessory after the fact, and such things. So that is also a criminal offense. So there are a lot of ways by which one can commit a criminal offense. So by your question, I did say that there are two aspects. You must look at it from two parts of the law. I've talked about the criminal law. I'm now going into the civil wrong that the person has committed. That is in the law of tort. We call it in civil, we say wrong. But in criminal, it's an offense. So now, under the civil law, a tort is anything, any act or abstinence from an act, from performing an act which causes somebody a damage. If you do something, anything whatsoever, that causes somebody damage, causes somebody loss, causes somebody to suffer anything, even that causes somebody agony of a class, of a level that is assumed to be torturous, you have committed the tort of, there are several wrongs on that tort, but most importantly, the one you are dealing on now is the tort of negligence. That is the medical field. How will it be said that a medical doctor has committed negligence? You know, in the medical profession, every profession, not only in Nigeria but even outside Nigeria, has rules that guide the practitioners of that profession. Now, one of the rules that guides the medical profession as well as most other professions is that you are supposed to ensure that when you are attending to somebody in your professional capacity, that you ensure that the greatest thing should be the person's interest. Interest. To stay alive, interest. Not to suffer more after taking the medicine you have given to the person. Because you know that in medicine, I've not seen that drug that does not have side effects. Even the most common one, like paracetamol, APC, their side effects, even their side effect is much. So every medicine, that's why any good doctor will tell you that medicine is no food. So some persons will tell you, continue to take this medicine, continue to take that medicine. No, medicine is not food. So you are supposed to first and foremost eat food, eat balanced diet. It's only when, in fact, my personal physician, an internist, when he was alive, Professor Picardo, he used to tell me, there are many times I'll come to him and tell him I'm sick, I'm this. After discussing with me and examining me, he would tell me, he won't give me any single thing. He would tell me what to do. Either you need rest, go and rest very well, or you are not feeding well, because sometimes I may not eat from morning till even 12 midnight. So the man will say, you are not eating well, go and eat well. You don't have problem. Go and sleep well. You don't have problem. And when I do what I said, at the end of the day, I will be okay. So now, when you talk of medical negligence, you are saying that somebody who is a medical doctor, when you're a medical doctor, you have a duty of care. So actually, I think I should start by saying that for somebody to be negligent in anything, the person must owe a duty of care. He must have a duty of care over what he's doing, over the person he's attending to. Now, if you have that duty of care must exist. If it doesn't exist, then there's no tort, no tortious liability. But if he has a duty of care, yes, and he fails to take that care, to observe those things that he ought to observe, in order to ensure that that duty he owes is creditably discharged. If he does not, then he is said to have failed to exercise that duty of care. And of course, he has committed a tort. Somebody, a medical doctor, may do something or fail to do something, and he does not intend, it's not his desire. When he was doing it, he didn't want to get this person, either getting sick or commit any wrong on him or do anything against his interest. But at the end of the day, that thing cost damage or cost something against his client. He has also committed the tort of negligence, not considering the fact that he didn't will it from day one. That's the major difference between the law of crime and the law of tort. In crime, there are two elements. You have the mental element. First, you have the actus reus, that is the physical element. Then you have mens rea, the mental element. Now, it is in criminal law, physical element means the act itself. You slapped somebody. That's actus reus. That is the physical element. For that physical element, for that act to become an offense, then there must be mental element in it. So the two elements must be present for any act to become an offense. Now that mental element is that your mind must accompany the act. You must intend to slap, because you can slap mistakenly without knowing. You may probably something is scratching you at the back. You want to scratch it. As you are doing your hand like this, you do know that somebody extended his hand to shake you. You slapped the person's hand.
Sorry for cutting you short. I want, in this aspect of medical negligence, like you said, when it comes to tort, now, we see most Nigerian setting most precise that some of these doctors on purpose do not do the things they are required to do, such a way that you have some patients. I've seen some cases where some patients come early to the hospital, and they stay like 5 to 10 hours waiting for the doctor to arrive, and nobody to care for. At this point, when most of the times when the doctors arrive, they just attend to, they'll be like, they have so many patients to attend to. Before it reaches to them, you see, those health issues they have, if it's supposed to be cared for before it lingers, you see, these things, don't you see it as negligence on the hospital?
Certainly. There is no doubt that it is negligent. You actually acts of vicarious liability. I was getting to it. That is, because I said that ordinarily a man should not be held accountable, held to be wrong for a thing that he didn't do. But then that is not in the law of tort. And of course, I have also described not in the law of crime. In the law of tort, one can be vicariously liable for a thing he didn't do. That's exactly what we're saying. It's true that the doctor came late, but there are people, there are nurses and other staff of that hospital who were there before the doctor came. They saw that this person's own case is very, very serious. His own case demands an emergency because it's an emergency situation. It is their duty to even call the doctor and tell him there's an emergency case here. Something needs to be done very, very urgently to ensure that there's no fatality, there's no death, there's no serious harm caused to the person. Because, you know, medicine is a thing that when anything goes wrong in somebody's body, if you don't do something immediately to reverse it, you leave it for a long time, it can get to a point a point when it will be reversible. Even if you now do something, whatever you have done will not scarf the problem. It won't be able to solve the problem. So now, it is the duty of those people in the hospital. The doctor cannot give excuse that he came and was seeing people the way they came. No, he came, saw number 1 first, number 2 first, second, number 3, number 4. No, you must attend to people whose cases are more serious, whose cases are emergency, whose cases, well, you know that a lot will go wrong in the person's body if you don't attend to the person immediately. Like an accident patient. Somebody had an accident, the blood is gushing out of the person's body. The person enters the hospital. You tell me that you leave the person and start attending to other outpatient people who are just sitting down relaxing until you get to his turn. Of course, you will not only be held to be negligent and to have committed a tort, you will also be held to have committed offense under the criminal law. So you not only go to prison, you may most likely also lose your certificate, your practicing license as a medical doctor, and also go to prison. So, and even pay damages, just like the case of Michael Jackson. The person who was supposed to be looking after him, a medical doctor, instead of looking after him, was on the phone discussing, chatting with his friends and relations. He was telling them, guess who I'm looking after? It is Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson was dying. He was still on phone when Michael Jackson reached a point of no return. He died. And of course, at the end of the day, the medical doctor was sent to prison. He lost his practice license. He lost his certificate. He was in prison. He also paid damages to the family of Michael Jackson. And you see, the damages the court may tell you to pay, you may not even be able to pay it. They will sell everything you have, you are still not able to pay. And you know, when the law really is that if damages is awarded against you and everything you have is sold and you are still not able to pay the entire thing you've been told to pay, there are a lot that could happen really, but we don't usually do it in this country. So,
Charister, I want to ask if a government-owned hospital can also be sued like a private hospital.
There is, insofar as negligence is concerned, insofar as the law of crime is concerned, there is no difference between the government hospital and the private hospital. A government hospital has a law that set it up, has rules. That government hospital has imposed duty on all the staff of that hospital by the law that set up the hospital and by the rules that also govern, because the law may also give the chief medical director the power to make rules, to guide this one, guide that one, guide this one, guide that one. So if anybody in that hospital goes against the law and the act that he has committed, which is against the law, becomes a tortious act, imposes injury on somebody, on a patient who came to the hospital, somebody dies, you forget scissors in somebody's stomach when you are performing surgery. You forget towel in somebody's stomach all that, you cannot say that because this is a government hospital, you will not be liable. You are fully liable as if you were to a private hospital. You also cannot say that the hospital will not be held to be liable for that act that you committed. That's when I mentioned vicarious liability. The hospital didn't do it physically. Hospital is not a human being. It's not a natural person, but it's an artificial person. Inasmuch as the hospital didn't commit that physically, the hospital will also be held to have committed it vicariously. It committed it through his staff. So it is not only the person you will sue when you are going to court. You are also going to sue the hospital. The reason why you have to sue the hospital is because the hospital has also committed a wrong. The most important reason why you must also sue the hospital is that when the court awards damages in your favor, that doctor or nurse or whoever may not have money to pay you. It is now the hospital that will pay you. That's why you need to join the hospital. And again, remember, yes, the hospital is the principal. The person who committed the act is the servant. It is important for you to sue the principal as well as the servant, so that both of them will be there. Even the fact that the hospital is also there, you bring the law. The law of this hospital said you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do it. You have done it. But the hospital is still not exonerated because it was the staff that did it against the instruction of the hospital. The hospital is still vicariously liable.
I want to make an illustration which happens on everyday basis when you go to visit the hospital. Now, what if there is an emergency case? A person runs to the hospital, carrying a loved one who is seriously injured or very sick, and at that point he is not able to pay some bills, which is accrued for him to be paid for the patient to be treated. And at that point, the hospital refuses to treat such patient. And at that point, he or she, the patient, loses his life. Now, the aggrieved family of the patient sues the hospital at this point. Do you think they will win?
Of course they will. They will.
Even if the hospital actually did not treat them because they are not able to pay the actual amount.
You see, let me start my illustration from my own field, the legal profession. The legal profession, we have the rules of professional conduct. Outside the Legal Professionals Act, outside the law, we have the rules. Outside the medical law, they also have the rules. Now, we have several duties of care in law. The first duty of care that we owe is the one we owe to the court. The one we owe to the public even. We have duty of care owed to the public. Comes first. Then the duty of care to the court, second, before the duty you owe your client. So you are acting for Mr. A, but the duty you owe to the court and the public is more than the one you owe to your client. So you can't, because your client has paid you, you are acting for him. You go and do something, or you tell him to do something that goes against the public interest, or against the interest of the court. So you must place those ones first. So the medical doctor, the nurse, anybody working in the hospital knows that the duty of care to save life is more important than any other duty. If somebody comes to your hospital or clinic, probably an accident victim or There's even one particular aspect that's very important. Somebody that is shot by someone that sustained bullet wound. I'm getting to that, but that's very important that we should actually look at again in this country. Now, if somebody, an accident victim, is brought to your hospital, the person, you see that this person is bleeding very profusely and may die in the next few seconds or in the next few minutes if not attended to, it will be wrong for you to insist that he must pay before you touch him. If he dies in such a circumstance, that person must be held legally accountable. He must be held to have been been a party, to have contributed in the death of that person. So he has not only committed a criminal offense, he may be charged to court even for murder, depending on the way it is looked at. And of course, murder is a capital offense. It attracts life imprisonment if it is said to be a manslaughter. But if it is murder simpliciter, is that sentence. Now, again, outside the criminal law, there are several other offenses that can be charged against that person. It's not just murder, depending on the facts, the particular facts of that case. But outside that, when we now come to the civil law, that person who refused to attend somebody, unless he brings money, and perchance that person dies, there is no amount of, there's nothing you will say that will exculpate you from the person's death. That person, if his family sues the doctor or sues the hospital, his family will get damages. His family will even, the court can even say, I'm revoking your certificate as a medical doctor. I am doing this, I am doing that. So when it is important, in this country, we do a law that is strong. When somebody dies out of the negligence of a medical doctor, we say it is the way God wants it. How can God want it like that? God never wanted it that way. A client of mine, told me that he visited somebody in a country in Europe, and this person told him that in the last 21 years that he's been in that country, that it was only one person that has died out of childbirth. One person. In 21 years, in a particular country in Europe. And for that one person that died, that the government closed that hospital and took away the certificate of the medical doctor and sent him to prison. Ask yourself, how many persons die out of childbirth in Enugu alone every day, let alone the rest of the country? So it is because when anything happens, when a doctor is negligent, when a doctor performs surgery and forgets scissors in somebody's stomach, or forgets a scalpel in somebody's stomach, or forgets, the other day someone called me and said his wife, a doctor operated on his wife in September last year and forgot towel inside the stomach of his wife, and he's been carrying his wife everywhere. They keep saying there's something there. He has done a lot of scan, nothing was seen. He went back to that same hospital the second time this year. They opened it again and said they didn't see anything. But he now he kept going from one hospital because this woman was continuously sick. At the end of the day, he now went to another hospital where they operated on this lady and brought out a towel. So you can imagine. And at the end of the day, the man still said it is the way God wanted it. If we continue to say that is the way God wants it, is the way God wants it, I do not know how we will ever develop.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for this powerful legal insights you have given to us based on health and negligence of common hospitals. And today we are concluding on today's show on you and the law, and to tell you that the first step to protect yourself is knowing your rights and to protect all those around you. One thing is that someone must be held accountable for each of the actions and the deed done to every person. So as you are, as a human being, if you know that your right has been infringed by these medical professionals, and the next and available step to take is to call and seek the advice of a legal practitioner to tell you on the ways and the steps, following the powerful insight of barrister here, who has taught us and told us a way which we can improvise when we come to this situation. And to this, until next time, I'm your host. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, Federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.